barrage again. Stokes comes down the pitch, he's hammered this. Over long off for 6. That one might have got into the South African dressing rooms. It's already hit one into England. And that went to the other side of the stand. Terrific shot, a massive blow. Well, a wonderful day yesterday. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Old Trafford. Another warm, rather sultry day. And I wonder if today is the day that England level this series. Of course, 1-0 down after being hammered at Lord's. Well, they're handing out the same sort of treatment here to South Africa at the moment, who will resume shortly. 241 runs behind. They've still got all their second innings wickets in hand. But the pitch is doing little bits here and there. Jack Leach, I'm sure, bowls some overs today. And England do have a really serious chance of winning this match today and levelling it up. If not today, well, again, into tomorrow. There's still 2 days to go after today. So lots and lots of time left. The crowd coming in busily and excitedly as well, taking their seats all around the ground. So I've mentioned it's warm. It actually feels like quite a good morning to bowl, actually, with the cloud cover, the humidity and so on. So it's all set up after a terrific day yesterday. Ben Stokes providing the real entertainment, of course, with those big sixes after a patient start. And Ben Foakes' 100 as well. Big smile on his face this morning as I saw him going out to do some warm-ups and so on. Phil Tufnell's alongside me, as is Victor Marks.
Morning, Agus. Morning, everyone.
I know you're very sharp this morning, Tuffy.
Yes, absolutely.
Very early night. We never saw you last night. You're like a little hamster. You went and just tucked yourself into a little ball and hibernated.
It was an enjoyable day's cricket, wasn't it? So I was just having a nice relax. But
thinking about it.
Yes, that's right. That's right. I was going through my mind.
Preparing for the day.
It was just a classy day, I thought, from England, you know.
All they were lacking was a wicket in those last 9 overs at the end, but that would have been a real sort of cherry on the cake, wouldn't it, Victor?
Yeah. It would. I mean, to get 400, when you bowled them out for 150, you're quids in. Obviously, England's strong favourites, just as their opponents have been strong favourites after 2 days of most of the test matches this year, and then England managed to win those. But I don't think England have ever been in such a big hole as South Africa find themselves in, i.e. 220 odd adrift still. Yeah. But I think that run scoring will be easier, certainly against the seamers. Once the ball gets a little bit older than it's been earlier in the match. So it's still a pretty good surface. It's a very good cricket wicket because it's starting to turn a little bit.
And also, I think the reverse swing will come into play for England, where it really did start the reverse for the South.
And it's already reverse swinging with this ball.
Well, there you go.
So word has it. Well, Victor, if you're a busy boy like me this morning, you've been out there walking around, interviewing the England captain. You'd have learned.
I mean, we only bowled 8 or 9 overs.
Indeed.
And I watched the last 10 overs or 9 overs. I didn't see any reverse swing.
Well, you can now settle back and listen.
Okay.
To the England captain talking to me this morning.
Yeah, obviously incredible day. The game was massively in the balance at the start of yesterday, but that partnership that me and Folksy put on was at a real crucial time, because it sort of seems like one of those wickets that you lose wickets in clusters, and so it was really important for us to dig in there, keep the scoreboard ticking over as well. And absolutely thrilled for Folksy to come out and show us class with the bat. Something that he's done throughout the whole summer is show us class with the gloves behind the sticks. We all know how good of a player he is, and he managed to show that yesterday. So really chuffed for him.
Yeah, perhaps quite reassuring for us old traditionalists that actually that was, in a way, proper Test cricket yesterday. It's patient, disciplined, busy, positive, but not the reckless stuff.
Yeah, I think it was obviously with the game being in the balance as it was yesterday, and assessing the pitch more than anything, because it didn't feel like it was one of those wickets that you could sort of consistently hit through the line, if that makes sense. It was, some balls were bouncing, some balls were skidding, but hitting you quite hard. And obviously South Africa, I thought, bowled exceptionally well, especially with the reverse swinging ball. But one thing I'll go back to is that although it sort of wouldn't have seemed like we played in the way that we have done in the first couple of games this summer, it was the mindset that sort of allowed us to do that. I've always felt starting an innings against a reverse swing is very difficult, but I was going out there with the intention of getting on the front foot, looking to score, and that actually made my decision making a lot easier. It made my sort of leaving a lot easier, if that makes sense. And I think that as well, Zach's got to take a lot of credit for the innings that he played, set the game up for us in the middle to be able to play like that. And I think his decision making throughout that whole innings was exceptional. Although the ball's face to the runs wouldn't look like that, but I think he just looks so comfortable, and when you have that positive intent and mindset towards batting, it just makes things a lot easier.
And to score 100 fairly early on as captain, again, is that gets you going? I mean, is that kind of a relief as well?
No, I wouldn't say it's a relief. I think, being captain, it's bigger than just me. I think it's obviously always about the team and how well we do on the field and stuff like that. Obviously I always want to contribute to the team, but I don't look at it as, getting my first 100 as captain as like a relief or anything like that. Because I feel when I've got the bat or the ball in my hand, I know what I'm trying to do, and I know that if I do well, then we're going to give the team a good chance of winning.
That's 6 into the dressing room. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I couldn't do that again if I tried, to be honest.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
What about this knee, though, Ben? What are you going to do about that?
I don't know. It's just, sort of managing it. It's just one of those things that if sort of my body goes into a position that it doesn't like, it just sort of tells me, like, don't do that again. And then, yesterday on the field was a bit of a weird one. It was just sort of like a little bit of a pull on my cartilage, but it's all good.
Right. I mean, it's not something that's going to need sorting out. I mean, it sort of just helps itself out.
Yeah, no, it's just managing it. I'll have some good days and some bad days, but even on the bad days, I'll still battle through.
Okay. And today, just a quick thought, a big day for Jack Leach. I'm just going to toss in there the reverse sweep.
Yeah.
And that was a highlight of yesterday, I think.
Oh, it was. We were actually sat up on the balcony saying we were actually disappointed that he didn't do it first ball when he moved everyone up to the leg side. But I said, he's just foxing him, making him know that he doesn't have it. And then when he pulled it out, he was more gutted it didn't go for 6, to be honest. But
it was brilliant.
No, it's great.
But a big day for him today with the ball, though.
Yeah, I think he's going to come into the game. He's going to be a big part for us. Obviously having 3 seamers and having Leach, it's nice knowing that you can have a spinner, but still knowing that the wicket is still offering a lot for the seam. But I think as the game goes on, you'll see a little bit more spin. But I won't be using Leachy where it's just spinning, because one thing that I've been trying to do with Leachy is bring him on in all types of situations, because I feel that's how you create a world-class spinner, is giving him the ball in all types of conditions and making him understand how to bowl in different conditions as well.
Good luck. Thanks, Ben.
Cheers.
There we are. There's Ben Stokes in a good mood down there, and why not too? Because England well poised to win this game and to level the series. It might happen today. It might happen tomorrow. But have an amazing game in which we're still here on the 5th day, and South Africa battled their way through and so on. So who knows? You never do know with Test cricket, but certainly England feel confident at the moment. What struck you, Tuffers, from that?
Well, I was just sitting there looking at Vic there as well and talking about the spin bowler and how to use Jack Leach.
Oh, yes.
Yes, I found that quite encouraging, that obviously he's given it a bit of a thought and wants to turn Jack Leach into a world-class spin bowler, and you can't just get that or do that by waiting for the ball to turn and waiting for the pitch to sort of disintegrate. You've got to learn to bowl in all different types of conditions, so I saw that as a real positive for Leach.
Yes, and match situations,
yes.
I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Tuffers is exactly right. When Joe was captain, by and large, he didn't want to bowl Jack unless he really thought the ball was turning. And so as a spinner, you think, well, I'm the man of last resort here. It's 150 for 1. And I still haven't got the ball. What does he think about my bowling? And it is possible to get a wicket as a spinner without the ball spinning, without the ball turning. Also, batsmen make mistakes. One just goes on with the arm, it's caught at slip or something like that.
Yeah.
So we've noticed it before, but it's nice to hear him say it, that he has been much more proactive with Leach. Doesn't mean you have to bowl him all day today. I think, actually, if there are left-handers at the crease before too long, I'd give Joe Root a go, who's picked up Test wickets before. Not long spells, but you've got him in your armoury. But I think they'll start with the seamers. It's overcast and it's
muggy.
New ball still.
Yep.
You tell me it's reverse swinging.
9 overs.
After 9 overs or something.
There you go.
But, I mean, did you not spot that last night? I didn't.
No, that's come from
Jack Leach bowled about 3 or 4 runs. I mean, it may be a little bit of bluff here. Not only is it spinning, and if there are any South African players listening, I can tell you it's reverse swinging already.
We shall have a look.
In all sorts.
What would you do, given that there are all these runs in the bank? And he's talking about Jack Leach, and of course, in a few overs last night, you could have lots of men round the back. Yeah. But are you? I mean, given that Stokes does like this very attacking way to go about everything involved with the game, are you having lots of men round?
Well, not
really
necessarily.
crowded?
I think it was the great Shane Warne who said, "You bowl aggressively, but to a field that controls the game." So sometimes if you have so many men round the bat, Tuffers will tell you if you felt like this. If you've got so many men round the bat, you think, I've got very little protection. I'm going to sort of fire it in and take no risks when I'm bowling.
Be safe.
So if you've got a little bit of protection, you can actually bowl more adventurously. I don't know whether you used to feel that.
No, absolutely. I mean, you've got to have one there. I mean, you've got to have one.
Yeah, you'll have 2 or 3 men round the back.
Yes, that's for
but
sure.
But not 4 or 5.
It's always easier, and for confidence-wise as a spin bowler, it's always best to start with them out and then bring them in. Instead of start with them in and then bring them out.
Yeah, because if you start with them in and then you've got to put them out, you never bring them back again.
No, exactly.
What about South Africa? I mean, we sort of assumed, because of the position and we know about how they bat and the strength of England's bowling attack, we've sort of assumed that England will bowl them out at some stage and win the game, but that's not the way they'll be looking at it. I mean, they've got a lot of batting to do. Is it a defensive ploy?
Well, no, I don't think it is. There's so much time in the game. You just bat. I mean, I think we were talking about this last night. In a way, dear old Jeffrey would love batting in this situation. The wicket is still pretty good. Almost certainly there'll be some attacking fields, and a lot of players, like Jeffrey, trust his defence. He starts to salivate when there's a lot of gaps in the field. I can score some runs here, which will help himself, but it'll also help the team. So I think they just bat normally, and if there's something to hit, you hit it, and you feel more comfortable when you do that too.
Yeah, Elgar the key, isn't he?
Yep,
Obviously likes to bat time, loves to get stuck in, loves this sort of, as you say, Geoffrey Boycott sort of situation. If England get rid of him, that'll be handy for him.
We don't know about Van der Dussen either. I mean, there was sort of it had been to have things scanned and so on last night. He's going to have treatment this morning, so we don't know if he's fit to bat or not with his damage.
If he's going for a scan and everything, it's going to be
dodgy.
going to be sore anyway, isn't it?
So Jimmy Anderson's out there already, and he's bowling to John Lewis. Actually, the bowling coach is warming up in front of his adoring public. There's bowled a ball there that swung miles and missed the moan part of that practice pitch. So with that, he's had enough. He's put the cap on and thought that'll do. It's obviously reverse swing, Victor. It's gone a mile. So anyway, he's got himself loosened up. We've got a little guard of honour down here. Some young boys and girls with their flags and so on, and we're just waiting for the umpires to appear, and I can see now the tops of 2 Panama hats making their way out into the middle. No white coats, not that sort of day at all today. It's a beautiful warm morning again here in Manchester, and we await now the arrival of the England team. They'll be running out there with a job to do. They know exactly what they have to do, and then we'll have the South Africans coming out. There's Ben Stokes walking out with his cap on, a little white towel there poking out of the waistband of his trousers. In fact, they've all got little waistbands. It's as if it's part of the uniform, apart from the Hawk. He hasn't got one.
No.
He's just skipping out there.
No. He's got a cape, massive cape.
He's got a cape. Isn't it funny how they've all got these little towels? Why's Johnny Bairstow got a little flannel poking
Well, Robinson hasn't got them. Perhaps the bowlers don't have them.
I tell you why. It's because they want it to reverse swing, and so they're going to keep their hands dry. So when it's thrown around the field, you don't get a big podgy, wet, sweaty paw on the dry side.
They wanted to continue reverse swinging around corners.
Yeah.
You keep your hands dry.
Yes.
See, Jack's got one.
See, we used to work on reverse swing and everything when I was playing, and then sort of like, I don't know, some great big fast bowler would go, I'll give some ball like that. Just go, sweat dripping off his arm.
Oh, well, there you go. But it's very noticeable because they walked with their backs to us.
Yeah.
That almost all of them have got a little white towel into the waistband.
Hello.
Joe Root's going to bowl first over.
Hey, you're
It's reverse swinging so much. Joe Root's going to bowl the first over. I'm
Thank
going.
you, Victor. You go and have a cup of coffee. Joe Root is going to bowl from this end, and we'll see what he can find. He's got 2 left-handers, so it is a sensible option, certainly. That we'll have a look and see what the off-spinner can do.
Yeah, you don't want to get carried away with bowling spin. I say it's quite an art form knowing when to bowl it and when not to bowl it. Obviously, there's 2 left-handers, and why not have a little look? But I always used to like getting into the rhythm of the day. Throw the ball to the seamers for 2 or 3, and then bring the spinner on. But it'd be interesting to see. It will bounce. That's what it will do here at Old Trafford.
I was watching Mark Butcher do a pitch report. It's quite interesting. It's on with subtitles, actually, the screen that I saw.
Right.
And there's a few words behind. But anyway, he was suggesting that the end that Root is bowling from, i.e. our end, is the one that's got the better rough. Outside the left-hander's off stump. So that's what he'll be aiming at. He's bowling at Alfia. The first ball of the match, and he's a sweep there. He's appeal for leg before, but that well leg side, I think, from here. Quite an ambitious appeal. So run through the field. It's a forward short leg, a leg slip, an orthodox slip. And we've got Johnny Bairstow on the drive in the offside. As Afia looks around again and sees that the man on the sweep, who is Leach, has just retreated a little bit. So Root again, he's got one of those little towels, moves in round the wicket, tosses this up, very full indeed, half volley length really, and just patted away.
It is quite, not a bad ploy by Ben Stokes, because opening batsmen aren't particularly the best players of spin. They're not used to it, and then you say you've got in your mind what you're going to be facing, and all of a sudden you've got a little lofty bowl in it.
Root again, trots up, bowls, and that's driven on the bounce out to extra cover. The problem is, from a quick bowler's perspective,
ball gets.
You spinners don't know how to look after a nice new ball.
No, we don't.
But it does rather than Victor taking the mickey out of it, for me, this rather enforces that the ball is reverse swinging, because they're not worried about the shine. So there you go. So anyway, Root with 66 on his back, braces himself and moves in again, trotting up round the wicket, bowls, and that's pushed away into the leg side. Anderson trots up, but actually it's Pope who gets to the ball first. It'll be interesting to see who bowls at the other. It might be Leach who bowls at the other end. It might be I might give it to Robertson, if I'm honest.
No, absolutely.
He bowls so well.
Yeah, I would as well. Just a
Yeah.
pace early on.
He has reminded us of what a really outstanding bowler he is. Now Root bowls a half volley and is driven for four. Actually, it's pursued by Robinson, so if he is going to bowl, that'll loosen his legs up a bit. Out to the deep extra cover boundary, and those are South Africa's first runs of the day, and a nice shot too from Afia, who goes to 16. And quite a gentle half volley, really.
Long half volley.
Played it well.
Yeah.
So Root's really working hard on the ball there. In fact, it's an interesting technique. He's got his hand inside his pocket.
Yes.
And then he's jerking the ball up and down on the outside of his trousers. I've not seen that one before. In goes Root again, round the wicket. He's there and he bowls, and that's turned into the leg side this time. And they take a single. So 5 from the over, 28 for no wicket.
Did you have a chat with the Hawk yesterday?
I've seen the Hawk.
Have you?
I said, morning Hawk.
Yes.
And one of the first things he said was, what a shot that was to get off the mark. See, because I think we've rumbled this Hawk business with Stuart Broad, more of which in a minute. But he did say there was a moment where Ben Stokes made a signal out in the middle while he was batting, flapping his wings.
Yes.
And the cry went out, he's calling for the Hawk.
Oh, well, you would have thought so.
So Stuart apparently shot into the dressing room, started putting his pads on.
Yeah.
And actually all that Stokes was after was one of those sort of energy drinks that gives you wings. So the Hawk was stood down then, but then came out later. But I think Eleanor Oldroyd is right. We're chatting about the Hawk this morning.
Yes.
This is a psychological game to give Stuart Broad positive thoughts about his batting after that horrible blow in the face that he took.
Oh, yes.
He doesn't like fast bowling. They've given him this mantle.
They've turned him into a superhero.
They have.
Yeah.
Go on, Stuart. You're the Hawk.
Yeah.
Get out there. And actually, I think it's working.
No, I think you might be right.
Yeah, he's very pleased. But anyway,
What would you be called? What would your superhero name be?
I don't think I'd have one.
Would it? The Rabbit.
Rabbit. I think you'd be the Shrew.
Yes.
All for the Shrew.
Call for the Shrew.
And you'd go shuffling out.
On all fours.
I think so.
Yes.
But anyway, I think there's psychological games being played.
It seems to be working with his back.
Anderson's on, up he comes and bowls outside the off stump. And Afia allows that to go through to wicketkeeper Folkes, 28 for no wicket.
Oh, well, I wished I'd have had a superhero name when I would have batted. I can see how it would have worked, actually, yeah.
Anyway, it's the thought of he's calling for the Hawk.
Yeah.
Shot it and got his pads on.
No, could have wandered out there about 5.
Yeah, they just wanted a drink. 28 for no wicket.
Oh, dear.
Anderson wheels round. He's bowling from his end. Past the umpire he comes and bowls, and Afia, who's left-handed, of course, squared up a little. Plays back to the bowler, who mops his brow and moves back to his mark again. Old Trafford filling up. A few seats still in that big temporary structure to our left-hand side there.
There's a few in, actually.
Well, actually, I can see a few capes.
Yeah, that's right, yes.
I mean, if the Hawk needs a cape, there's a few in there. There are a few superheroes by the look of it.
Well, they might. Once word gets round, you know what the viewing public are like. They could all be turning up as the Hawk.
Is Anderson outside the off stump? It's pushed across the left-hander who plays no stroke and
Some cone.
can buy. Right, folks. Are there some cones?
Traffic cones, top left, about 12 of them.
Oh, there are.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cones outside the ground, actually, on their way back to Salford. So perhaps they've borrowed those, but no, they've come dressed as cones, which must be warm today.
Yeah. There's a good fancy dress turnout in there. Just
Like
looking.
some royals down here in sort of
Royal. Yes.
royal gear.
I'll tell you what they are. Like footmen on the coach.
Yeomen.
Yeoman, that's right.
There's Anderson. Bowles driven nicely out towards extra cover. Leach is after it. That prowling sort of a run of his, like wading through quicksand. But he's got there. Huge long strides. And he's low to the ground. And he's almost doing the front crawl with his arms. But he got there. 31 for no wicket. People do run in different ways. I mean, Johnny Bairstow's got this sort of hunched, scurrying run.
Beetling, yes.
Yeah, but look at Jack. Watch Jack going there.
Yeah, stalking it.
And it was a tremendous dive. And they've taken 3. So Elgar's going to face his first ball of the day. The sun's out now, but still through
Yep.
a humidity layer, it feels, of low cloud. Anderson is going to come round the wicket to South Africa's captain. Is there, and he bowls down the leg side, hits the pad, rolls away for a leg by. 32 for no wicket.
I think he's going to be key, isn't he, Dean Elgar?
Well, his experience, he's stubborn.
Yeah.
He's the captain.
Yep.
All those things make him, quite a difficult object to dislodge, I guess is how you describe him. They've got 3 slips, so they're not over-attacking. That feels about right, actually, on this surface. Again, that backward point. There's Anderson. Bowls and goes past the outside edge.
How many times have England beaten that outside edge, especially Ollie Robinson in that first inning? Is it just not quite getting the edges? But a lovely ball. Still a bit there. Still going on. There's the odd one bounces and the odd one just off the surface moves.
Well, they're persisting with Root. It's not a sort of
I don't know whether I like it.
brief experiment or not.
Well, one reason might be his record against left-handers. So overall, Root's bowling average in Tests is 46. He's taken 47 wickets. Jack Leach averages 32 with 95 wickets. But against left-handers, Root has 28 wickets at 29, and Leach has 24 at 42.
But you would expect that, though. You'd expect the off-spinner to have a better average.
Well, yes, but listen, when there was a bit of rough outside the off-stump, I didn't mind bowling lefties.
In goes Root then. He's continuing, and he bowls a ball that does turn.
Yes.
The batsman plays no shot at it, but that's a little bit of spin, and Elgar taps away. There's scrapes really at the rough area outside his off stump with a hint of suspicion. There's a slip and a leg slip and a short leg as well, as Root again round the wicket, floats this up, and Elgar's forward this time and taps the ball away for Pope to pick up.
One thing I did also notice from that wonderful interview with Ben Stokes was how he said the odd one sort of just skids and was starting to squat down and hit you hard. So that's going to be interesting. If it just starts going underground a bit, it's going to be tricky.
Root round the wicket, floats it up, and Elgar plays that very carefully. Wasn't quite a half volley, so he just leant on it, expecting the ball to spin. So picked up by Lees.
Oh, I know what batting position you'd be.
What?
You'd be the Beaver.
That is true. Here's Root again with a lowish arm, pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. I'm not sure what sort of how would the Beaver bat? What sort of manner?
I don't know.
Quite a busy thing.
Nibbling away at the stump.
Nibbling. You'd be a nibbler. You'd be a nibbler and a nerdler.
Wow. That's a good idea, actually, Tuffers. Yeah, so we've got the shrew and the beaver. We've got the hawk out there.
Not hardly terrifying coming
No,
in
it's
at
not.
10 and 11,
Oh,
is
look,
it?
it's coming in, it's the shrew. Here's Root round the wicket, bowls, and that bounced
Hey.
and turned. And Elgar managed to just get out of the way of that.
Wow.
It was well taken by Folkes.
That has leapt at Elgar. Wow. Oh, that's encouraging.
You see, is it tempting for Elgar to bring out something out of his pocket, a piece of paper?
Right.
Here's Root, bowls, and he drives up to cover.
What for?
It says, "I told you it'd spin." Put it back in again quickly. Because, of course, that was what Elgar knew would happen, which is why, of course, they go back to the first day and the team that he chose and decision that he made at the toss.
I still think that is flawed thinking, though. And listen, I mean, I've played with teams with 2 spinners beforehand.
Inflexible thing.
It is, yeah. I've played with 2 spinners in the side beforehand and walked out there and it's overcast and the seamer's going to give us the ball and you just bowl. Just because of the makeup of the team doesn't necessarily, you have to bowl bat first. Listen, it's handy. But, I think they don't necessarily get the makeup of the side wrong, but I think they might have done that as well.
They should have bowled first.
But they should have just bowled first.
Yeah, they should. It's rather like England, actually. At Lords, of course, that situation where they ended up on the wrong end of conditions.
Yeah, Brisbane.
Wasn't their fault. Well, Brisbane, yes. But here, I mean, South Africa put themselves. They took a gamble.
Yeah, they did massively.
Yeah, it backfired.
Yeah, it did.
A discussion there between Stokes and Anderson about the field here, and they've got Leach. Oh, it's a bit of a change. So Leach is going to a straight mid-off. They've reinforced the offside. Stokes has come to extra cover, and Lees is now, well, he's in a sort of a catching position at point. So he's come squarer and closer. Interesting tactic. Here comes Anderson, and he bowls, and Ilfia, tall, left-handed, allows that to go through. Folkes ends up falling over there as he gathers that.
He looks a solid batter, doesn't he?
He does.
Yeah, looks very organised, very composed, doesn't he? Pretty sort of like easy sort of batting style, that left-handed sort of like economy of movement.
Yeah.
And just looks to push forward and leave, or if it comes to him, just tuck it away. So
very calm.
Yeah, he does, yeah.
You'd like to see a calm opening batsman.
Oh, absolutely.
It reassures those below.
They're like pilots.
Indeed. In comes Anderson, bowls. Oh, that's an inside edge, though. And that runs away for Robinson to come and field down at that long leg.
I don't like seeing panicky pilots.
But you can't ever have seen a panicky pilot.
Well, no, there you go, because they just exude that sort of welcome, everyone. We will be,
of course,
flying at 32,000 feet. Don't ever sort of go, oh, it's a bit rainy, it's a bit cloudy out there. I don't know whether I fancy it today.
Well, I can reveal that I've actually done a coaching session with captains of a certain airline.
Oh, right, yeah.
All about the delivery of that message.
Yes, well, they do it wonderfully well. It does put you at ease.
Well, you could hear a bit of Test Match Special in there now, you see. No, you can't. But just that delivery.
Well, yes, I can imagine you'd be very good at it.
Well, it's the only contact that passengers get with that airline, don't they? So that airline is judged often by the quality of the pilot, which is wrong. Now, here's Elgar turning Anderson out towards backward square leg.
Do they have someone doing the stats?
There were no
99.9% of these flights are fine.
No, it was a stat-free announcement. But there were ones about what happens when you go off and go around. That's going to be a calm announcement.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah. Happened to be twice on one flight once.
Yeah, I reckon you'd be good at that, John.
Well, it was just
looking after.
That reassuring.
That's right. Yes.
Calm.
Yes.
I'm in control here. Sort of message.
Yes. So there you go. You'll be looking after Jonathan will be looking after you today in the cabin. I think I'd quite like to do that.
Yeah. There you go. Anderson round the wicket. Bowls. And Ilfia waits back raised. Anderson moves in. Bowls through and beats it.
Beauty.
What a good delivery that was. It's round the wicket. It just held its own there.
It's still happening. It's just the odd ones climbing, isn't it? And that one, we saw one from Joe Root whiz past Elgar's gloves, and that one just got big on him as well. It's going to be a day for patience for the England bowlers, because it will happen. Just got to hang in there.
It's interesting while we're talking about the Hawk again.
Yes.
That there must be some connection with the England team and a certain sponsor. I don't know who it is, but they have got these Hawk signs on them. In comes Anderson. Bowling! Wow, what a sight that is! And it's Elgar, and he's walking past. In fact, he's brushed his stump back again in the direction of where it should have been and where it once was. But it was yards away. Oh. Absolutely flattened. And what a start that is for England. South Africa's captain is out. His off stump is still lying there, shattered on the ground.
Kept low. Oof, yeah, just went away from him and squatted down low. One of those ones when you're trapped in the crease as a batter and you get back, I'm done here, like that. And it's just virtually gone under his bat. And that's what we were saying. There is a bit of this inconsistent bounce the first one reared up at him, and that one kept low, and he's gone off stump, out of the ground. What a start for England and Jimmy Anderson.
Just what they wanted, and the man they wanted as well. The captain's gone. Peterson walks out at number 3. Old Trafford is buzzing, and there's the noise there as that stump was ripped out of the ground. We all went up together. Wonderful feeling. And the way that Elgar looked at his stump as he walked past it and just brushed it away, put it back to the umpire. That was a great sight. A great sight. And just the start that England won, and you can hear the buzz now out there as Peterson arrives.
Yeah, I think that's crucial, Eggers.
Yep.
I think that's crucial to see the back of the skipper. He knows a few things hasn't gone his way this game, and then to have the off stump uprooted like that. You heard the crack of it in the earphones, and I think that just might just send a message. Don't know whether Van der Dussen is. I don't know. This could be. They're going to have to show some fighting spirit here, South Africa.
Well, Peterson rakes away at the ground. His 9th test. He hasn't got 100 yet. He's got an 80 odd. But he's got a challenge here now with Anderson on his home ground, bowling from his own end, for goodness sake, with his tail up. There's applause. Well, there's applause for Leach appearing down at long leg. He hasn't done anything yet. But anyway, the crowd are just in that sort of mood. You can feel the sense that everyone here is here today to enjoy themselves. And Peterson looks around. Hasn't got far to look for most of the fielders. There's 4 slips, a short leg. Anderson from the far end bowls outside the off stump. Again, that keeps a little bit low. So it creeps through to Folkes. It's the end of the over. And again, the Lancashire faithful can applaud Jimmy Anderson. Wonderful sight that. 40 years old, but to see the stumping uprooted like that, that's just used to do that as a youngster and felt great at school, and all those wickets that he's taken between then and now, but he'll just absolutely love that. Watching the replays, arms are outstretched, just nipped away, a bit cruel. It's a cruel ball that. It kept low and it nipped away a little bit. Horrid ball for a left-hander from round the wicket.
I mean, perhaps could have been forward, but he's not one for sort of like lunging forward at the seam bowler. No. But just perfect, just a Jimmy Anderson dismissal, wasn't it?
Well, the route experiment has been concluded for now, at least, or shelved, and Robinson's coming on, and this looks like a better bet. He bowls so well in the first innings, and he's been absent for a while, but he is a very, very fine bowler, this fella. 3 slips waiting, he's on his way. He bowls to Alfia, and his first ball just swings a little. There's no stroke from the left-hander. It's collected by Ben Folkes. Lots of people sitting out on the balcony of the hotel down there. Brings back memories, Tuffers. I wonder who's got your room. I wonder if they've had to fumigated after your weeks spent in there in the bubble.
I know.
Which floor were you, the 4th?
Oh, no, I think I was second from top.
Second from top,
yeah. Just about 3rd in.
Yeah, I think there's someone on your... I think
the rear's got blue shorts.
Yes, I think
that's right. That's where I was.
It looks familiar. Goes Robinson, bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke. Do you think there's a little plaque outside the front door? Phil Tufnell stayed here.
Yes. I think I might have sort of like got a compass out and sort of scraped it in the back of the toilet door.
To dig a tunnel.
Yeah. Was here. Phil was here. 3 weeks.
Someone's waving up there. I was like, no, that wasn't yours. That's not your room. No, that was one down and to the left.
Who's waving at?
Got a white shirt there who was waving at.
Yeah, there you go.
So, that wasn't filled.
Where were you?
I was just about 2 down from you.
Yeah, I kept hearing that banjo. Ukulele.
Those were the days. 33 for 1. In goes Robinson again. Shoulders rocking. He's there and he bowls quite straight and veers forward. Plays with a little bit of a punch in the shot. It's fielded by Robinson.
Are you still strumming it?
Yeah, well, yes, I am.
Have you got any better?
I try and strum every day, and I've moved on to the guitar. So, which is
practice, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Getting your fingers in positions. No, good fun. Zaltzman is the secret strummer.
Oh, very good.
He
Very
is.
impressive.
Robinson moves in, bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke.
He looks like a fair hair. What's the bloke who plays for Guns N' Roses with the hat and the wild hair as well? Is it Stitch? No.
Slash.
Stitch. If you put a hat on, you could be a fair-haired Slash.
I think I'd
Say the sweetest thing.
I know Slash. I have to go and find a photo of Slash.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Oh, he's very recognisable.
But is he? Because Andy's has quite a quiet strummer.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Here goes Robinson, bowls. Hits him. Almost rolls into the stumps there. Thumps into the thigh pad and rolls threateningly back towards the stumps. Doesn't quite hit them, of course. No, I wouldn't describe Andy Zaltzman as sort of a head-banging guitar.
Well, I think he's got many strings to his bow.
Yes.
I have one string to my bow.
Stats.
Robinson wheels round below us.
Oh, yeah, that did nearly bounce off.
Good. Sets off again. Ophir waits. 3 slips. As Robinson bowls, Sturm is pitched up. He plays carefully to mid-off, where it's fielded by Broad, and there's no run. So an eventful start. That wicket falling in his first 20 minutes of the day is 33 for 1. Tuffers,
Yep.
Thanks for your company. We'll catch up with you later. Some thoughts from you, and then Allison is coming in here.
Yeah, no, great start for England. Didn't manage to get one of those wickets last night, but straight after the beginning of play, James Anderson once again gets one through Dean Elgar's defences. Perhaps a tad unlucky, kept a bit low, but just that lovely line and length just moved away, uprooting the off stump. Lichers, morning.
Morning, Shrew.
Yes, well, thank you very much. Yes,
Monica.
hopefully that one won't stick.
I wouldn't bank on it. Anderson from the pavilion end. What an exhilarating start for England, seeing that off stump of Dean Elgar's uprooted. Here's Anderson in full and coming forward. It's Peterson. It's got underneath Broad. Is at mid-off. He's on the ground wringing his hand out, but Anderson is able to... So Robinson able to pick up and a single taken. 34 on the board.
Yeah, that might have hurt the Hawk. He's had to dive right on that old wicket end, and it's very dry, and I think, as you say, he's hurt himself there a bit. Ouch, yeah. That'll take a few layers off.
So you want to be wearing the old tubey grip, don't you?
Yeah.
Protect your elbows when fielding. I think he's still just giving his arm a rub a moment ago. He's back on his feet. 3 slips in place. Points. There's a short extra cover in catching position here for Ophir. Mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. And Anderson, with the skies that are clearing, it was again a little muggy and overcast, wasn't it? The sun's still trying to sort of burn through here, but it does have a good bowling feel about it today. Avera's on 21. Anderson coming around the wicket to the left-hander. He's forward and he blocks defensively.
Nice.
Into the offside, a solid stroke. And there's no run. So I think my bedroom is occupied where,
right.
where the England flag is.
Oh,
I
right.
can't read what the words are. Hello. I actually left my hairdryer there when I was there. I don't know whether you could have a quick look, see if it's still there.
There you go.
Very handy.
Got a good wave there, obviously tuning in.
Very well populated. There's a hotel today.
Well, it's a great idea, isn't it? A lot of grounds are starting to think along those lines, or flats, ringing the ground. I mean,
Your own private hospitality
Yeah,
box,
lovely.
really, haven't you? Anderson around the wicket again. That's beaten the bats of Ophir. He came forward defensively and he looks back behind him as if to say, well, what did that ball do? And how did that get past? There's enough nip from Anderson.
Well, it's just also exploiting the angles as well so well. I mean, that's just a touch of away movement from round that wicket, but just drawing the left-hander, having to play at that, it's just got to do a fraction.
That's all that's needed, isn't it?
Yeah, it's using the angles, using the sort of slightly indifferent bounce.
Remember, South Africa still needing 230 to make England bat again. Anderson in, straight angled into him, worked into the onside, a tumbling stop by Broad on the edge of the square there, slightly softer part of the ground. They're able to go through for the single. South Africa 35 for 1 then. Elgar out for just 11, bowled by Anderson. Is that wickets number...
662, and Anderson's bowled 55 balls to Elgar in the 2 tests so far this series. He's got him out twice for just 7 runs.
Yeah. He's got the wood on a few, Mr. Anderson.
Absolutely. 2 sweatbands on each wrist. Bowling from his end of the ground in now to Peterson. Oh, he lets that go, but I tell you what, that came back in, shaped back in past that off stump.
Wow.
Through to Folkes. That's why Anderson's left with his hands on his head. Wonderful delivery.
That felt close, didn't it?
All the control. Anderson feels like he's got the ball on a string this morning.
Oh, yeah, and there's that touch of reverse. Agus was right, it is looking a reverse early. I mean, it was a genuine sort of like, angled in from the wrist, but that did just start to shape.
Yeah, I did wonder last night if Jack Leach would be the man for England, but on the way out saw Brendan McCullum and he said, no, we think it's going to be the reverse that will do it today. Yeah. In goes Anderson, forward, Peterson defends out to Broad again at mid-off. He loses his hat in the process. Fields comfortably, end of the over from Anderson, 35 for 1, 229 behind. So.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit of everything, isn't it? Big total, scoreboard pressure.
Depends how long they bat for, doesn't it?
Well, yeah.
Leach is needed for long
Bit
periods.
of spin, bit of this, the odd one might keep low. It's just one of those wickets that as a batting unit, you're sort of going, hopefully there's going to be a big partnership, but there's just enough there all day long, I think, for England just to keep nibbling away.
You and I were listening, weren't we, when Aggers was chatting to Ben Stokes at the start of the day,
yes.
And he was talking about how he might use Jack Leach today.
Yeah.
And he said something which certainly made your ears prick up, which you liked, didn't you? About he said
Absolutely.
He would use Jack not just when the ball is turning, in order to sort of develop him as a spinner.
Well, there
he
you
wants
go,
to use him in any and all sorts of different situations.
Well, spinners can get wickets when it's not necessarily spinning.
Yeah. Robinson in, 3 slips in place, forward. Out to Stokes, who's there, fielding at cover, no run.
Yeah, it's a bit like seamers can get wickets when it's not seaming.
Precisely.
Yeah.
It's almost having that confidence to say, like,
Absolutely.
we believe in you.
Yes, absolutely. Go and ply your trade and your craft and a little bit of flight and a little bit of, wide of the crease, close to the stumps and find a way. Crawley as well. He was talking about Crawley, about how he set that day up for the batting effort, which I found quite interesting as well, about just finding a way.
All part of, I think, the positivity in the language of this dressing room. Robinson in full of straight to edged. Did that quite carry? Second slip. I don't think it did by the reaction. That Crawley's wringing out his fingers. He certainly saved runs, but it was a hard edge. Flew and pretty certain dropped just in front of him. But Ollie Robinson finding the edge of the bat early.
Well, he's managed to find the edge at last. I mean, he's bowled. Might have. I mean, it would have been a great catch having a dive forward. Perhaps couldn't just quite get the fingers under the ball.
But there's a nasty half volley reel.
Difficult chance.
Here's Robinson again then. Angled run up. In at past the umpire. It's the left-hander. It's forward. Defends it out to the cover once again. Stokes is there. Full of energy.
He's bowled well without much luck. Let's have a little look side on at this. Does it carry? He's had to go forward. Or could have perhaps. I mean, listen, being very nitpicky there, but you're catching sort of like two or three of them out of 10.
Let's just say he was already having to carry his body forward. The ball did come into the fingertips.
Yeah,
with his fingertips pretty much on the grass.
It's a skimmer.
Tough chance. Robinson in, angles that across the left-hander. He lets it go that time, through to Ben Folkes. And no run. He batted just beautifully yesterday, didn't he? In partnership with Ben Stokes, the two of them.
Yeah, very good. Very good.
Significant for him as well, doing it on his a home test match. And of course, he was in line, wasn't he, to start the English summer last year. But for a freak dressing room incident, do you remember? He tore his hamstring in the dressing room and put him out.
Yeah.
So finally gets his chance for a home summer a year on.
Yeah, it's lovely when your wicketkeeper batsman at 7 starts getting runs.
Robinson bounding in. Well, that's come off the thick outside edge, well wide of Bairstow at third slip. Chase back now to the boundary. Leach tosses it back with his fingertips, and the throw comes back into the middle.
Yeah,
it's moved on to 38 for 1.
Yeah, when your keeper at 7 starts getting runs, it just balances the whole side up, doesn't it? And let's be fair, he is the best keeper we've got, that's for sure. We all know that. So Yeah, so he'll be delighted just to settle himself down and get that 100. He can now sort of like concentrate on his cricket, if you know what I mean, and get that off his back.
Yep. Now Robinson to Peterson. 3 slips the gully. And under the lid at short leg as well here for the right-hander. He crouches low in his stance, and Robinson is in, squirting away off the inside edge down to fine leg. Robinson quite can't believe it. Throw comes back into Folkes, and he's scampered one. Bowling well though, Robinson. And like the first innings, creating chances. 39 for 1, 225 behind on second innings, South Africa.
Well, yeah, still a long way to go, isn't it? Yeah, don't miss that, Mr. Peterson, because that's knocking all 3 out. He's just poked forward round the front pad. Managed to get a thick inside edge on it. It's knocking all 3 out if he misses that.
What did you get up to last night, Tuffers? Didn't see
Took
you
it easy.
after play.
No,
Gentle
no,
one.
Yeah, no, took it easy. Had a nice little relax. Nice long bath.
Really?
Bit of room service.
That candles? You go for that? Bit of aromatherapy?
No.
Bath salts?
No. But no, just took it easy. Yeah. Contemplating a wonderful day of cricket.
Anderson bounding in now to Peterson. Forward, defends that one very solidly up to Broad at mid-off, who moves forward and there's no run. I'm talking about your superheroes for Stuart Broad.
What would you be?
Oh, what would I be? Well, it's for a superhero, I don't know. I was thinking more about Stuart Broad, and when he goes out to bat, sort of given his experience in the past, he needs to be sort of bat-think, doesn't he? Now, my wings are like a shield of steel, that sort of attitude, and that nothing will hurt me.
Well, I think he's just having a dart. I think he's just said, I've got a licence here now, give it a slog.
But he's doing it with that sense of, again, no fear approach.
Absolutely.
Anderson in. Peterson lets that go outside the off stump. Big stride forward. Lets it go through to the keeper. 39 for 1. Peterson's there on 2 from the 7 balls he's faced. They're on 25. Sun starting to break through a bit more at Old Trafford on the temporary stand side of the ground. Fully bathed in sunshine now. A little bit more overcast over towards the hotel and the building site as well, where the crane is at rest. Bright yellow machinery in there as well. It's taking a breather in this day as Anderson is turning at the end of his mark. 1 wicket to his name already this morning. Comes in now to Peterson. He's defending. Anderson reaching out, hand in his follow through and no run. Tuffers has left me for the moment. Stephen Finn is back. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Mid-over change of bowling on TMS.
Exciting. Unconventional.
Very unconventional. That's the moving with the
bold
times.
new way of changing over on TMS.
Yeah. Phil Tufnell's retired hurt and I'm on my way in.
Good bowling so far. Nice bowling conditions as well for Anderson and Robinson.
Nice for both of them. You can see James Anderson now hiding the ball in his run-up, which suggests that with the abrasive nature of the wicket, the ball is now reverse swinging.
Peterson awaits Anderson. In now, outside the off-stump, angle out towards point. Finds a fielder, no run taken. Yeah, it's a wonderful skill that he's got, the control of it. It's honed over so many years of his craft. To master. Felt he particularly enjoyed the wicket with the off-stump uprooted, and he ran away in celebration, didn't he? Arms spread wide. And, of course, on his home ground, it's his 100th home test. You're always wondering, is this the last test match that we'll see James Anderson at Old Trafford? We've been feeling that for a while.
He's saying that for a couple of years and he keeps coming back.
I think keep savouring every time you watch him. Well, he's had to pull out of his run there. The umpire actually held up his arm quite late in the piece. Not sure Anderson will be too happy about that. What have you spotted, Andy?
It was the towel we mentioned earlier on that England fielders have. Johnny Bairstow fell out the back of his trousers onto the ground.
Well, if you're going to carry towels in your back pocket, you need to make sure your elastic is nice and tight.
That was almost a wrestling move from the umpire. The Undertaker used to do those, the clotheslines, didn't he?
Clothesline block. Well, I'll tell you what, there are other bowlers that perhaps could have taken off the arm, never mind the bowler being clotheslined. Second attempt here from Anderson then to Peterson, forward, or maybe swinging in a touch, up to mid-on, and no run.
It's actually a great skill that James Anderson's doing here. I mean, it's not all that surprising with the great bowler that he is, but he's running in with the ball in his left hand, and then right at the last second, he transfers the ball to his right, hides the ball all the way in his load-up, and then releases the ball. And actually, he makes it look very easy, but to make your arms and everything move in the same motion as you would usually do, get them in the same place. It's actually a very tricky skill. So James Anderson, he has crafted this after bowling in the subcontinent so frequently over the last 20 years. Now he's a master of the craft.
Yep, when it is dry, when there's not that conventional swing. He just had a false start again there, a little tinker in the field, so he's retreated to the end of his mark once more. In he comes, and Pedersen is awaiting. Had almost a false jab at that, shaped for the defensive stroke, and maybe the ball didn't quite bounce as true as he was expecting. He jabbed the bat forward at it, out into that offside. Dot ball, and the score remains on 39 for 1, 225 behind South Africa. Now, we've been talking about Stuart Broad and this Nighthawk role and superheroes and various cartoon characters. So Mark Munro's got in touch with a cautionary note here. He says, I've been thinking about the Nighthawk, Stuart Broad. He needs a warning that Marvel Comics already own a character called the Nighthawk. So we might have to watch out for copyright action. Oof. Controversial.
On Waite's album, Nighthawks at the Diner as well. I don't know if Waits follows cricket, but I imagine his lawyers will be in touch. But one of the, just looking at Dean Elgar's statistics being bowled out.
As Vera's on strike here to Robinson, pushed across him through to Folkes. He left that alone.
Coming into this series, in his previous 56 tests since December 2015, he'd been bowled out just 7 times at an average of one every, more than 1,100 deliveries faced. And Anderson has now bowled him twice in the 55 balls he's bowled to him in this series. One via a series of deflections off Elgar's equipment and personage at Lords, but an off stump flying out the ground. So he's been a very tough player to bowl out.
Yeah, this was a spectacular dismissal. If you go onto the BBC Sport website, on the cricket page, you'll be able to see the digital clip of that. Pushed across him again. 2 wide, not tempting Vera into a stroke, and through to Ben Folkes. We've had some suggestions, mind you, about further animals. Tuffers was a shrew earlier, and Aggers was named as a beaver. And Ravi has got in touch. I don't know whether because he's here and he's sort of looking through the window at the 3 of us sitting here, but he suggested, obviously, and perhaps we could figure out who is who here, a giraffe, a gazelle, and a bald eagle.
Ouch.
It's a bit rough, isn't it? And he's got a marvellous head of hair. Switch of angle around the wicket to the left-hander. Pushed out to Stokes at cover, and there's no run.
I feel slightly generic, those ones. I think we could be a bit more imaginative. I think I could be an anteater, the length of my nose.
I did get called a giraffe once by an athletics coach when I was doing the 1,500 metres, but it was not in a complimentary fashion. Have you ever seen a giraffe sort of gambol across the...
Ungainly runner.
Yeah, across the Serengeti. Long neck, not really in control. Sunshine here. South Africa have lost their captain already this morning. Robinson in, another one left alone. He's trying to tease her there and bring those slips into place. To the left hand, he's gone back over the wicket, and when he's pushing it across him, he's not quite tight enough to draw a stroke.
Just playing around with his angles here. Ollie Robinson, I think when you're swapping from over and round, he comes back around the wicket now for the 5th ball of the over here to Ervia. But when you're playing around with your angles like this, you maybe wouldn't usually do it as frequently, but you're trying to make the batsman err in judgment and make him play at a ball that he doesn't want to. And from round the wicket, he has to play at balls because of the threat of it coming in and hitting his stumps, as we saw with Dean Elgar.
Just made Robinson wait a few seconds longer there. Robinson in again, angling that one in. He's forward, playing with a very straight bat. He's walking out of his crease. Up to Anderson at mid-on and no run.
But you hope by changing then back to over the wicket, where Ollie Robinson's getting that nice shape across the left-hander, it makes him play at a ball or almost forget, say, a lapse in concentration that he's bowling over the wicket, and he plays at a ball that he doesn't necessarily need to. So Ollie Robinson testing out the patience of Verveer here.
So it's something that you find it easy to do, to switch angles like that. It's the last ball of the over as Robinson is in. Did he dabble at it? He's got an edge. Robinson fist pumps in celebration. Well, the switching of angles has worked. Feeling like he had to play from around the wicket. Hervé has gone for 25, and South Africa now lose their second wicket inside the first hour, 39 for 2.
Yeah, England delighted with the wicket there, and Ollie Robinson, the fifth ball of that over from round the wicket, the ball angled in towards the stumps of Hervé, and he played the ball towards mid-on. That was an in-swinger. This ball is started on the same line, but Ollie Robinson has switched the ball around with the shiny side facing the outside edge of Hervé, and it's just arced away slightly, and for the threat or the worry of it coming in and hitting his stumps, he's played at a ball that maybe on reflection he'll say he didn't need to. It takes a very thin outside edge through to the wicketkeeper Ben Foakes, who takes a low catch, and that's England's second wicket of the morning. Some outstanding bowling from Ollie Robinson. England have been excellent.
They have, and South Africa still need another 225 to make England bat again. It is a role reversal at the moment of the dominance of one team over the other, given the way South Africa romped home by an innings against England at Lord's, and England, well, they have a very good chance of such a victory here. 39 for 2. We've had 40 minutes of play today. That is all. Markram, the new batter, to come out and join Keegan Peterson. Simon Mann is here. Morning, Simon.
Good morning, Alison. Well, before play started this morning, I thought that South Africa's chances today rested very firmly on how long the two openers could stick it out. A decent opening partnership wears England down a bit, gives confidence to that middle order, but England have done exactly what they wanted to do in the first 40 minutes. They've dislodged the two gritty, adhesive openers. Well, not so adhesive this morning. They've sent them on their way. And also, the ball is doing enough, and there's variable bounce, and it's spinning, and you're 264 behind on first innings. Good luck with that.
Yeah, very, very tricky for South Africa, and the fact that the ball is reverse swinging now, whilst it's still hard, it's only 18 overs old. It means that those edges do carry through to the keeper and the slips when they're found, which is such a key component to reverse swing, and these England bowlers are exposing it masterfully at the moment. James Anderson, unsurprisingly, really threatening every single ball, bringing the batters forward, making them play forward defences and hiding which way he's swinging it.
Here's Anderson, bowls to Peterson, and Peterson plays that firmly down the ground. It's a nice looking shot out towards the straight long on boundary. Robinson chases it back, and Peterson comes back for 2 runs. 41 for 2, South Africa. Can they show some resistance on this third day? Big crowd in. Saturday of a test match. The spectators last weekend missed out, of course, with the game starting on the Wednesday. A long haul for South Africa today. You felt at the start of the day they needed to have a sort of 280 for 4 day, something like that, really, to give themselves a chance. And they need to score 400. You get 400, that still means England only need about 135 to win. Say only, it might be, that might be tricky, but that 400 seems an incredibly long way off. The psychology of the games, well, you'd have played in games when you've been in this situation, scoreboard pressure and all that. Anderson bowls, and Peterson opens the face, runs this down towards deep third. More runs from here, probably 2. It's picked up inside the rope. Think about a third. Markram, the throw's on its way though. Some relay fielding down there, down beneath us, in front of the away dressing room here at Old Trafford. 43 for 2. Peterson moves to 6. Markram yet to score. Out this morning then. Elgar for 11. One that kept low, and he had his off stump knocked out of the ground, and then Hervé fine edging through to Foakes. It was a fine edge and a low catch. It just carried and just took the outside edge. That's enough. England got down to 2 slips in the gully, but 2 close catches in front of the wicket as Anderson goes in and bowls to Peterson. It's guided away towards backward point, and there's no run.
He's a busy batter, Keegan Peterson. You can see really wants to put bat to ball consistently throughout his innings, but that's leading him to play at balls at the moment from James Anderson that would be passing the stumps around 5th or 6th stump, which is just, say, 12 inches wide of the off stump, which when the ball's reversing, if you're playing with your hands out there, it's a real threat that you're going to find the outside edge of the bat to those 3 slips that are waiting there.
Anderson bowling from his own end, goes in to Peterson. Peterson gets a ball that's outside the off stump, just tail in a fraction there, but it started quite wide, so he didn't have to play it that It's through to the keeper. How have England got this ball reversing so early? It is pretty early for it to happen. I know it's quite an abrasive surface. It normally takes a while.
I think exactly that. When you look down at the pitch, and I got corrected yesterday by someone on social media, I'd been calling the pitch the wicket, and they weren't happy with me. The pitch and the footholes at either end of the pitch and the pitches that are adjacent to the one that the players are playing on now are very dry.
Anderson bowls. Oh, big drive. He caught behind. There's the appeal for catch. Up goes the finger. Peterson waits and then reviews. He was squared up by that one. Turned round. England absolutely confident. And umpire Gaffney raised the finger as well. Has he reviewed it? He has reviewed it. Yes, he has.
We have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision piece.
Just delayed the review though.
Okay, ball looks like missing the bat. Can we check with Ultra Edge?
I think he's clipped his boot with his bat.
I'm waiting for Ultra Edge. Chris? Yeah.
So they're waiting for Ultra Edge. It looked as though it was quite a long way away from the bat.
Yeah,
see
keep
though.
it going, please.
Yeah, it's not hit
Gap
that.
between bat and ball. Keep it going. Clear gap between bat and ball. Yeah, keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going. Yeah, keep it going. Clear gap between bat and ball. Thank you. No bat involved. I'll go back to Chris on field. Chris, you need to change your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal not out.
It's a really bizarre replay that we've seen there. It was almost as though the sound and the pictures weren't matching up at the same time. Keegan Peterson threw the shot really, really early, which is why his whole right side came through and he ended up almost facing the other way on the pitch like a left-handed batter. It was a very full delivery from Anderson. And both his hands and his hips came through the ball early, and the ball actually passed the bat, past the shoulder of it. But from front on, it looked as though it passed it around the middle of the bat. It was completely bizarre. He was nowhere near it. But a nice delivery from James Anderson, and another incident of the ball reverse swinging significantly.
Anderson to bowl to Peterson. Peterson's up on his toes there, forcing the ball back to the bowler. Anderson stops it, and that's the end of the over. 19 gone. South Africa 43 for 2, still 221 runs behind him. We didn't need Ultra Edge to tell us that he missed that. There's another, we had one yesterday, didn't we, where, I can't remember who it was now, missed it by a really long way. Everyone appealed, umpire gave it straight out, but he's absolutely nowhere near it. But that one, it looked to me as he might well have just clipped his boot with his bat, and there was a spike on the Ultra Edge, but that was the noise for that. And people who didn't like DRS, and you don't hear many voices actually against DRS these days. I mean, you see an incident like that and you think, yeah, absolutely right. Why should a batter be walking off when he's got absolutely nowhere near it? He's been given that call behind. It just seems logical, sensible, and we've just assimilated it into the game now, it seems to me.
Yeah, it runs a lot smoother, doesn't it? You can see football going through it at the moment with VAR, with the clunkiness of it, and I think that initially there was some clunkiness to the DRS system, but as people have got used to it, it's just part of the game now, and actually makes people respect the umpires' decisions, because you can change it if they get it wrong.
Robinson bowls, Markram comes forward and plays up towards mid-off, and there's no run. I mean, you could argue that cricket is a game that fits DRS or VAR type decisions much better, because that's the nature of the game, whereas football you have sort of opinion, don't you? Is that a foul in the penalty area or not, that sort of thing, whereas, you know, whether you nick it onto your pad or you've got the technology for LBWs, something like that maybe nicked it behind.
Yeah, they're very clear laws, aren't they?
It's a bit clearer, yeah, in a sense. It's a bit more black and white, whereas there's a bit more opinion comes into a foul, say. Robinson bowls. Forward goes Markram, playing it back to the bowler. Robinson picks up, and there is no run.
I do think that there's something quite charming about the human error that comes with cricket, and that umpires aren't completely infallible when it comes to making decisions. I don't know, I don't want it to become forensic, where everything is done by computers and every single decision can be reviewed. I think the human element of sport is a wonderful thing, in my opinion.
Robinson bowls, played away by Markham towards cover, and there's no run. Of course, you've been playing county cricket, and I mean, you must have games just somewhere where there, but you sort of, that's not how.
I've been terribly unlucky, honestly.
You had a 5 for every game. You had
Exactly,
DRS.
it's been a joke. It's been a joke with DRS. I'd have got a lot more wickets. Yeah, it is.
What's it like in county cricket then? I mean, they know that they know that the technology's there at this level of the game. Do you find players sort of doing the old square or?
Well, no, you get in big trouble if you do. That costs your team points.
Tempting to do though. Here's a Robinson bowling to Markram, who plays that not entirely convincingly with an open face down towards backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, I've seen a few people give the big T to the umpire, and then you end up with a slap wrist at the end of the day, or if the umpire's particularly grumpy on that day, then you can end up with 3 points in the bag for your team. Every year there's actually a funny video. It's not funny. It shouldn't be described as funny, but every pre-season you're sat down in a room with the ECB umpires man.
Robinson to Markram. Markram lets that go, and it goes over the top of middle stump. So you could argue that was a good leave because he left that on length, not line. Just got out the way of it. It seemed to follow him. He lifted his gloves and allowed it to go past his stomach area through to Folkes. There was a lot of oohing and ahhing from behind, but that was actually a pretty good leave and a very unusual leave. Again, it came back in to Markram. Did well there. You don't often see a leave like that.
I think he's misjudged it. He's not picked the in-swinger, but he's left it, and he's been lucky that the length was a touch shorter.
Here goes Robinson to bowl to Markram, and he does something very similar. He leaves it on length as much as a line there. That was very close to the off stump that time. Well, England are getting this ball to move, and it's a real struggle for South Africa. 43 for 2. 20 overs of South Africa's innings, which is all was worth keeping an eye on, the softness of the ball and all that, but if you're getting into reverse, well, could be some problems along the line for South Africa's batting order today. They've already lost 2 wickets. Elgar out for 11 and Afia for 25.
Day 3 has been a tricky day for batters at Old Trafford. The data goes back to 2006. Average runs per wicket on day 1. This is including this match, 41, 34 on day 2, 24 on day 3, 29 on day 4, and then it dips down to 20 on day 5. So South Africa's problem was the day 1 in this test. They were bowled out for 151 in all. 13 wickets fell at 20 apiece on that day. Day 2, England managed to score at over 50 runs per wicket, so much better than the prevailing trend. And day 3 has started sort of in alignment with the statistical trend.
Yeah. Stuart Broad's going to bowl. Stephen Finn is going to tell us about that umpire meeting. I haven't forgotten about that.
Well, you're basically shown a video of how you shouldn't behave on a cricket field at the beginning of every season.
Oh, hold on. There's a video showing you how you shouldn't behave. So there are examples of people behaving badly.
Yes.
Broad bowls outside the off stump. Nothing from Peterson through to Folkes.
You sure that's not one of Tuffers' videos?
Well, he might have appeared on it at some stage. But I had to sign a letter of consent for the ECB to use a clip of me over exuberantly appealing for a wicket, and then ended up
in a championship match?
In a championship game, yes. I was bowling round the wicket at Lords. I bowled a full straight one to Chris Dent from Gloucester. He missed it, hit him on the pad, as out as they come. The umpire said not out, but you're not allowed to appeal more than once.
Here's Broad, who does like an appeal himself. Wide of the crease bowl to Peterson, who forces that away, but too close to extra cover. And Ben Stokes, them to go through for a single.
So the rules of how you're meant to behave in county cricket are: you're meant to give one appeal. How's that?
And are you allowed to keep on? How's that?
Well, you can string it out. You can string it out, but as long as it's not too excessive.
Right.
But you're not allowed to go, how's that? How's that? How's that? How's that?
Right.
and I think I said how's that around 6 times, and ended up on both knees with my head in my hands,
right,
in the middle of the wicket. And now that gets paraded around pitch.
Really helping you, Stephen. Broad bowls. Peterson plays away into the onside, thick inside edge out towards mid-wicket. They're through for a single. 44 for 2. Yeah, people do talk of a sticky wicket, don't they?
Yes.
It's not the worst crime in the world.
Do you know what I was thinking because I was aggrieved when I read the tweet yesterday from the chap who said, enjoy your commentary, but you're getting it all wrong. You keep calling the the pitch, the wicket. But then our lanyards say pitch side. But pitch side means just the other side of the boundary rope, does it not? It doesn't mean go and stand next to the pitch. I just felt really aggrieved yesterday. I was like, I'm going to try and justify this in my head.
It's possible that our lanyards got it wrong.
Yes.
Whoever wrote the words.
Therefore, the ECB.
That's a human being, remember, writing those words. Broad bowls outside the off stump to Markram, no stroke, through to Folkes. So this video, so you're on it. Who else is on it?
I'm on it. I can't remember who exactly else is on it, but there's some funny ones, and the dressing room just ends up in fits of laughter because there's people giving the tea to county umpires. There's guys like whacking all 3 stumps out the ground. There's people stood there for like a minute just staring at the umpire at the striker's end. It's not funny, but it is.
No, I can see why
funny.
that would be amusing. Totally. And actually, sometimes when you see those clips on social media, those are the best bits, aren't they? Broad goes in and bowls. Oh, beauty to Markram. They appeal for catch behind. The finger goes up, and Markram turns to walk off. And Stuart Broad has taken a wicket in his first over.
I think it's bowled him. There's a bail on the floor.
So it has. That was a really bizarre incident. The bail, the umpire's raised his finger, and there's a bail off, and the ball went through Markram, through to the keeper. So we need to have a look at that to see how indeed he is out.
That's bizarre.
Oh, it's a no ball. That's not the first time it's happened in this match. And Markram is reprieved. He was a third of the way to the dressing room, and he's on his way back. And Joe Root, I think it is, a step forward. Oh, no, it's Ollie Pope stepped forward and put the bail back on. Well, pick the bones out of that. We do need a replay for that to work out what happened. And Broad, it's very tight, but is there anything behind the line? That's what the TV umpire Nitin Menon will have to decide. Broad's having a chat with Chris Gaffney. They'll have to film this and put it on the video for the umpires at the start of the season. Broad's having a chat with umpire Gaffney, not saying, "Oh, really?" Just putting his 2 fingers up together, saying, "Well, if it is, it's very tight." I can't see much behind the line there, Stephen.
I can't. No, but
think?
it's an odd angle. We're not perfectly side on to the line. It's very, very touch and go.
Well, decision's been made. It's 45 for 2. Broad bowls to Markram, who clips that away through mid-wicket just to rub it in. Runs from here. It's going out towards the boundary. It might well go for 4. Robinson is after it, and it has gone for 4. We still haven't seen a replay of the dismissal in inverted commas. You don't normally give a batter out for bowl, do you? So when did the bail come off?
Yeah, that's completely bizarre, wasn't it? I'd like to see a replay for that. That ball was an attempted in-swinger from Stuart Broad, and Markram, as so frequently happens, rubs salt into the wound and clips it for 4. But from here, it looked as though it was just a regulation caught behind. The way that Markram stood there and waited for the umpire to make the decision. It was only in the aftermath that there's a little green bail on the floor.
Yeah, I wonder whether he knocked it off with his foot. It's possible. Broad bowls. Markram plays defensively into the offside, and there's no run. We wait with interest. Of course, it's a bit irrelevant in a way because Broad has overstepped, and it was a no ball. I think he's still saying to the umpire, "Okay, we're seeing it now. Let's have a look. What happened?" Oh no, it did bowl him. It did bowl him, but he was given out by the umpire. It was a bizarre one because he played at it. It flicked the bail off and went through to the wicketkeeper. As you say, it looked like a regulation nick behind, but it was bowled, although not bowled because he'd overstepped.
It was a wonderful delivery, but this ball really is talking this morning for England, and the fact that it's only 21 overs old and is still relatively hard means that when it's reverse swinging as it is, because of the dry nature of the pitch and the way that England have managed to look after it, keeping the shiny side smooth, keeping their hands dry. Almost every player out there has a towel tucked into the back of his trousers, which means that you're trying to keep that ball as dry as possible to keep it reversing and keep that shiny side smooth. Sorry, Simon.
How much dissent are you allowed to show? I mean, how much disappointment are you allowed to show? Is there an example of someone who just pauses for a moment before they walk off?
Well,
and that's okay?
This is my gripe with it. How do you want robots playing cricket?
Yeah. This is Robinson going into bowl to Peterson. And Peterson pushes that away into the offside, gets a single square of the wicket. And there's one more run to the total. The 50 is up for South Africa. 50-4-2 as the clock ticks round to midday. It's another no ball. And Robinson's having a look at the crease now, saying, have I really overstepped? Well, you can continue that if you want to for a bit longer with Daniel, or you can move on to something else. Daniel.
Oh, I'm happy to talk about my gripes. That's something I love talking about.
51-2 is the score.
Yes, we've got a few no balls in this game. Did England not take a phantom wicket in the first innings with a no ball as well? Robinson, 3 slips, catching mid-off is in. This is nicely driven. It won't beat the extra cover though. Markram remains on 4, Peterson 8. Markram living in something of a charmed life. It was a very, very tight call, but I'd like to see the view from the stump cam, because I think it'd be interesting to see if you can see any heel, or if you well, you know what I mean. If it's a stump
It
cam,
only has to be a millimetre of boot behind the line,
Yeah.
doesn't it? And
that's all.
the one angle that we did see was very, very touch and go, and also because the creases are so worn and dry, there's actually no line to judge whether it's a no ball from.
Here's Robinson in again. Plays that with a slightly angled bat, did Markram. Pushes into the offside square of the wicket and scamper through for a single. Andy, you think you were about to tell me who was out?
Elgar was
caught
out
by
of
Pope.
no ball. He would have been out on 10, only added 2 more.
And that was off Robinson, wasn't it?
Was.
Robinson and Broad have both bowled quite a few. It is those two are the serial offenders, I think. Stokes used to be bowling no balls earlier this season. He's bowling a number of no balls.
England have bowled 8 in this match, 4 by each of Robinson and Broad.
Thank you. They're catching mid-on in as well now for Peterson, who defends a full ball from Robinson to Anderson at that short mid-off. England have picked up 2 wickets this morning. Elgar with an absolute peach from Anderson. If you'd like to see that, and indeed the funky non-dismissal of Markram in the last over, head to the BBC Sport website and app. You get in-play clips. They might have got that replay up before we saw it in here. You never know. And highlights tonight on BBC 2 at 7 o'clock as Robinson is in to Peterson, who fends one off his breast, really, into the onside square of the wicket. Pope runs to collect. 1 more to the total. It was a purr of a ball, wasn't it?
It was beauty. Absolute beauty. Just held its line, beat the outside edge. Markram was completely squared up, and it just flicked the top bail. There's very small pleasures that I enjoy when it comes to cricketing things.
Oh, yeah.
And when a ball just flicks the bail and it just pops off the stump and delicately lands at the base of the stumps is something that I really, really quite enjoy.
Wish you could have seen Stephen Finn as this ball's left alone, close to off stump, through to the keeper, no run. It's a very nice, delicate fingers, haven't you, when you talk about flicking bails?
It's almost like I'm composing.
Conducting.
You don't compose like that, do you?
Well, you might, but yes, I doubt it. It is also, though, more fuel for Andy's campaign for Zing Bales. Tell us, Andy, I know you're infuriated by the lack of Zing Bales in this series. Well, in fact, this whole summer. Maybe after this ball. As Robinson comes in to complete the over. Markram on strike. Markram pushes into the offside again with a slightly angled bat. They go through for a quick single. Shy at the stumps, misses. Backed up by Broad. Commentary continues on 5 Sports Extra via the BBC Sport website and BBC Sounds app. But Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast.
Yeah, so we've had the bales this summer are for
Drinks,
reasons,
by the way, sorry, I just need to inform people. Yes.
presumably to do with sponsorship, are green.
Green, yes.
However, grass is also green,
This is true.
which means that the bales are essentially camouflaged. Now,
Yes.
the most exciting moment in cricket is a batter being bowled out, essentially.
And especially if the bail is, as Stephen would say, just gently flicked off the top of the stumps.
So you're losing a lot of the aesthetic of a bold dismissal if the spectators can't see the bail falling off. Now, we saw And it's confused commentator. I think Catherine Brunt took a wicket in the women's test match last year.
Yes.
The perfect outswinger that clipped a bail and befuddled the commentators because the bail was basically non-visible. So,
Yes.
either use bails that stand out against the background or have the zing bails that light up. Quite rare you see a stump fly out of the ground these days as well, like we saw earlier today. So,
Arguably, in the ECB's defence, they are bright green bails. And would you see a zinger bail
Yes.
in this light? I'd say no. I'd argue no, unless your eyes are much better than mine.
well, the stumps zing as well, don't they? The whole lot zings up.
There's zinger wickets then, is what they
Yeah.
are. Yes.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that the stumps would have zinged on that occasion because it was just a tiny little, as Steve
It was a
said.
plop. I would say it's a plop. It's a delicate plop.
Is the zing not activated by the breaking of the circle when the bail is removed?
Oh, this I don't know.
This is
Maybe.
far too technical for a fast bowler.
Maybe if just the stumps exploded the moment the ball was on impact, that would help. Yeah, they just have a lot of stumps, and we just have to replace them
with
every time.
like fluorescent pink dust in, so when the stump is
Oh,
hit,
yeah.
it's a cloud of dust.
Like at the start of the 100, where you get all the
We
fireworks.
can learn so much from the 100, Dan.
It's drinks. And Stephen Finn has got a well-earned break. Vernon Philander's going to join us to chew the cud over what has been England's morning. The ball reversing. Anderson and Robertson have been superb. Stokes started really funkily with 2 overs from Joe Root, the 2 left-handers in. Anderson picked up the wicket, and then the Root experiment was over. Robinson came in for the attack. Not seen Leach yet. He's got 2 right-handers to bowl at, and I suppose while the ball's hard and reversing Vernon, then they're going to stick with the seamers.
Yeah, good morning, Dan. Good morning to all our listeners. Yeah, I suppose whilst this ball is still nice and hard, reversing an offer, I don't think we're going to see the spinners anytime soon. And I suppose the reason why we saw Joe Root this morning was to really scuff it up on the one side. But it has been the morning for England again. South Africa could potentially have been 3 down. No ball from
What did you make
Brody?
of that? That was a no ball, was it?
Yeah, it was.
You couldn't see anything
It was a
behind the
no ball.
line. It was very tight, but bowlers shouldn't flirt. Were you a man who flirted with your crease?
Yeah.
Did you?
I'm not going to deny that.
Did you get wickets with no balls?
I was, yeah, for sure. I think I might have left myself between 12 and 13 short.
No, really?
It happens from time to time. But yeah, I think it is a big talking point, especially in the South African changing room for a long period of time. Rather put the foot a little bit further behind the line than rather flirt with it, because like this morning you've seen it. You don't want to find yourself in that situation, do you?
I mean, it's a tricky one. So people at home will say it's very simple. The crease is just there. Just go back a foot, if you like. But it's not as simple as that, is it? Because you're stretched towards the crease, I guess, regardless of where you start.
Well, that's why they sit on their couch and watch, and we out there.
Yeah.
Sometimes, when you bowl, you get yourself into some sort of rhythm and you just feel good. And, you every now and again sneak up on that line without even thinking about it. But yeah, it happens. But
The other thing is, people say, why are you getting anywhere near it? But we talk about an extra yard of pace. You want to be bowling as close to the batter as possible, don't you?
absolutely, yeah. You wanna give yourself that extra yard there as well. So, I mean, for me, I always try to get my toes on the line. So, when you do bowl the effort ball, you still have a couple of inches to play with.
Yep.
But there's one way of learning.
Yes.
And
Well, I
that's
say
the hard
that.
way for Broad this morning.
Yes. Well, he's not young, is he? Well, I suppose every day's a school day. 2 slips. 2 slips are in. Here comes Broad, and Markram pushes a shorter ball backwards square on the offside. It's picked up by Lees round about the point position. There's no run.
Broad is the 5th bowler used by England in this innings. The last time he was the 5th bowler used by England in a home test was at the Oval in 2009. In the second innings.
Well, you remember what happened in that test?
Ran through Australia, took 5 for 37. His first sort of great spell.
Well, Australia were in disarray. Yes.
That turned that Ashes game.
Had him, bowled him.
His first innings.
Yes. First innings.
Second innings as well.
5th bowler used. Well, I never. Here he is again, wide of the off stump, through to the keeper, no run. And England have managed to get to 5 bowlers quicker than normal, I would have thought. When did Broad come on?
21st over.
21st over. I wonder, Andy, might that be the earliest that a fifth bowler has been used in a Test innings, certainly at Old Trafford, for a match against South Africa.
I can find out if you really want. You asked that question.
Go on,
the manner
Andy.
that suggested that you didn't really want to know.
Go on, Andy. Create a stat for us.
Broad with headband on, coming in from the James Anderson end. Into Markram. And Markram just defends from the crease. Foolish ball, round about Midland leg. He's struggled for runs lately, Markram. His first 1,000 runs came in 10 Test matches, and his next 1,001 runs came in 13. Which was in this Test match, wasn't it?
Yes, in the first innings in this Test. Yeah, 1,000 runs in his first season, the 2017-18 international season. 4 centuries, including 2 against a very strong Australian attack. Thin returns since then.
Very short mid-on catching, very straight is in place. Broad is into Markram, edged and taken. Gone. Now, is it a no ball? This is what Broad's waiting to find out. Crawley with the catch. No one can quite believe it's a wicket just yet. But, well, Markram's going. He's been got out twice, really, by Broad. The umpires are coming together. I think this probably isn't a no ball. And South Africa are 54 for 3. It really has been England's morning. Their seamers have been imperious so far today. And Broad with his first wicket of the innings.
Yeah, they have been magnificent. Markram, a big blooming drive. And the struggle really continues for Markram. Wow.
Good catch by Crawley.
For England. It has been all England in this match. And again this morning, Broad Henderson into the action. And Markram has to make way for 6. South Africa, 54 for 3 at this moment.
It's not a great shot. It was a bit wide of off stump, driving at it, thick edge, and Crawley took it well at seconds, but went quite fast. Now, an interesting sight here is that of Rassie van der Dussen. You may recall has got a problem with the index finger on his left hand, but he has got his pads on, and this is a huge surprise to me. I thought that we probably wouldn't see him unless South Africa got close, but because he was in his training kit, wasn't he, only about 15-20 minutes ago, but he's decided he's going to get out there and play, and it will be difficult. He had a metal splint on that index finger, so I don't know whether he's had to take that off. It'd be very hard to get his hand inside those gloves, but this is a very brave display from Van der Dussen to come in with his side in such trouble.
Yeah, I suppose you don't have a choice.
I'm wincing already, Vernon, just to think, because it's the top hand. It's very hard. Now that we've just seen the replay, and there is a little bit behind the line. It's quite still very close for Broad. That front foot is not far away from being over the crease, but there is about half an inch worth of boot. Not a great shot from Markram when you're trying to save a game, chasing a wide one.
Yeah, you see, we just saw the umpire get confirmation in his ear, because these days the front foot can get checked by the TV umpire. And this time around, the foot was behind the line, or bits of it.
Enough of it.
You're still tight on that line, and you'd have had his heart in his mouth for a second there, Stewart Broad, when the umpires started looking at each other. But legal ball, and the demise of Aiden Markram, a struggling Aiden Markram, one have to say.
Just a word on the catch. Crawley's standing quite advanced at second slip because the pitch is a bit low, and so the slips and keeper are up, and Crawley is even more advanced. Now Broad's going, he's whipping the crowd up here. A Saturday Old Trafford crowd. And he's in to Van der Dussen. He lets us go to the keeper. There's no run. There's a bit of theatre, a bit of drama going on here now. Broad is the ideal man for this job.
Always beautiful when the crowd get involved.
Yeah, Lungi Ngidi spoke about it yesterday, actually. I asked him, a bit of a tough day in the dirt yesterday. He said, well, yeah. But actually, just to be playing in front of a large crowd and talk about the songs and how he was actually inspired by it himself, really enjoyed it. We don't get crowds quite as big for Test cricket in South Africa, generally. Here's Broad, a deafening roar. Van der Dussen plays and misses well. There's a a semi-appeal. The crowd giving it a lot more than the players.
I tell you what.
A tentative push. No run. End of the over. A successful one from Broad. 54 for 3.
I tell you what, with the crowd being that firmly behind the home team, being noisy, do you reckon umpire would hear an outside edge?
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Because that is vibrant, isn't it?
Well, you've played in India. I mean, that must be sometimes really tricky to sort of packed Wankhede Stadium, or...
Yeah, but I suppose that's more just noise, general noise, you know.
Right. Whereas this is a targeted...
The one thing I really loved about playing, especially in England, is, you know, when they start singing, when they start roaring, you know, there's some sort of drive behind the noise, you know what I mean? And yeah, it's always good to have played in England. Very often the crowd wouldn't be cheering for us, but
No.
Always good.
Seldom cheering for South Africa. Sorry about that. Robinson starts a new over to Peterson, who plays late, or makes a late decision to play. A ball outside the off stump and guides it to Leach at backward point. There's no run. Yes, the capacity for continuing to sing is very impressive. At Sydney in 2018, when England had lost the series 4-0, it was about 38 degrees, and the Barmy Army stayed for well over an hour and sang the same song over and over and over and over again.
Quiet practice ahead.
Yeah, it was extraordinary. Robinson into Peterson down the leg side, and folks cannot stop this. It bounced us in front of him. A definitely difficult take. He had to move to his left, and the ball's run away for 4. Was that signalled as buys? It was.
Yeah, this one kept extremely low.
It's done that a bit today, hasn't it? We saw a couple from Anderson really climb and get taken high. That one has bounced a couple of metres in front of folks on pitching. It just barely got more than 4 or 5 inches off the ground. So it's variable. We haven't seen any shoot through low on the line of the stumps yet, so there isn't that particular peril. Robinson in. That is on the line of the stumps, and is defended from the crease up to Anderson at mid-off. No run.
Also, one have to say that the England bowling method was probably to get an outside edge, because you've seen them just hanging it on about 5th stump, whereas normally with a reverse swinging ball you'd probably see the guys attacking the stumps a lot more. Certainly a guy that I played with, Dale Steyn, when he used to have a reverse swinging ball in hand, he used to make no fuss about it, that he's going for the stumps. And on your point of the ball squatting on the stumps, we wouldn't have seen it because they haven't used that ploy yet. It's probably the first one that Robinson has gone in at the stumps.
Robinson tends to want to go a little bit straighter, but I think with Markram they feel they can get him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Markram has been found out at international cricket, especially against India. Mohammad Semi really had to go with his pads.
Robinson into Peterson, who plays a controlled stabby pull that goes no more than about 20 yards in front of square on the onside, picked up by Pope running in, and it's another no ball, so 2 ball runs to the total. They do need to, I think, address this. There's quite a few no balls this morning. That's a big no ball. That's a serious one. That's 2 or 3 inches.
Yeah,
well over.
He has been bowling a couple, has Robinson.
I mean, I suppose he's just coming back into play.
Could be that he's not quite finding his rhythm.
He's also looks a lot fitter and leaner. I don't know, maybe he's running faster through the crease.
I was about to say, you suggest he's got an extra yard behind him?
Well, I wonder. He's adjusting to his new body. He's in now. That's hits the pads. Big appeal. He loves it. He loves it, does Robinson. I think it's going down. There's going to be a conclave, and I don't think they're going to go upstairs. No, they're not going to go upstairs. I think that was just angling down past leg stump. The timer's ticking down. Once it gets down to 0, we'll see a replay, and then we'll be able to give a more informed judgment.
Yeah, the naked eye, it looked good. With that reverse swinging ball. The ball is going quite a bit at the moment as well.
Yeah, a bit high
as well. Going down the leg side. It's always exciting stuff when the ball's reversing.
Van der Dusen out there with a dodgy finger. It's in, lets this go close to the off stump, and there's no run. Now for the next test match, I know it's a bit early to be talking about that because there's still 7 wickets to fall, or more, if England's bat again, but Van der Dusen, you wouldn't imagine would be fit for the Oval. I suppose he might be, but if it's broken, that's going to be tricky. And Aidan Markram's in a poor run of form. Who in the squad is knocking on the door to come in?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I think Ryan Rickleton probably one that will stand out. There's Kaya Zondo as well. I think with both of these batsmen, looking for a bit of form as well. Obviously, Van der Dussen has the injury to him now.
Robinson's in. Dan Doosan defends. Stabs the ball back up the wicket. Robinson fields off his own bowling. End of the over, 60 for 3. Van der Dussen yet to score. Peterson has 10. More thoughts on who might come in for South Africa from Vernon Philander, and then take you through the next 20 minutes with Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, I certainly feel Ryan Rickleton might be a good option. He's a left-hand batsman. He's been playing a bit of county cricket over here. Scored a couple of hundreds, so you'd understand the conditions. And then Kaya Zondo as well. But there's quite a lengthy break between this test match and the last one. Starts on the 8th of September. As we welcome Aggers.
Yeah, well, it's been an exciting morning. Lots going on.
So there's certainly a bit of time for Van der Dussen to recover if it's not a serious fracture.
I wonder, he's leaning on his bat down there, but he seemed to have a big metal splint on earlier on today, but somehow has managed to get that finger into his batting glove. Broad's on his way, bowls to Peterson. He's forward and looks actually behind him because that's taken an inside edge. And then the ball's rolled away into the leg side harmlessly, but Bairstow's there very quickly. Now he's revving up that big stand, particularly to our left there. He's clapping his hands, he's urging him to follow suit, and of course they're responding. They all love Johnny Bairstow. He got tremendous cheer this morning when he went out to practice. We're gathering down here at the early part of the day. Now Broad, his white bandana, is on his way again, arms pumping those long strides. Here he comes, bowls to Peterson. On the back foot he goes. Pushed away for Stokes, who doesn't pick it up at the first attempt, but he does at the second. Out there in the covers. And the buglers joining in as well, and quite right too. It's just that got sort of feel to it today. It just feels as if the crowd are expecting victory today. You feel that momentum.
Yeah,
that build themselves up for it.
They are firmly behind their team today, and rightfully so. England, they will have to win this test match to get themselves back into the series. And they are in a rather good position at the minute.
Broad again, just 2 slips. Moves in, bowls to Peterson, who's forward again nicely. Playing well actually. Getting on the front foot. Anderson fields at wide mid-off. It's such a challenge. We heard, if you're listening to Ben Stokes talking this morning, saying how difficult it is to start an innings when the ball is reverse swinging. And of course that's the challenge that all the South Africans have had so far. Getting in there, which way is it going to go? In, away, predominantly in.
Yeah.
It's been difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. And I suppose you're never really in as well against a reverse swinging ball, especially when bowlers have good control. So it is a tough period for South Africa this morning.
Peterson waits, Broad runs in again, bowls to him, pitched up, driven firmly, but fielded by Pope, who's at a short, straight mid-on, who's actually fielding on the pitch. And so, although that was well played, Pope was able to field that.
That is an interesting position, but I think the method behind it is to try and get the batsman to play the little square with the ball tailing back into the pad. So really ask him to play across the line of the ball. To
avoid the fielder, in other words. To avoid hitting it at him.
No, to bring LBW into play. So you're almost asking the batsman to play across the line of the ball coming back at him.
Broad again outside the off stump. Oh, it doesn't carry. Nasty one for Folkes to try and take.
It has been difficult behind the stumps for Folkes.
Yeah.
Couple of not carrying. Day 3 wicket. Glorious weather conditions here up in Manchester for the last 2 days. Should we say 2.5? After that first morning we had overcast conditions.
Yeah, very dry pitch now. Broad again. Past umpire Gaffney, bowls, and Peterson squared up, but he plays that well. From the crease, Broad fields, tosses the ball away. He's got a smile back on his face again. He certainly wasn't very happy when that first wicket of his was ruled a no ball. All sorts of chuntering going on. He didn't have to go at poor old umpire Illingworth, who was at square leg at the time and had nothing to do with it whatsoever. But there you go. You get yourself fired up, don't you? Fast bowlers sometimes need a bit of a prod to get you going.
We do get grumpy from time to time, but fortunately for him, he managed to get the same batsman out.
Yeah. So Jack Leach is coming on. And he's going to bowl from the Statham end, so he'll move away from us as he does so. We'll have a nice view of any spin and so on. He's got 2 right-handers at the crease. So makes sense this. Leach should come on and have a go now. There's 35 minutes to go before lunch on this third day. Great cheer there to our left. And inevitably it's for Johnny Bairstow, who's taken up position on the deep point boundary.
I suppose on the topic of reverse swing, you'll very often find that you'll have a small little window as seamers to make an impact. And remember fondly, Dale Steyn always used to tell me, once the ball's reversing at its best, that you want to utilize 8 to 10 overs to give it your all, to give it high energy spell.
All right.
And it's been really impressive this morning from England.
Because what happens after that? It goes a bit soft and
the ball gets softer.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously, if the ball starts reversing in the 16th over, that is early in the modern day, but conditions are very dry out here, and we've seen them utilize Joe Root this morning to get the ball scuffed up on the one side, so they've had the tactics worked out England.
Leach then, his first ball of the day is a poor one. It's down the leg side. And Van der Dussen just looks at that, and folks can't take it cleanly. So what they've got a slip and a short leg, and then backward point, deep point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, fairly straight mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg. As Leach bowls and Van der Dussen's on the back foot. He's quite happy to hit that with a bit of a punch, so would augur reasonably well for that finger, you'd think.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you'd feel the impact of the ball onto the bat if it was that serious.
Leach bowls, and he's forward this time, and the ball rolls away for Leach to pick up. He's got his shirt hanging out as Jack, tucked into his trousers. Doesn't need to worry him too much. He's walking back, spinning himself a catch. 60 for 3 is the score. Both openers out, and Markram as Leach bowls, and Van der Dussen, who's got this injured finger, comes onto the front foot. Leach picks it up and again busily polishes the ball. He walks back to his mark. All sorts of movement and comings and goings up there to our left. You can't help but have your eyes drawn in that direction as Leach now bowls short, and that's clumped away off the back foot for Bairstow, who'll get a big cheer. There you go. Straightforward piece of fielding. He's got those thousands of people sitting behind him. He'll be loving it. Well, Johnny?
Yeah, it's always good when the crowd cheer you on as well.
Oh, yes. You don't want to make a mistake,
of course.
Yes, you don't want to make a mistake.
He's been in a great vein of form of late, Johnny Bairstow.
Stokes quite close there, mid-off now, as Peterson squared up by this ball that turns a little from Leach to end his first over. 61 for 3. South Africa are 203 runs behind. There's half an hour to go until lunch on this third day. It's a beautiful morning stroke afternoon here now. The sun's shining, a cloud around, but it's very warm. It's a perfect day for anything really, I suppose. Whatever you're up to, whether you're driving around and enjoying an afternoon in the garden or getting your lunch ready or whatever it might be, it's just a beautiful day up here in Manchester at any rate. And I hope it is wherever you're listening to us today. Van der Dussen twiddles his bat. Broad's going to bowl to him again with this short, straight mid-on fielder who's Pope. Broad again. Hungry for wickets, comes in and bowls to Van der Dussen, who allows that through. And again, poor old Folkes is sitting on his backside there because it was the only way really that he could get himself in a position to take that, because it was going to bounce horribly just in front of him a second time. And he's still sitting there, he's chatting to Crawley. I'm not sure what else he can do really, because you can't go and stand up to the wicket for Broad.
No, absolutely not, but it's almost like the ball's just dying off the surface, losing pace, not quite getting to the wicket keeper. So from a seam bowling perspective, you probably want to be in at those pads.
Here's Broad from the far end, bowls. Van der Dussen covers up. Pope fields close by there, mid-on.
You can see Tulloch really working hard on that ball, signing it. They would know the importance of the next sort of 8 overs. Both teams have identified once they get to over number 35, they feel comfortable that they can bat for longer periods of time. So the danger period will be up until at over number 35.
And comes Broad again, bowls short, and he's paddled that round the corner. Catch it, they yell. But there's nowhere near Leach. Simply picks the ball up after it ricocheted from the boundary, and they take the boundary. So that's down at least to a deficit now of 199, so it's below 200. The fifth boundary in the innings, 65 for 3.
He wasn't quite in control of this, Rassie van der Dussen. Bit of a top edge, probably didn't expect the bouncer with reverse swing on display. Good option from Broad. 4 fortunate runs you'd feel for Rassie van der Dussen.
Again, he took it on though, didn't he? I mean, we're looking at this finger and the question of his injury. Doesn't seem to be bothering him at all at the moment. 65 for 3. There's a man out a deep square leg now as well. Should Broad try that short ball again? Here he comes, bowls, and inside edge into the pad there as Van der Dussen stretches forward. Anderson picks the ball up at mid-off and immediately starts to work on it.
He seems to be okay with that finger, because normally what used to happen is if the ball hits you hard on the bat, you'll get to start the lawnmower by the way you take your hand off the bat.
Yep.
We haven't seen that as yet, so seems to be comfortable.
Just looking at it on the television there, he's got some extra padding or some extra room in the glove, I think, for some sort of splint that he might have on. 65 for 3. Broad on his way, bowls, Van der Dussen, nibbles and then withdraws the bat, but all a bit late. That is definitely played at it. Again, it kept low. The wicketkeeper's nightmare this is turning out to be at the moment. You just got to pray that if the edge is found, that it is actually going to carry to you, but that was about as low as it could be.
Yeah, that's a little tempter from Stuart Broad. Bowled it a lot fuller than the rest of the over. Rassie van der Dussen tempted to play at it, but left it in the last second.
65 for 3. Here's Broad, moves in, bowls, and displays that carefully back up the pitch again, and Pope fields it, tosses the ball away straight to Joe Root, who's the head polisher, shiner, ball protector, whatever you want to call him at the moment, and he's rubbing away on those trousers. Because, as Victor appreciated early on, the ball reverse swinging from an extraordinarily early stage, even in those few overs of last night. And it's been interesting watching them go about their business today with in-swing and out-swing. Victor.
It's been a very composed performance, this, hasn't it?
Yep.
It's been quite clinical, not over-aggressive in terms of field settings, but just preying on the batsmen, giving them no respite. All the seamers on target, occasionally overstepping, but apart from that, very, very good.
There's Leach, and he bowls, and Peterson plays off the back foot. This runs away to Crawley's left hand there at cover, but there is no run. And yeah, they get another one before lunch in this half hour. I'd consider that to be a really, really good morning. On this third day still, as Leach still with his shirt hanging out, goes round the wicket, bowls, spearing it into the leg stump, and Peterson this time goes into the leg side and tips it away to Lees, fielding at mid-wicket. Leach again, moves in, tosses it up, Peterson forward. Leach can feel that off his own bowling. He's changed his approach a bit, as Leach.
He runs very straight.
Not straight, but he used to really pick his knees up like he was wading through sand as he started his run. There's much less of that now. It's just a gentle little trot, and that's short-edged. He's got it away through slip, and a chase for Broad down to third man. I think about the third, they won't quite get there. Van der Dussen says no. That didn't go where Peterson intended it, but the ball was short and wide, so asking to put away somewhere. And Leach waits for the ball to be returned via Root as usual, keeping their hands and the ball as dry as they possibly can with these little towels poking out from the back of their trousers. Leach bowls, that's a better ball, bringing Peterson forward, the line around about middle and leg. But no excessive attacking field, so there's no gully, or there are a couple on the drive though, mid-off and short extra cover. Leach bowls again a bit short. Back goes Peterson, clips it away for Crawley to field in the covers. And there's no run. It's 67 for 3. Van der Dussen has 5. Peterson has 12. And the men today, well, Elgar was spectacularly bowled by Anderson in the 4th over of the morning. He was bowled for 11. Afia was caught by Foakes off Robinson for 25, so both openers gone with a score at 39, and then Markram, having been bowled by a Broad no ball, was then caught by Crawley at second slip off Broad for 6. That was 54 for 3. Very challenging for these South African batsmen. Tremendous crowd support behind England, of course. Stokes is shuffling his field around. He's got Leeds is in a funny old place down here. Let's describe it in a second. Broad's on his way, bowls, and Van der Dussen's edged it past second slip. It would have gone to third, but whether it would have carried is a moot point, I'm not entirely sure. But it goes through third man for 4 runs. Now, would that have carried to third slip? We've got Ben Stokes with his hands on his knees, who's square on there. He'd have seen where this landed. It felt like it was low, but what do you think?
I don't think it would have carried, but you get an edge like that, the scoreboard looking as it does, I'm just thinking, rather than the quite zany short square cover, I think I'd still prefer the third slip for the edge.
Yeah, I think the zanier one is Lee's, actually.
Yeah.
Short third man here. Here's Broad bowling, a ball that cuts back. Oh, now that has hurt Van der Dussen. That did hurt him. It was on the back foot, climbing. Yeah, he's in pain there. That, as I'd say, rattled about the splice of the bat, high up.
Left hand must be the one that's damaged, I think.
And he's felt that. I'm sure if we had an injection in there to try and ease the pain, but that's hit high on the bat. It's vibrated. Nasty. 71 for 3. Some discussions with Broad and Robertson actually about the field down there. Well, we learned in the West Indies that Robertson actually has got one of those great analytical minds for dismissing batsmen. He gave a PowerPoint demonstration in the West Indies of how to get the West Indian batsmen out and so on. Then comes Broad from the far end, bowls, and Van der Dussen again takes that hand away. So he plays a defensive stroke. Broad walks back to his mark again. 71 for 3, so a good morning for England, but they would like one more, I'm sure, before the interval.
Third slip coming in there.
Yeah. He's thinking about a short leg too and trying to really unsettle Van der Dussen with this injured finger. Is Broad again, moves in, bowls wide of the off stump now. And we can leave that with some relief. It's collected by Foakes, who now looks at his hand and wrings it. Root's got a very red stripe down the back of his right leg where he's been polishing and polishing and polishing. Sometimes get a bit of sort of friction burn. You sort of get the heat going on the ball. You can feel it through your trousers. 3 slips lined up. Here comes Broad from the far end. Is there any bowls? Oh, Van der Dussen was in a bit of a mess there. Again, he took his hand away from the bat, but still managed to play the ball into the leg side and takes a single.
Almost played it one-handed, didn't he, with a sort of top spin tennis shot. But he's got a single, but he's clearly discomforted. It's a brave effort to be out there at number 5, not going down the order even.
Seemed to start off all right, but there was one ball from Broad in this over that has just really rattled him. 72 for 3. He's on 10. though. He's leaning on his bat. Peterson has faced 40 balls now for his 12. Here's Broad. Over the wicket, bowls. Peterson stretches rather for this. Plays the ball out to point. And there is no run. So it's the end of the over. Simon Mann's coming in here after thoughts, I think, from Andy Zoltzman actually, and then Victor.
South Africa are going to need one of their occasional epics of resistance to escape from this game, and they have a great tradition of batters playing incredibly slowly in pursuit of a draw. Looking at the slowest innings of 200 or more balls, South Africa has 3 recent entries in the top 6. That's over the last 10 years, and 2 of them were by A.B. de Villiers, one of the most brilliant attacking players of all time, another by Hashim Amla, a superb player across all formats. Amla, the slowest recorded innings of 200 or more balls in tests.
It's going to be Leach to bowl with 20 minutes to go until lunch. 72 for 3. England have had a very good morning. Leach goes in, and forward goes Van der Dusen, playing into the onside, picked up at short leg.
Amla had a 25 off 244 balls against India. De Villiers in 4th and 6th place on the list. 43 off 297 against India, and 33 off 220 against Australia. He has another entry in the top 20 as well, De Villiers.
Here is Leach bowling, and forward goes Van der Dusen, plays that way on the offside towards backward point. There's no run. I'm tempted to say it's a shame for South Africa he's not playing then.
Well, it is, but it shows what can be achieved, and not so much shutting up shop as just dismantling the entire shop.
The most glorious stroke maker the world's seen for a long time.
Leach bowls Van der Dusen right back into his stumps there. The old French cricket shot coming in from Van der Dusen. Pads in front of the stumps, and the bat out in front of the pads. Leach spins himself a catch. He's in his 6th over. Van der Dusen has a look round the field. There's a look over towards the leg side. England have a man 3/4 the way back for a miscued sweep. It's very full from Leach, driven by Van der Dusen to mid-wicket, picked up by Lees, and there's no run. Overcast, well, a bit overcast at Old Trafford. The sun's disappeared for now. Mainly blue sky. That's white fluffy clouds up there as well. Nice day to watch cricket. Not too hot, but also nice temperature as well. And South Africa battling. Really tough assignment for them though. Leach bowls. Van der Dusen squeezes forward there, thick inside edge. Diving save by Pope at short leg to his right hand side. I also remember South Africa, Gary Kirsten played a monumental innings in Durban. Got a double 100 in a block there to save a game, and Neil Mackenzie at Lords as well. That was a game when South Africa were well behind, had to really dig deep to save the match. I think 1 or 2 got hundreds in that innings. Leach pauses and then goes in and bowls, and Van der Dusen is right forward again, taking one hand off the bat there as he played it back down the pitch, picked up by Leach, and there is no run. It's the end of what felt like a maiden over. Indeed it was.
Yeah, that match in 2008 at Lords, England made 593 for 8 declared. Peterson 152, Ian Bell 199, agonisingly short of a double century. South Africa bowled out for 247. A wicket for Jimmy Anderson, 2 for Stuart Broad.
So they were about 260 behind on first innings there then, weren't they, by rough calculation? That's a few more.
No, much more actually, so 346 behind.
346, okay.
Followed on and made 393 for 3 in 167 overs. Graham Smith 107, Neil Mackenzie 138 off 447, and Amla 104 not out of 242.
So those who've gone before have shown the way. Broad bowls to Peterson, who pushes into the offside, short of Anderson at mid-off, and through for a single. 73 for 3.
A rather more experienced and higher quality batting line. As mentioned earlier on, Dean Elgar's the only South African player currently ranked in the top 40 test batters in the world. England also have 3 entries in the top 6. Jack Russell's famous resistance alongside Mike Atherton, Johannesburg in the start of December 1995. He made 29 not out of 235 balls. Joss Butler in Adelaide last winter battled for over 4 hours before being out for 26 off 207.
There's Broad, arms pumping, goes in, bowls to Van der Dusen, who just about gets down on that delivery. Seemed to keep a bit low. Bent at the knee, played it back to the bowler. And Broad picked up and walked back to his mark. He was at a hit wicket in the end, wasn't he? He trod on his stumps from memory. And that really did keep low, just seeing the replays. It's harder for us to tell when the bowling is from that far end because you're obscured, the ball is obscured by the batter. He did well to keep that out, didn't he?
He did. It was little more than ankle height, that last one.
Buttler's hit wicket off Jai Richardson. And the other entry in the top 6, the only one not in a fourth innings rearguard, Kent legend, former teammate and lifelong friend of Vic Marks, Chris Tavares.
Where was that one?
And Chennai, 35 off 240 in the second innings of the match. Proper cricket.
Broad. Bowls to Van der Dusen outside the off stump. Nothing from Van der Dusen through to wicketkeeper Folkes. So that was in the second innings of the game. That was just... It's worth having a look at that.
What response to a big score, I presume.
India 481 for declared.
Right.
Double century for Gundappa Viswanath. 140 for Yashpal Sharma. Yeah. England 328 in reply.
So they just tried to dig in, did they, presumably? Or Chris Tavares tried to dig in.
Well, you succeeded up to a point.
Broad bowls. Van der Dusen plays that out towards forward square leg. A thickish inside edge on that. It's coming across the pads there. It's testing bowling. It has been all morning from England. South Africa just about resisting, but they're in big trouble here.
And when you get uneven bounds, you look to try and bowl a bit straighter. Yeah. You know, the LBW, the scuttler that might hit the stumps. First innings, you're always looking for outside edges, extra bounce, slip cordon, but a bit straighter. Second innings.
73 for 3. Broad moves in with quarter an hour to go until lunch. Bowls to Van der Dusen, and he gets the ball outside the off stump, which he pushes away towards cover, and there's no run. So did England draw that game in which Chris Tavares made that, what was it, 38 in...
They did draw. It's the 5th of a 6-test series. India won the first test.
Oh, that horrible series?
The remaining 5 are all drawn.
There's Keith Fletcher was catching, wasn't he?
Yeah. Gooch made 127 off 181. He was first out with the score at 155 for one, having made 127. So he mentioned Zach Crawley's 77 in Sydney being the second most runs an England opener that made out of the first 100. Gooch set the record in that innings alongside Tavares.
Broad goes into bowl to Van der Dusen, full outside the off stump, dug out towards mid-on, and there's no run. So you've got, well, I'll use the word, but I don't particularly like it. You've got Bazball over there on one side, and then you've got that test series between England and India, or India and England, on sort of the polar opposite. One's the Arctic and one's the Antarctic, or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it must have been. I wasn't there, obviously, and India 1-0 up, and then they were...
The first test was quite an interesting game, wasn't it? Lots of wickets falling in Bombay, as it was then, from memory, and then it just got horrible.
And then the pitches got deader, the cricket, the over rate got slower, both sides, I think.
9 overs an hour with spinners.
Yeah, it must have been awful.
I wonder if there was...
Folkes' last tour, wasn't it?
That I can't remember, but
he finished. It was. He came home slightly early.
I wonder whether it was televised in those days.
Not in England. No,
it wasn't in England.
It would have been in India, I'm sure.
I presume, yeah.
And they would have probably had 85,000 in Calcutta to watch it. I think there was still a great enthusiasm for Test cricket.
Here goes Root. Bowls a low full toss. Root into the attack before lunch. It's driven through the vacant mid-off area. That was not a great delivery, and easily put away towards the long off boundary by Keegan Peterson. Nice gift. 77 for 3.
I think there were still big crowds then for Test matches. In a sense that one-day cricket didn't really take off in India. They didn't really like one-day cricket that much, and then, of course, they won the World Cup in 1983, and suddenly it was embraced.
So that tour was
81, I think.
Root bowls full, driven by Peterson towards...
Or 81 too.
It was 81 too, so it was after the 81 Ashes, which Mike Brearley had ended up as captain, but then stepped down and Fletcher captain that winter.
I remember listening to it on the radio at the time. Here's Root bowling very wide off stump. Peterson reaches for it and drives it through extra cover for more runs. Bairstow chasing around the boundary, will pick it up inside the rope. The outfield not the quickest here at Old Trafford this week, and then he hurls in a return into the surface, a bit like you would in a one-day match. A big roar for Bairstow's fielding there.
I imagine it might have been quite a challenging tour to commentate on.
Yes, I think so.
I suspect Henry would have been there. but I don't know. But I think he was covering it for the Guardian.
Well, Peter Baxter would have been producing, wouldn't he? I'm pretty sure Peter would have been involved. Well, he'll remember. He might well be listening. Hello to you, Peter, if you are. Root bowls clipped away towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, 9 overs now with the spinners on. It does test to you, that, doesn't it? Well, it got tonight. It wasn't.
Something tells me Henry might have been there, because I think I was in Australia that winter playing grade cricket, and I'd read Henry inevitably in the Australian in reporting, but and he might be working for the Guardian then on that tour. I'm not sure. But yes, it was quite a long tour, I think.
Yes, 5 dull Test matches.
Well, Ian was there, Bosun was there, and scored runs, but.
Root ran the wicket now to bowl to Peterson. Peterson digs out full delivery, plays it towards straight mid-wicket, and there is no run. 79 for 3. South Africa 185 runs behind still. They've lost Elgar for 11, Avir for 25, and Markham for 6 today. 1 for Anderson, 1 for Robinson, 1 for Broad. Here is Root, who opened the bowling this morning. Tosses that one up, flicked away by Peterson, back with a square. And they're through for a single. That's a nice looking shot. Just settle it down a bit, these two. Actually, Van der Dusen 10, Peterson 20. Made England wait. It might be a day or an afternoon for patience.
Looks like Leach is going to have a go from the Anderson end. That was, I don't know whether that was just a change of ends Root was bringing. It was not quite on target, and it just relieved the pressure a little bit. Peterson able to pick up some runs, slightly over pitching. It's still a pretty blameless track, actually. We haven't seen much spin. I think one ball from Root jumped early on when he started the day's play. Other than that, I haven't seen much to worry about.
The other thing we haven't seen, Victor, we haven't seen Stokes with the ball. I wonder whether that knee's an issue, or whether he just thinks, actually, I've got 5 other bowlers who are perfectly capable of doing the job today, and the 3 seamers bowl well, and Root is an option on a dry pitch, and so too is Leach, who goes in now and bowls, and forward goes Keegan Peterson, pushing out in front of his pad there, playing that towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Leach bowling with a short leg and a slip, and then 5 saving 1, deep backward square leg. Leach bowling from the Anderson end of the ground in warm afternoon sunshine. Bowls to Peterson, who's back. Off the back foot, playing it towards mid-wicket, very carefully there. And there is no run. These two came together at 54 for 3 in the 23rd over. So batted a long time together, 10 overs, but just shown some resilience. Leach to Peterson, who goes back. That was a rather flirty shot. It almost looks as if he's giving himself some room there, and he played it away towards short third. It might have been off the edge. Again, the keeper focus is obscuring us. Let's have a look at this. That did turn. Yeah, we did poke at it, actually. He sort of followed it. Leach bowls. Peterson right back again, playing this to short leg.
Playing a lot by Pope. He's a little man, Peterson, and that might explain partly why he's playing a lot off the back foot. There's nothing wrong in that. Keep hitting it. It's slightly frustrating for the bowler who wants to keep just lunging a bit.
Leach to Peterson. He's right back again there, defending a ball on off stump. The pad was there, so too the bat. Leach was ready to shout for LBW, but Peterson hit it again, as you're expected to do as a batter. 80 for 3. Leach bowls. Peterson forward, a half forward, playing to extra cover, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 80 for 3, and we might be in for a bit of gritty cricket this afternoon. Normally Peterson, I think, is an elegant stroke player. We saw Van der Dusen earlier in the summer play, I think, one of the best innings of the summer, actually, in that roasting heat
up in Durham.
Yeah, Chester Street. It was unbelievable. We talked about it a bit, actually, early in this Test series.
You were exhausted commentating.
Well, it was hot. We had some air conditioning, but even then it still warmed up. But the spectators who braved that day, I mean, people stuck at it. They really did. Van der Dusen was batting in the heat of the afternoon, made 100, big 100 as well, or sizable 100. It wasn't just 100; it was 130 odd. but had to run so many of his runs and run everybody else's runs as well. I mean, it was a phenomenally gritty innings. Root bowls to him, and Van der Dusen plays that towards short leg. So I don't think he is short of drive, determination,
Resolve.
grit, resolve, all those adjectives. Here is Van der Dusen.
Nouns, actually.
Nouns. I'm just thinking about that, actually. No, you're right. You're right to correct me. Because if you didn't, about 150 people on Twitter would have done. Yeah. All those things. Yeah. It was a gritty innings.
Yes.
Gritty, adjective, describing the noun. Here is Root bowling to Van der Dusen, who plays it to mid-wicket. And there's no run. I did pause. I thought, no, I've got that wrong.
I know you don't mind me correcting you now and again. It cheers me up as well.
Good. 80 for 3. Now Root was bowling around the wicket. He's going to go over the wicket now. Van der Dusen brushes away some debris. And Root is fiddling with his field. What does he want here? He wants Robinson to go from back of a square leg about 20 yards behind him for, I don't know, top edge sweep, something like that.
I guess so.
Yeah. Root bowls to Van der Dusen, wide of off stump, cracked for 4. It was a long half volley, that. There's been a few gifts actually from Root in this spell, and that was another one.
I don't feel he's bowled much lately. And that was right in the slot, and damaged finger or not, he could punch that, probably using quite a bit more bottom hand than normal, through extra cover. A gift.
84 for 3. Van der Dusen to 14. And Root bowls to him, and he squeezes that one back down the pitch, and Root bends down to pick up. Nothing really from Root actually in terms of menace. It's not spinning, is it?
Not really. Not so far.
The worry for South Africa, the problem for them is the variable bounce. Here's Root bowling. Van der Dusen playing French cricket with that. Plays it way into the onside. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. 84 for 3. Van der Dusen has battled away for 38 balls with this damaged finger. And Peterson is 20 from 54. Van der Dusen 14 not out. I mean, would he play at the Oval, Van der Dusen? He's obviously in pain. It just shows actually what you can do, but you might have had injection. But of course you've got a field as well, haven't you? That's the other thing. It's all very well batting with your gloves on and toughing it out because you're selected in the side. But
I mean, I don't think you can. If you've got a broken finger, you can valiantly come out and bat in the second innings. But I don't think you can start a fresh match with a broken finger.
Depends how badly it's broken, I suppose. Some do, don't they? They seem to
keep it out, but
hide it. Yeah. Here is Leach bowling. That one spins. Peterson tries to flick it away, and went off the pad away into the offside. That one gripped, but the line was wrong, if you like, or the line was unhelpful in terms of really threatening a wicket there. 84 for 3. Leach with Root in at slip and a short leg in as well. Bowls to Peterson again. He goes down the leg side. He's looking to probably spin one across Peterson there. That was a bit too full. Peterson was able to resist it. So he's looking to bowl sort of leg stump and turn it across Peterson. Well, he was in those two deliveries. And again there, actually, in Peterson's right back, sort of crab-like defence on the back foot. Plays it away into the onside towards mid-wicket.
Just wants one to scuttle, because he really is going back to a lot of deliveries that most people would be pushing forward to.
Leach tries once more. That's Fuller, and eased away by Peterson. Very well stopped by Crawley at extra cover. Away to his left. Nicely struck by Peterson. It was almost a half volley, that one, from Leach.
Moving the field here, there and everywhere.
5 close catches, 2 short extra covers, a leg slip, a short leg, a slip. We are moving towards lunch. How many balls left in the over? 2. We might have time for one more. Leach spins himself a catch, goes in, bowls to Peterson down the leg side. An appeal for a catch from Folkes. He was the only one. That would have been a real strangle, that one.
It would have been well taken too, actually. It kept a bit low down the leg side. I think he was so pleased by the take, he thought he might have an appeal here and it could have brushed something, but I think if it brushed anything, Probably the pad, but
Leach bowls, and it's firmly played in defence by Peterson back up the offside of the pitch, and there's no run. That's the end of the over, and I think we will have time for one more over before lunch. So this morning South Africa have progressed. Well, progressed, is that the right word? 23 for no wicket to 84 for 3. England have made the progress really, picking up those 3 wickets, including the 2 openers.
yeah. Good little partnership though, this. Van der Dussen came in, you knew he was hampered, you thought this could be a bit of a procession here. But if they hang on there, they will have had a good 40 minutes, South Africa, if nothing else.
Right, here's Root round the wicket again to Van der Dussen, and that goes through everybody. It's going down towards the boundary, and this is going to be 4 byes. He bowled it into the dirt outside the right-hander's leg stump, and Van der Dussen allowed it to go through, and it kept low, and folks couldn't get across and stop it. 88 for 3. It's not been a really, it underlies, it's really not been a good spell this from Root.
He's a bit rusty, I think.
Hasn't had a great deal of control, got a few pies. 88 for 3. Root bowls to Van der Dussen, sort of round arm delivery. Van der Dussen playing French cricket again. He probably could have padded that away because it pitched outside leg stump. You've got to be a bit careful though, because with the off-break ball around the wicket, you can straighten one.
Yeah.
3 close catches. Root bowls full. Van der Dussen blocks it. Root bends down to pick up. You can see England not starting the afternoon session with 2 spinners.
Yes, I think that's right.
South Africa did that yesterday, and it cost them a bit actually. I don't think England will make that same mistake. Root bowls. Van der Dussen plays that carefully to Pope at short leg. They'll want to use the quicker bowlers after lunch, I imagine.
Well, I think they might have Leach.
Leach might one, but it's going to be you'll be pace at the other end, won't it?
What's about he tucks it? We haven't seen his leg break yet. I'm backing him to let one go.
Root bowls, and that isn't the leg break. It's defended by. Sorry?
Last ball, leg break.
It's defended by Van der Dussen back up the pitch, and there's no run. Root going round the wicket, now he's over the wicket again. Last ball before lunch, 88 for 3. Root tosses that right up, and Van der Dussen, he could have hit that for 4 or 6 actually. He could have hit that for 6 if he wanted to. It was the last ball before lunch. He got a slightly damaged hand. He dead batted a very full ball just outside the off stump, and that's the end of the morning session. Good tussle in that, well, all morning actually, and England winning most of the rounds until the last half an hour, 40 minutes. And actually what South Africa did there is what they really needed to do on the first day. They were 3 down, and then they couldn't quite make it till they lost those 2 quick wickets to Stokes. Both were, there was the marginal LBW, and then there was the loose shot to a long hop. And what South Africa have done here is they got to lunch only 3 down. If they got to lunch 3 down on the first day, then this Test match may be taking a very different shape. But then it's all ifs and buts, and sport don't really count for very much. But England, I think, will be pretty happy with what they've achieved this morning, Victor.
I mean, they'd certainly be happy, I think, particularly with the seamers. They all seem to be in good rhythm. Anderson, exceptional, really. Just doing the basics, a little flicker of movement there. Just getting some... I mean, the dismissal of Elgar was the most memorable moment, I think, where he got a few just going away from the left-hander, and then the straight ball becomes especially deadly, and it kept a little bit low, and the off stump went right over the ground, and South Africa's best batsman was gone, and he celebrated a big smile on his face. We don't always see it with Anderson in the middle there. Broad was on target when he replaced him. Robinson looks pretty comfortable, few no balls, but other than that he looks comfortable back in the team. He looks like a Test bowler. We've seen that before in England especially. And they're pleased to have him back in the fold, I'm sure. The spinners didn't get much purchase, so they were played quite easily by Van der Dussen and Peterson. So
it's weird, isn't it? I mean, I explain it as an old spinner, well, a former spinner, not an old spinner, a former spinner. How you can see Harmer yesterday, he absolutely ripped one, didn't he? And yet And the ball has turned early in the match, and yet nothing much there on a pitch that you think would be even drier, would spin a bit more.
Sometimes
today.
they sort of just get slower, don't they? Lose life. The pitch loses life, and so if there is turn, it becomes slower. Sometimes when you strive, you're desperate to make that ball turn. You're not relaxed enough. And no matter how hard you try, it just doesn't seem to grip. Whereas sometimes you can sometimes come on in the first few balls, you're just relaxed. You're not looking to spin the ball, you're just looking to land it. Gordon Bennett, it turns quite a lot, and you get excited, and then it stops.
It stops. Yeah.
I think what usually also happens is if, for example, Leach picks up a wicket, then he relaxes a bit, and it's more likely to happen. He might even bowl a little bit more slowly occasionally, which might help. We'll wait and see, but the battle is still on. But England, were pretty good in that, and they retained the initiative without any doubt. We still think it might end today, but some fight in the last 45 minutes or so from South Africa. One of the batsmen basically using one hand.
Yeah. Well, Van der Dusen is 14 not out. KP is 20 not out. Keegan Peterson. Elgar out for 11. Bowled Anderson, one that kept low, knocked his off stump out. Evere caught by Folkes off Robinson for 25, feathered through to the keeper, and then Markram, big drive, not a great shot, caught by Crawley, second slip off Broad for 6. The men out, 84 for 3. Anderson 7 overs 2 maidens, 1 for 15, efficient and accurate as usual. Robinson 10 overs 3 maidens, 1 for 26. Leach 8 overs 4 maidens, no wicket for 6. Tidy. Root 5 overs 2 maidens, no wicket for 16, a few pies in there. And Broad 6 overs 2 maidens, 1 for 16. So 84 for 3 South Africa at lunch. How many runs are they behind? Is it 180?
176, I think.
So it's going to be spin to start from the James Anderson end. Jack Leach. We thought we might see him first over of the day, perhaps. Well, it had to be in the second over of the day, because he bowled the last over of the day, but he was held back. Joe Root mysteriously bowled 2 overs at the start from the Brian Statham end, and has bowled some more since then. I was rather expecting we might see a burst of Anderson, perhaps, or Robinson, but Stokes has gone straight for Leach after lunch. What do you make of that move, Phil Tufnell?
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, it hasn't particularly worked, has it, the spin bowling effort? We all thought it was going to turn into an absolute dust bowl, but the South African spinners didn't particularly make use of it, and England spinners haven't bowled great this morning.
Leach in, forward comes Peterson, defends the first ball after lunch to Crawley.
I think they've bowled slightly wrong lines. I think Joe Root bowled too full for a start off, and I think Jack's just bowled a touch too straight, perhaps.
Here he is again, goes back to his crease as Peterson and cuts first runs after lunch. Gets that through backward point. They'll saunter back for a second run. Alex Lees tidies up. 90 for 3.
Sometimes. Sometimes when you sort of expect something to happen, it's not the people you expect to do it, is it? And it feels like that
Peterson
on this pitch.
Right. To his crease, defends into the offside, picked up by Folkes. No run. Well, it's true. I mean, is there also added pressure? You'd have been in this situation many times where you're the only spinner, and here's a pitch that seems to turn. Maharaj got one yesterday.
Yeah.
Pitch outside leg and miss off.
Yeah. So you're just really waiting for that. You've just got to be patient and ignore that pressure.
Second slip comes in, forward comes Peterson. There's no run.
See, I quite like, I mean, obviously I liked it when it was turning, but I quite liked it when sort of like, oh, well, the seamer should do them here, and then you come on and you get one, and, the other one scuffs along the deck or something.
Leach in, that's driven back to Leach into the ground first and pouched safely.
And you end up getting sort of 3 or 4 for out of nowhere, and you sort of go, oh, yeah, that's sometimes, as you say, when the expectation is on your shoulders, it sometimes affects you.
Back into his crease goes Peterson. The ball that turns a bit, but it was too wide to trouble Peterson. So, end of an over 2 runs from it. Straight after lunch, Rassie van der Dusen is out there.
In pain.
In grotesque pain. And It's quite tricky to watch because he winces after every ball. Hands come off the bat, different hands sometimes.
Yes, here we go, a bit of Anderson.
Right, so Anderson from the Statham end seems a bit ungrateful.
Yeah, and went all that trouble naming it.
Trouble. Yes.
Big plaque made out of it and everything, and all statues and everything. He's bowling at the other end.
He's not on the honours board, but he is.
No, he's not.
Emblazoned across the ground.
How funny is that? Hasn't got a fifer at Old Trafford out of all the fifers he's got.
But you know, I wonder if it's not quite his surface in a way. I mean, it often benefits the taller bowlers, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, it's hard. It's usually hard and bouncy. Yeah, you usually get a bit of.
Yeah.
Oh, my chair's going down. All right, what's going on?
It is. You're sinking. You're sinking. Keeps on going like this. You go actually through to the next floor. oh, steady. You're taking the studio out with you. It's all happening. It's like the Titanic in here.
It's not very like the Titanic.
Well,
what phase of the Titanic's existence are we talking about?
I mean,
when it's sinking.
the initial sink. Yeah. I mean, we're not at the other more catastrophic stage. As Anderson prepares, now he's got funky mid on and a funky mid off.
Umbrella.
Yes, 2 slips. Here he is into Van der Dusen, who defends and then takes his left hand off the bat.
Yep.
And the ball goes to one of those two. So we got Pope in at sort of funky mid on.
And just a nasty streak of me's coming out now a little bit.
Oh, yes.
I apologise because, why not bowl your quickish bowlers? Because every time he does play that shot with the bat, he takes his hand off. With the spinners, he's sort of, it's okay. So
Stokes a bouncer barrel.
Well, yeah, I know.
He got Irvia, didn't he? But Test cricket is nasty.
Well,
not for the faint of heart.
No, it's not. And if you're out there, you're fair game.
Here is Anderson into Van der Dusen, who gets one swings, a little bit of reverse swinging back in, and he defends on the front foot to Stokes, who's at the funky mid off. So what I mean by funky is they're extremely straight, and they're about 5 yards advanced from the crease towards the batter.
Well, you said this earlier, didn't you? When the ball starts keeping low a little bit, usually the men behind the pitch
come to the front.
Come in front of the batsman. Yes.
Well, we've got another one. We've got a sort of catching mid-wicket, a shortish mid-wicket who's quite square. Mid-on is quite wide. And there's a backward point and a deep backward square leg. Don't know when he'll come into play. Anderson in, and that's full and pushed into the offside. And again, Van der Dusen's left hand comes off the bat. So a very brave effort. When he's come in at 5, he could have paused a little longer, but he's gone in at his natural position.
I see what you did there. Paused. Well, but I mean, the game kind of would have been up perhaps then, wouldn't it? If you're going to do it, you may as well get out there and try and affect the game. So, as you say, coming in at 7, probably the game's done.
He's to bat a long time. It could be one of the more painful experiences if he's going to make much of an effect. Anderson runs away from us. And that doesn't swing so much. It's just defended from the crease. Pushed to Stokes, who's gone a bit wider from the funky mid-off to now a sort of funky short extra cover. Do you know? No, it's just brought back happy memories.
Go on.
The first gig I went to with my wife was to see Parliament Funkadelic.
Right.
At the Brixton Academy.
Okay.
And
how did that go?
George Clinton arrived in a gigantic spaceship. Not a real spaceship, I don't think, but a simulation of one. Anyway, drifted away then as Anderson is in, and that's all full right in the pads. It swings late, and Van der Dusen does very well to dig it out. Backward a square on the onside, and Lees has to run in from deep backward square to field. Pings the throw in, one more to the total, 91 for 3. That's a tough shot to play when your top hand is in extreme pain, and then you've got to dig out a ball that's right on your toes. So, I mean, in a way, that's just as effective as bowling a bouncer in discomforting someone, because a jarring sensation. Keegan Peterson is also wearing a huge chest pad.
Why not?
It looks like he's basically snaffled a couple of plates from the breakfast buffet, hugging them close to his chest.
A big oval plate.
Big oval, giant plate, Anderson in, and that jags back hard, and that's hit him amidships. Down goes Peterson, and he's in pain.
What's a standing 8?
It's one of those, you know what I mean, it's right in the middle.
It's a standing 8, that is. Hold on, 3. Always up after 6.
But his legs are very straight, and he's bent over, and his head's gone back, and he's managing to smile. And now he's bent over again. He'll be feeling somewhat nauseous. I speak from bitter experience.
Yeah.
Happened to me, fielding at short leg without a box.
Ouch.
Yes, my own fault.
Full-blooded pull, or just a sort of clip off the legs?
Full-blooded pull. I was trying to impress a girl when I was young.
What was she bowling?
No, I was captain. She was reading a lengthy Victorian novel.
What you just...
And I thought, sure, she'll observe my brilliant captaincy and fall instantly in love with me. So I brought on the part-time spinner to try to break the partnership. Went to the short leg. First ball went right there. I
Carried
let
off?
out a blood-curdling squeal.
Carried off or carried on?
I've had to keep going, but wasn't nice. Felt very nauseous for really quite a long time. Leach will continue after that Anderson over. 91 for 3 is the score. Van der Dusen 15, Peterson 22. Just the one slip in now for Van der Dusen, a forward short leg. And it's a short ball which he clips away, not too far from short leg. And here goes Bairstow.
Go on, Johnny.
Come on, he's after it. He's after it. He's just managed it. He's pulled it back, and then he slipped over the rope, and he's made it. He's earnestly and seriously saved one run to the delights of the temporary permanent stand, the party stand.
I like the way he runs, Johnny Bairstow.
It's marvellous,
I don't know what it is, but it gets everyone going.
Yep. Well, he managed to get it to slide back, and then he got a little bit of pushback on it, but then it was agonisingly close to the rope. He had to dive over the rope and put the paw down on it, stop the 4, and he saved that one. Who knows how crucial run that might be. 94 for 3. And now a second slip comes in for Peterson, interestingly. So not for Van der Dusen. I don't know what the thinking is there. As Leach is in. Peterson comes forward and defends solidly enough at the offside. There's no run.
I'll tell you what the thinking is behind that, if you like. Yes.
Please.
Well, the reason for that is that Peterson looks to push out and sort of perhaps play the cover drive or a straight drive.
So Leach is in, and he pushes
Like
out
that.
a little bit of the ball and pushes it to short cover.
So he looks to push out at the ball, which means if it turns, it could go to the first or the sort of the gully when Van der Dusen sort of drops a dead bat on it.
And stays a bit back.
Yeah.
Leach into Peterson. He goes back and cuts this a little bit short. Wasn't quite there for the shot. It's no timing on it. Bounces out to Crawley, who's we've got 2 sort of catching covers. It's all more of a catching short mid-off and a short extra. Yeah. Back into his crease goes Peterson. Defends from the crease off the back foot to Leach. There's no run.
Well, when I played, that was always called a man on the drive.
Yes. That's
Is that gone now?
No, actually, and it rather amusingly cropped up in an interview as his next ball is cut away out to deep point for a single. 94-5 for 3. End of the 39th over. Van der Dusen 18, Peterson 23. When Rory Burns was asked where the crossbow bolt landed in that infamous match between Surrey and Middlesex at the Oval.
Oh yes.
He said, he's on the man for the drive. Landled man for the drive. Such a brilliant cricketer's answer. It was within about 3 yards of Ollie Pope, actually. Which was a bit more germane, I thought.
That was just
extraordinary. And it's never been solved. It's one of the great mysteries. I intend to get to the bottom of it. I'm going to do a 6-part documentary on it.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want to help me?
Okay.
Yeah. BBC Radio London.
What do you want me to do?
As Anderson starts a new over, a thick edge from Peterson goes into the offsides, fielded by Stokes. Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London was on commentary at the time. I was there.
Yeah.
And it was so bizarre because this thing came out of the sky. And Kevin, quite understandably, although inaccurately, described it as a meteorite. Meteorite has landed on the outfield. Which got my attention, I can tell you.
Yeah. I mean, bizarre.
Bizarre.
Wow.
Never got to the bottom of it. To this day, it remains a mystery.
Well, there is a very strange game that people play.
Anderson into Peterson, who plays with an angle back, guides the ball to backward point along the grounds, fielded by Leach. There's no run. Yeah, what's that?
Well, you do sort of something similar to that, and throw something up in the air, and you've all got to run.
That's an extremely dangerous game.
Yes, it is quite a dangerous game.
I mean, unless what you're throwing up is a soft ball.
Well, no, I
It's
don't
not,
think,
is it?
I
I'm
don't think it is
imagining.
a softball. No,
It's scimitar or something.
Yeah.
Don't do that at home.
No, absolutely not.
Was this how you amused yourself in the late 70s?
Yes, primary school.
Grief. Anderson into Peterson. He drives nicely, a controlled push drive. It's running up through vacant mid-off. It's being pursued, but I think, well, no, it will be hauled back in. And they've come back for 3. It's a nice shot, that, from Peterson. He didn't try to hit it too hard. He just laid bat on ball and made sure the placement was right. Got it to the right of mid-off.
Yes, eased it through.
Eased it. Yes.
Yeah, nice shot.
A
Well, the
difficult
ball's getting a bit older now, isn't it? See, and that's
Well.
what South Africa must be thinking. They've got through that tricky period before lunch.
40th over this,
Yeah.
and Andy's stats, they do break down this ball into 2 distinct phases.
Yeah.
First 40, where it's perfectly potent. Second 40, when really loses it.
And England,
Anderson in. That's well defended by Van der Dusen. Full ball. Jabs the bat down on it, hits it to Pope at short mid-on, no run.
have been good at using that first period, and they've always managed to get themselves into the game. Got 1 or 2, maybe 3 wickets before it has gone on a little bit flat. You just got to get stuck in now.
We've seen nothing of Stokes, and Stokes said something I wonder if it's revealing in his interview.
Knee.
Well, I think he didn't mention the knee, but he was in the
Don't mention
interview
the
that he gave that may be on the highlights on BBC 2 at 7 o'clock this evening.
Right.
He talked about
Yes.
the importance of the spinner with his with his 3-man seam attack.
Yeah.
Anderson is in wide outside the off stump, left alone. Now, I count 3 as Anderson, Broad, Robinson.
Yes.
But I also do count Stokes because he has 188 Test wickets, whatever it is.
It's quite a lot.
He didn't seem to be counting himself, so I wonder if after he jarred that knee yesterday, he's just a bit wary of bowling himself.
As he was talking about managing it, wasn't he? So perhaps that means he might not be looking to have a bowl. Shame, because he did well first. What did he get? 2 for 6?
Yeah. Yes.
Andy.
Overton is on the field for Robinson, who's gone off. Don't know what that's about. Anderson in, that swings back in again. He's really threatening the stumps here from Anderson. Another very good over, 98 for 3. Van der Dusen survives. He has 18, Peterson 26.
Yeah, he really is hanging back. As you say, you can see the pain in his hand as well, but he's just hanging back. He's a good player, Van der Dusen, because he does actually look to get forward when the ball's, but that was almost an in-swinging Yorker, which he's just hanging back tentatively. If he misses that, that's gone.
Andy.
I had a query on Twitter regarding yesterday's play and England's captain and wicketkeeper scoring hundreds in the same innings.
Oh, can I have a go?
Yes.
Because I got one that immediately springs to mind.
Alan
Tony
Knott.
Gregg and Alan Knott in
Yes.
1976. One got 116 and the other got 115.
Also 116.
Oh, 116.
That was at Headingley. You've insulted us both there.
Sorry. How have you just popped that one out?
Well, I remember it well.
Yeah.
Leach in, defended into the onside,
Go
picked
on.
up by Pope.
And that was one of 4 previous occasions.
Oh, okay.
The most recent
Oh, let's have a go.
What, for England?
for England.
Right, well, Pryor.
Well, Pryor.
Pryor and who would be captain at the time? There's Strauss. As, down the wicket comes Peterson, just defends the ball back to Leach. There's no run. Is that right? Pryor and Strauss is one, yes.
But
That's Cook and Burstall.
No. Right, Brian Strauss is the only other one since 1976.
Oh, I see. Okay.
so we're going back in the day.
Pushed back to Leach. No run. So Ames.
Godfrey
Les
Evans.
Ames. No, Godfrey Evans didn't get many hundreds.
Yes, you're both right.
Oh,
Godfrey Evans.
come on.
So Pryor and
Evans and
Strauss
May?
was in West Indies in 2009, Trinidad.
Yeah. Ames and Jardine did don't think no, Jardine only got 100, didn't he?
Did he?
And he got a lot of 50s.
Oh,
Leach in, defended back to the bowler by Peterson, no run. So was it Evans and May?
what's he doing?
No.
Oh, Evans and
Evans and
Dexter. No. Leach in, that's driven up to mid-on along the ground, no run.
Sutcliffe.
Hutton?
Hutton. Yes.
Yeah, Evans and Hutton. So
Against-
Ames.
Was against India at Lords in 1952.
That's right. He got 137, and I think Hutton got 178.
Incorrect.
Defends it to the offside. Picked up at short extra cover. Tuffers, you better have one more go. Who was captain when Les Ames got his 100? I was struggling to think who it might be. And then it's going to be, I think, Simon Mann.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, I'm going to wait for Simon, actually. I'm sure he's got that one. He's covered all over it. But there we go. Robinson's coming back onto the field now. Must have gone off for a bit of running repairs. Pretty flat.
It's obvious, Tuffers. It's obvious.
Go on, Simon.
Great Wally Hammond.
Wally Hammond.
That's correct.
Oh, God, I need to sharpen myself up.
Well done for remembering it after I told you 5 seconds.
Oh, Zoltz! How could you let me down like that?
Under the bus, that was.
Zoltz! I thought we were friends.
I was so impressed. Wally Hammond.
One of England's greatest.
Absolutely.
Right, Anderson's going to bowl at 98. I'm so disappointed in these results.
Hey, grass.
Goodness me. He actually looks a bit sheepish in the corner as well.
Oh, he knows he's done wrong.
Never peach on a fella.
Really?
Van der Dusen's 18. Peterson's on 26.
No more set of colouring Sharpies for you at Christmas.
No. Anderson bowls, another wobbler. Reverse swing to Van der Dusen, who guides it away towards Bairstow at backward point. This partnership now is developing, it's holding England up. 23rd over, this is now the 42nd over. They've taken the score from 54 to 98, nothing spectacular, but they are what they are doing. England did to South Africa yesterday. They're sort of taking bowlers into spells.
And it's I've been surprised. I mean, we've all turned up, haven't we, thinking it was going to turn, which it has, but I mean, it's sort of been ineffectual turn in a funny sort of way.
Anderson bowls to Van der Dusen, another inducker there. Van der Dusen equal to it, plays it towards backwards square leg. One thing that's happened tough is of late is that the clouds have built up. It's overcast at Old Trafford now. Anderson is getting this ball to go. It's one of those where you almost wish you had a 6-7 miles an hour more. You remember when Wacko was bowling, that extra pace, getting it to reverse swing, it's pretty difficult to resist.
Yeah,
you probably still got
the bruises.
Yeah,
that's there weren't too many better than Wacko.
99 for 3. Anderson into Keegan Peterson, who plays it uppishly past that short mid-on fielder. It's going out towards the long-on boundary, brawls after it, picks it up inside the rope, and Peterson can only get 2 runs. That was not far away from being the 4th wicket. It's Ollie Pope, short mid-on, for that shot really.
Yep.
In ducker, driven in the air, it's just past him. Close but not close enough.
Yeah, not far away at all. Definitely aerial. Oh, yeah, that was unlucky. What was it, a yard?
Yeah, fingertip job.
It was fingertips, yeah.
I think he touched it, yeah.
He did.
But it was going away from him. I mean, you catch those 1 in 100, really, probably. Now, if a taller player might have caught it. Crawley, actually, might have caught that. Anderson bowls to Peterson. Peterson nearly plays on. Hits it hard into the ground, bounces over the top of the stumps.
Ran after it.
Yeah, he realised what was happening, but it was just too late. The ball had gone past the stumps by the time he reacted. Anderson causing problems here.
Yeah, it's definite. Sorry, Simon. It's definitely reversing there. Just looking at the replay, Anderson now has gone to that sort of hiding the ball in the hand as he's running up.
This is a real challenge. It's fascinating cricket. These two clinging on, battling away for their team. Score is 101 for 3. Peterson's 28 not out. Anderson bowls to him, another in-swinger which is clipped away through mid-wicket, broads after it again, probably be at least 2 here. The ball just seems to stop or slow down considerably on this surface when it gets to about just within 2 or 3 yards of the boundary, just almost comes to a stop.
Yeah, it hasn't been flying off to the boundary. I mean, it's still lovely and green, but I suppose it's quite a big field. But obviously, that might just show that timing's not quite so easy. When the ball's reversing, it doesn't sort of crunch off the middle of the bat. It's always just sort of thick inside edges, outside edges, bottom of the bat as well when it's not bouncing.
3 to Peterson there. He goes to 31. 104 for 3, South Africa. Needing 264 to make England bat again. Anderson to Van der Dussen outside the off stump. Van der Dussen's equal to it. Played it towards backward point and there's no run. Van der Dussen is pushing out of that because Anderson going a bit wider there because he was bowling on the stumps and they were coming on to the bat quite nicely on leg stump. He just bowled that one a bit wider. Fist stump. Van der Dussen reached for it but played it away backward, square on the offside, and there is no run. How many overs has Anderson bowled since lunch, Schultz?
3.
Okay, so he's got time for a couple more.
Absolutely. I think that is the way to go. I think that perhaps Jack Leach is going to sit in and just let the bowlers rotate from the other end, unless they've got a desperate preference to bowl at the Anderson end.
Is Ollie Robinson still off the field?
No, he's come back on.
Still, he's on now. Right. And 4 for 3. Leach having a long chat with Stokes before this over starts.
Don't quite know what's happening there. He's got a very strange field at the moment. Oh no, Ben's going to go in the offside. He's got mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, short leg. Okay. It's almost a split field.
And he's got a 5-4 offside field. Leach bowling left arm round to the right-handed Peterson, who leans forward and plays it to Pope at short leg. So what field would you have here, Tuffers?
Well, I'd be tempted just to... If the ball doesn't spin, I want it to be crashing into the top of off stump. If it does spin, it's going towards the slips.
Leach bowls. Peterson's playing right back defensively.
So if he wants to come down and clip you through the leg side, the odd one might turn, get the return catch. So I'd be bowling slightly, I'd bring one across. One
over.
Yeah, perhaps get him at silly point and concentrate on and around that off stump.
Leach tosses that one
like
up to Peterson. Peterson drives to mid-off and there's no run.
I want to see him hitting there than having 3 men saving one on the leg side. Don't quite understand that.
So
wouldn't mind leaving that hole at mid-wicket. Do you want to go on a little hit through there?
Clip through, Leach bowls, driven by Peterson. He's holding that one back a bit, Leach.
Yeah.
Driven to mid-off, picked up by Stokes, and there's no run. So there's a square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. Those are the 3 saving one on the onside, and there's a short leg. 2 short extra covers. A slip, toss right up, driven by Peterson and stopped by Stokes. I think Stokes, the conversation was, perhaps at the start of the over, go on, just try and get it up there a bit, get him driving, get him trying to hit it over our head. Or
absolutely.
Something like that, or at least play a big shot into the offside.
Right.
Leach, a bit wider, a bit shorter, cracked away by Peterson, who's hanging back generally against Leach if he can.
And on a pitch where it is bouncing for the spin bowler as well, I think sometimes spinners get a little bit carried away with sort of trying to drive it into the pitch, trying to get that ball to kick from that sort of like lower trajectory and quicker pace. Sometimes the slower you bowl it and the slightly more flighted, the more bounce you do get. I think sometimes spinners have just lost that a little bit from what I've been seeing. Sometimes you don't have to bowl it quicker, you have to sometimes bowl it a little bit slower to get the kick.
Well, that's the end of Leach's over. Leach's figures so far.
12 overs, 6 maidens, none for 12.
So, control. Probing. But no wickets yet. It's going to be Anderson to continue. He's got short mid-on, short extra cover and 2 slips. And he goes in to bowl to Van der Dussen. And that comes back in from outside the off stump. Van der Dussen was equal to it again, playing it into the onside. It's a real test because he's wobbling it in.
Perfect view we've got here as well. It's like a little sort of snake slithering down at you, isn't it?
See it wobbling in the air as it comes down. And what Anderson did there, again, he got it outside the off stump to start with. So it's not easy pickings for Van der Dussen.
And then, as you say, just turn one round the other way and it'll just go straight on.
Well, he knows it's coming, Van der Dussen. It's just a question of when. Can he pick it? Anderson bowls to him. Van der Dusen in behind that one, playing that up towards extra cover, and there's no run.
The first real forcing shot he's played. He's been all right just sort of blunting it, and it's sort of, you can feel him wincing, but that one trying to push out through extra cover, and he really did whip the hand off the bat there.
Crowd have woken up since lunch, trying to get behind Anderson on his home ground. He's not bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end, he's bowling from the Brian Statham end. Two great bowlers, Lancashire and England. Anderson, ball in hand, sets off again. This shortish, economical run, bowls to Van der Dusen, who plays and misses at that one that held the line. And that's the problem for Van der Dusen, is he thinks it's coming in. Is it coming in? Do I need to play at it? And he so nearly nicked that through to the keeper. If he had, it would have been a sort of triumph of pace bowling there from Anderson.
Well, very skillful, isn't it? And the one advantage with the ball when it is reverse swing is that you don't have to necessarily... Oh, I have woken up, haven't I? You don't have to necessarily change your action. You just sort of deliver the ball with the same action, but because of the reverse swing, it does it for you a little bit.
Anderson to Van der Dusen, and Van der Dusen gets a full ball which he drives firmly back, and Anderson picks it up and then lobs the ball along the ground towards the stumps. As if this is a good tussle. Van der Dusen's battling away here. Top marks to him. He's really working hard. Just watching on the big screen, Anderson tailing it back in with this reverse swing, and also Van der Dusen taking one hand off the bat.
I remember when it all first came in, reverse swing. Didn't know what the hell was going on.
And you could say that if you're batting most of the time.
Well, yes, but I mean, even the boys up top.
Right. Anderson bowls full, driven by Van der Dusen. Bit of a gap in the offside there, and he finds it. And they go through for 2 runs. Van der Dusen not timing that. He did find the gap. He goes to 21, just to emphasise how he's battled away. 21 from 61 balls. 106 for 3.
I omitted to mention there are 3 that Peterson hit in Anderson's last over, brought the 50 partnership in 19.1 overs.
And they're slowly chipping away. Still got another 158 though. You get the feeling that break this partnership might open the door.
Reiner to come.
Yeah.
And then Harmer and Maharaj.
Bowlers.
Bowlers Rabada. Nortje and Gidi. Anderson bowls wide of off stump, full, and Van der Dusen allows it to go through. It's the end of the over from Jimmy Anderson. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 27. He got rid of Dean Elgar this morning. Knocked his off stump out of the ground with one that kept low. Scored at the end of the over, 106 for 3. Old Trafford today, pretty full. Not every seat taken I can see around the ground, but most. It's going to be Leach to continue.
Let's look at the swing that Anderson's been getting, almost twice as much in this spell as in his second spell, which began in the 11th over. This began in the 38th, and considerably more than he got in any of his spells in the first innings.
Well, he's going to be bowling to Keegan Peterson, Jack Leach. Peterson's 31 not out. Leach bowls to him, comes forward carefully, guiding that square with the wicket on the offside.
Just slightly changed the field for Leach. They've got those 2 men lurking by the stumps almost. Mid-off is now conventional, and I'm just wondering whether he's been encouraged to bowl a bit slower.
Leach to Peterson. Well, we'll keep an eye on the speed. Peterson's forward. Well, that was 51. That was quite slow.
So that's what they've done. They're saying, come on, we'd like you to try and bowl slowly. We'll give you a little bit more protection in terms of the way the field's set. It's not...
Leach tries again. Ball outside the off stump. Peterson leans forward and allows it to go through. It's noticeable that Peterson has been playing on the back foot. But this over, he's been drawn forward by...
So he's bowled 2, and now Stokes has changed the field again, and the mid-off, there's no conventional mid-off. There's the 2 men, the 2 lurkers, if you call them.
And they put a deep backward point in.
I don't know what that is. I think he's going to bowl quickly now. Let's have a look.
Leach bowls. It's full and thick-edged into the offside on the drive towards cover.
Well, it's the same pace, about 51-50, which I think is 3 or 4 miles an hour slower than he has been bowling in what we could regard as his stock delivery.
Leach tries once more, bowls, and Peterson does go back that time and guides it away towards cover. There's no run. Leach has been steady, economical. Hasn't got many to really spin.
No.
Bowls to Peterson, his back, crab-like defence, watchful, guiding it backward a square on the offside. There is no run. This is the end of Leach's over. It's 106 for 3, and this tight tussle continues. South Africa saying, all right, if we are going to lose this game, we are going to make it as tough as we possibly can for you.
Long conversation between Stokes and Leach after that over, ending with a pat on the back from Stokes. He might give him a break. He's bowled, as you say, perfectly tightly. And in that over especially, I think he was experimenting a little bit, or in the sense of changing his pace.
Leach has bowled 3 consecutive maidens to Keegan Peterson, so 18 dot balls in a row.
Well, that can occasionally. I mean, batsmen do like scoring, so there's some virtue in that. Try and conjure something.
Here's a new over from Anderson. Bowls to Van der Dusen, who defends a straight ball back up the pitch. No wobble there.
No, but it is lovely watching Anderson when he's getting a little bit of swing, and it's almost like watching a wrist spinner. I mean, is it the leg break? Is it the googly? Which way is he going to go? The movement's just in the air rather than after it bounces, but it's a master of his craft at work, and we, situated up here right behind the bowler's arm, quite high up, can see which way the ball goes.
Anderson sets off. Past umpire Illingworth, bowls to Van der Dusen, forward cautiously, playing that towards extra cover, and there was no run. I'm just saying to Tuffers, if only Anderson had sort of 5 miles an hour more pace with that reverse swing, you know.
So greedy.
No, but well, there were bowlers that had that, weren't there?
Waqar, most obviously, yeah.
Might not have lasted 174 Test matches.
When did Waqar play?
He played in the 90s.
Tremendous bowler.
Well, when there's Waqar and Wasim, you get a lot of innings that went from sort of 300 for 3 to 333 all out.
Anderson bowls, Van der Dusen comes forward and guides that away semi-defensively, well, entirely defensively actually, with a slightly open face towards point, and there's no run. There was a famous Test match here actually where Pakistan took 8 wickets after tea.
Yeah, although that was mostly Saqlain
Mushtaq, with the help of a few no balls as well.
Yeah.
That was a dramatic evening, if ever I've seen one on this ground.
2 down at tea, batting out. Thought everything would be done, you know.
Beaten well inside.
On draw.
Beaten inside the distance. Yeah. Well inside the distance as it turned out. 106 for 3. Van der Dusen waits. Still with those 2 close catches, one on either side. Short mid on, short mid off. Anderson bowls, goes past the edge. Well, he's reasonably philosophical about it, Anderson.
He's in good rhythm. That one actually just drifted in and then held its line to beat the outside edge. But I think it was moving in the air and then just a fraction and then just held its line. Good carry.
Yeah.
He played at it all right, away from his body a little bit.
Yeah, he pulled the bat away after the ball had gone past the outside edge. Most high-class bowling this, and tremendous resistance and resilience and determination from Van der Dusen against Anderson. Goes in and bowls to him again, and Van der Dusen's beaten again. Roping forward.
A little bit of exasperation visible there from Jimmy Anderson, but that was, you know, the one that swung away just a little bit. It's so hard to make yourself leave those deliveries because it could be the one that's coming in. That's what makes it so good to watch. And again, he's groping at that.
It's beautiful bowling.
Yeah.
And some other batters might have been back in the pavilion by now. Van der Dusen's made a stern start. You can hear the crowd getting behind their local hero. Anderson moves in. Bowls to Van der Dusen, who gets a ball that Anderson was about to appeal for because it was right on middle stump of Van der Dusen playing across that pad, turned it away towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. And that is the end of another high-class Anderson over. He's having a chat with Ben Stokes about the possibility of continuing. Is that 4th or 5th over in this spell?
This is 5th over, no wicket for 12. And one of the highest proportions of in-swingers that he's bowled in a spell, certainly in recent years. About 80% of the balls that he's bowled in this spell have been in-swingers.
Right, Jack Leach is going to bowl to Keegan Peterson again. He bowls 3 successive maidens to him. It's 106 for 3. It's a great battle act there. And Alison Mitchell is here to commentate.
Thank you, Simon. Yeah, it's felt like quite a stoical partnership between these two in the face of quality bowling from James Anderson and the immense pressure of the situation that South Africa and these two found their team in when they came together. 3 wickets having fallen before lunch, and England on the hunt for an innings victory. They're still a long, long way behind, 158 runs away from making England bat again, but these two have put on 50 together, and they have stuck around and they have looked to score when they've been able. Here is Leach again, slipping short leg, around the wicket he comes with his spin, past the inside edge. That's a short, fine leg, and Peterson didn't know too much about that. With his back to us, he was looking, where did the ball go? Playing defensively, Vic.
Well, he sneaked a single. He'll like that because he's had 3 overs down at Leach's end without getting off strike. It's quite how he intended. A bit of a groping push, inside edge, down on the leg side there. Pass forward, short leg. So the batsmen have finally changed ends.
Van der Dussen has found it rather hard against Anderson. Forward, defending to Leach into the offside. So many times the left hand coming off the bat handle because of well, I don't know how much pain he's feeling. He's got that metal splint on the index finger of his left hand. But here he is against Leach. Tall man, forward. Gets right over the pitch of the ball to smother any turn or bounce. 107 for 3, South Africa. Root earlier bowled a ball, didn't it, which really bounced from the pitch.
Just one there.
Yeah,
he
hasn't
did, yeah.
Seen that again yet. Forward again comes Van der Dussen, the ball running away off the outside edge of the bat into the ground towards the gully region, and Root skips across to field. So he takes up his position again at first slip, but forward silly point in place. Ollie Pope under the helmet. Folkes bobs down behind the stumps and Leach comes in. Van der Dussen is forward again, defends back up the pitch this time into the hands of Leach. Ollie Robinson has just done a little air bowl by way of warming up, so will we see another one from Anderson, or will it be time for the change? 5 over spell from him post-lunch so far. And England's wicketless since lunch. An extra fielder around the bat there. A leg slip now, Bairstow for Van der Dussen. Leach in, more angled down the leg side, worked well in front of square for 4 runs. Nobody out there on that deep mid-wicket boundary. And so a bit of release of pressure and another boundary added. 25 not out now, Van der Dussen. At the end of the over from Leach, England have South Africa at 111 for 3. Still 153 runs behind.
That's the first boundary from Jack Leach from the final ball of his 14th over. The partnership now 57 from 24 overs and 2 balls.
Almost one-handed too. I mean, it's easier for him to hit with one right hand on the bat, on the leg side than the offside. I think there might be some scope in tempting Van der Dussen to drive Leach on the offside with just one hand. I think it might be more dangerous. I also think that Van der Dussen, he's a gutsy player, we've seen that before. He's almost relishing the fact, I suspect, that he's got this damaged hand, and you know, it's quite an incentive. He could be a real hero if he can bat for a long, long time, and he's got a broken finger. I mean, we're going to heroic stakes. I think he sensed that, you know, it's a burden having this damaged hand, but it's also an opportunity to be a hero, and why not? And he's really gritted down. He's played extremely well. It's limited what he can do in terms of run scoring, but he's not bothered by that. It's kind of cleared his mind almost, I think.
Takes a little bit of expectational pressure off
Maybe,
in a
yeah,
way, perhaps
yeah.
not so much expected of him. It is a change of bowling. Ollie Robinson in with 2 catches in front of the wicket, and that one dropped into the turf as Peterson was defending and bounced back up at him a little alarmingly. There's no run, so we've got Stokes on the offside, Pope on the on, 2 slips in place.
The ball just dropped down there, and he was wanting to pick it up. He was happy to pick it up, and Bairstow, I think, said no. Well, I don't know how he said no. And I don't think that was a sort of aggressive. I just think he didn't want sweaty gloves going on that ball. So please, leave it, please.
All attention to detail, isn't it? Robinson in up past the umpire, bundling in short ball, which then rather dies on Folkes as he tumbles to his left to take. It was angled across slightly down the leg side. Left well alone by Peterson. That's why we saw the players come out at the start of the day carrying their little flannels tucked into the back of their trousers. Everyone keeping their hands nice and dry. They're handling the ball in the field. And also, try not to toss it around too many hands, even when they get the ball back from keeper to bowler. Robinson at the end of his mark. A cloud moving over Old Trafford again here. Peterson crouches as Robinson is in, working that off the hip comfortably past the square leg umpire. Fraction behind squares. Peterson's back for the second. It was picked up cleanly in the deep, and the throw comes back in to Folkes. South Africa 113 for 3, 151 behind now on second innings. England began the day with an early wicket. James Anderson striking to dismiss the captain, Dean Elgar. Spectacular wicket, which you either see on today at the test tonight at 7 p.m. on BBC Two, or indeed if you go on the BBC Sport website, you'll find all the digital clips here and on the TMS social media feeds as well. Robinson in outside the off stump, little dabble away past Bairstow, who's chasing back towards the point and the electronic scoreboard, and that offside coming back for 2, 115 for 3. So that was Anderson, stump uprooted by Elgar. Spectacular first wicket. Elgar out for 11. Avea was caught behind. Delivery from Ollie Robinson, shaped away from around the wicket. He's out for 25, and Aidan Markram caught by Zach Crawley. He slips off Broad for 6. Broad thought he'd had him on noughts. It turned out to be a no ball. He got him eventually. Robinson in on a length, dabbed into the ground and away to Bairstow, who's at point, and there's no run. It was really a wonderful display of bowling first up, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Ollie Robinson changed his angle of attack around the wicket, over the wicket, ball by ball, and through and over to then dismiss Avea. Anderson was in swing, out swing.
Broad got hit the stumps with absolute beauty, but just overstepped, but it didn't matter too much. That was Markram, and he was out fairly soon after.
Yeah, only added 6 after that. Robinson into Peterson, flicked off the hip, larily to start with, brings fine leg into play, running across to his right-hand side, and a single is added. These two chipping away at the deficit. A leg by, fully off the hip. 116 for 3 then at the end of that Ollie Robinson over. 148 runs behind they are. Peterson on 36 now, and Rassie van der Dusen with that injured finger on 25.
I don't know how many overs this partnership lasted now. It almost feels as important as the runs. They haven't gone very quickly, but they've been out there quite a time together.
25.
Yeah.
So they just need to do that another, 8 times. Get to the end of day 5. There has been it's quite hard to find out centuries with broken fingers. I don't have a broken finger filter on my stats engine, but there was one in 1981. Alan Border batted 7 hours in Australia's second innings for 123 not out with a broken finger. So.
But which finger? Well, you need filters within your filters. Leach back again around the wicket. Peterson is back, plays very carefully, covers up, the ball drops down in front of him, and there's no run. I was looking actually at the test match England played against South Africa at Port Elizabeth, wasn't it, at the start of 2020, and they ended up winning that match by an innings there, as Peterson is forward to a fuller ball from Leach, and there's no run. And Anrich Nortje batted and blocked and blocked and blocked. I think that was in South Africa's first innings there. They still obviously went on to lose, but he faced well over 100 balls for not many runs. Showed a lot of resistance. A little bit awkward playing that very crab-like right in front of the stumps. Peterson. Spread those legs apart and got the bat down between them.
Staying back. It's worked well for him so far. It doesn't look totally convincing.
Leach in, forward, bat and pad tight together to defend that into the offside. No run. Leach tossing himself a catch. In conversation with Stokes, a tinker in the field, so leaving Ollie Pope from short leg to forward silly point here. And his eye line right under the lid. Stokes himself is dropping back a touch to mid-off. And short cover just moving a little bit further forward. Now that's turned and that's beaten the outside edge. Almost out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's the first one that's really gone. A little bit wider that was, so off stump than he's been bowling. Push forward, turned and bounced quickly that.
Into the gloves of Stokes.
And this is prompted now Stokes, who's fidgeting around there.
He's
going to come into the gully, having seen that. I mean, it's taken a long time to see one zips like that, but can you do it again?
It's encouragement. So Stokes alongside Root, 2 slips and the silly point. Can Leach hit the same mark? And just to defend that from in front of the stumps again, going back, playing deep. So keeps him out, but there are the odd signs of real encouragement in terms of variable bounce and a little bit of spit and grip. So 116 for 3 the score remains, 148 behind still.
If you're in the South African camp, you're saying, well, Leach has bowled 15 overs, which of course is quite a lot of balls, 60, 70, 90 balls, and one of them, just the one, has leapt. So, no panic.
That's the problem. It's got a long, long way to go.
It turned so much and so quickly that it was nowhere near the edge, actually, in the end.
Well, that can be the problem, can't it? If suddenly balls are doing too much.
And the straight ones start to have a certain venom. But they don't look too perturbed by that.
That's a steady partnership, really, between these two. Van der Dussen facing up to Ollie Robinson. Can he break it open here? Outside the off-stump, foolish delivery. Eased up to Anderson. Had extra cover and there's no run. A shout out just here for Paul, who is in the point today with his wife Claire, who just said they'd dearly love a mention because Claire has had some terrible COVID issues. So they are in the point at Old Trafford today. And if you're listening, hope you're enjoying our coverage as well as the match. It's a busy old balcony up there, it always is, isn't it? Leaning over that glass balcony. Robinson in past the umpire, and that just bounced a little bit more on Van der Dussen. Wasn't quite expecting it. Defending outside off stump, angling the ball away towards Bairstow, who moves in from point.
He plays the ball, Van der Dussen, then he takes his left hand, the ailing hand, off the bat and just holds it in his right hand. Gives the left arm and the left hand a little bit of a breather.
We would have surely had painkillers or an injection, something to numb it. Who knows? It was quite a severe-looking metal splint that he was sporting before he had to squeeze his batting glove on over the top. Robinson, again, bowling fast and defending the ball, squirting an inside edge out towards square leg. Leach is there to field. The faster the bowling, though, the harder the ball is hitting the bat, the greater the reverberations.
Yeah, another no ball.
Oh, how many's that for Ollie Robinson then today? Or England overall, because we had one from Stuart Broad, a couple from Broad, did we?
That's Robinson's 3rd, I think, this innings. He had 3 in the first innings.
Turns at the end of his mark again now. Sun suddenly appearing over Old Trafford. Robinson in, just stepped across a fraction that time and then left it. Van der Dussen, shouldered arms, raised his bat above his head, went down the leg side to Ben Foakes and no run. It's funny with bowlers in their run-ups, isn't it? Tuffers and I were speaking about it earlier, just before lunch, when you think of the number of times a bowler runs in and bowls, and tape measures, they measure their marks, but think about long jumpers. And you still see long jumpers overstep and do no jumps, don't you?
Yeah.
And that's all they are doing. That is what they are built for. That one's swinging in late from Robinson. Turn to mid-wicket, finding Leach, and there's no run.
It varies from bowlers to bowlers. So some bowlers just temperamentally, for some reason, psychologically, they've got to get as close as they can to the batsman. In my era, Bob Willis might be one of those. And yet someone like John Deaver, a lovely, brilliant bowler for Essex for years, I think he bowled one no ball in his career or something, and that might have been a mistake by the umpire. And he gave himself about 6 inches leeway at least. And he was able to do that, but some just can't do that.
Robinson in, he's back of a length, swung away, past square leg. That's been well played by Van der Dussen. It'll be 4. Out to the vacant region where the building site is. Comfortable enough height for him to play the horizontal bats.
Yeah, well,
21 for 3.
He's timed that beautifully. And again, it's a sort of shot you can play predominantly just with your bottom hand, sort of punch pull. Well timed. I really quite like the idea of just seeing whether Leach could get him to try and cover drive like that, because it should be a riskier process.
We need much more top hand. Robinson, slight angle to his run. Past the umpire, some width outside the off stump. Van der Dussen is not interested. Lets it go through to Ben Foakes, last ball of the over. He's removed his batting glove as well now, Van der Dussen. It's 121 for 3. 50 overs of the innings have gone. And South Africa need another 143 to make England bat again. They're out for 25. Elgar 11, Markram 6, a wicket each for Robinson, Anderson and Broad, but no wickets since lunch when South Africa were 88 for 3 at the break. And these two came together when there were 54 runs on the board. So they're doing a fine job for South Africa at the moment. There's still a long, long way for them to go. In comes Robinson. Came forward and defended. Waited a touch for it. There was one more ball there because of the no ball.
I think there might have been a second no ball.
Oh, was there? Well, these late no ball calls are very, very hard to spot sometimes. But it is a good thing that they are monitored by the Trots, because a number of times in the past that they were only checked on wickets, weren't they? So you'd always know, of course, if a false wicket was taken. But then the problem was you'd then track back and television would tell you that actually about 7 no balls previously were missed, and the bowler should have been told, at least warned, and then he would have known to have come back.
Yeah, the bowler needs to be told. If you have a false sense of security as a bowler, you assume everything's all right because you haven't taken any wickets with the ball. So it's only right that the balls that don't take wickets, that are no balls, are called, just partly to add to the score, but partly to alert the bowler that your foot's landing in the wrong place. Now then, he's going to keep going, Leach. He's bowled fine, but as I say, he's not beaten the bat very often. He just bowled one ball in the last over that did turn and bounce. Can he find another one?
Have you seen that the Jack Leach fan club is in, Vic, as well?
Where's that? Well, I heard about it. I haven't
3 or 4 seated with Jack Leach face masks. As Leach is around the wicket now to Peterson. He gets well forward again to the pitch of the ball and smothers it back up the pitch. Yeah, Jack Leach cardboard cutout face masks. Yeah, I've sometimes seen people with spectacles on and bald heads. A bit quicker that time. Outside the off stump, he goes back, goes deep, leaves it alone. Peterson's covering across his stumps. Attempt to see the ball pitch and be taken by the gloves of Foakes. Leach again around the wicket. Peterson goes back, a little bit of a dab.
Yeah, that turned a little bit, not quickly, but it did spin. He had to adjust. Not with any venom did it turn. He played it quite well in the end, but there was spin there. He waits on the back foot, and so far he could trust the pitch, and he's quick enough, alert enough to play that way.
Leach in, and a little more crab-like from Peterson. Ball back up the pitch into the hands of Leach. A darkish cloud in the far distance there. Hoping it's not coming this way. It's a little bit threatening, but not immediately above us. The odd pocket of blue sky still over Old Trafford. I don't think rain was on the forecast, was it? Here's Leach. In, around the wicket he goes back, cuts fiercely, but only finds Anderson. A little bit of a fumble at cover, but then the pick-up, and there's no run. Anderson's right on the edge of the square there. If he takes a dive, he's on the very firm bit of ground, very rough. So it's been roughing up the ball, keeping it very dry, aiding the reverse spin. Fuller defended once again. And still Leach can't quite break through. It's a lengthy spell for him, this post-lunch session. South Africa still 142 behind and 122 for 3. James Anderson bowled 5 overs for his spell. Andy post-lunch, no wickets, just 12 runs from those 5 overs.
Leach bowled from the Anderson end for the entire session so far, which is coming up to an hour. And he has bowled perfectly respectably, but not induced any error, rarely beaten the bat. I wonder whether he might just adjust his line and maybe entice that cover drive, see if, toss it up a little bit more maybe, see if that produces the error, tempts them out a little bit.
New over, Ollie Robinson in, 122 for 3, South Africa. And full on off stump, draws Van der Dussen forward and he defends. Stokes is there to field, and again the left hand comes off the bat handle.
Leach has bowled 61 balls to Keegan Peterson so far. Just 4 scoring shots, 6 runs.
Tying them down, it's a patience game, isn't it? These two are playing patiently.
Yeah.
Time is as important to them as runs.
There's a lot of bowlers loosening up too. Stokes has been loosening up. And then the Nighthawk has been flapping his sort of metaphorical wings.
What about something's got to change up? Offer something different. Oh, that's hurt Van der Dussen, you sense. A real thud of bat on balls he defended, and that hand came off again instantly.
I mean, what we might see for the first time, but it'll be hard work, we might see Stokes, who's got a dodgy knee anyway, but we might see him come in and give the short ball tactic an outing.
We only saw it against the tail, really, didn't we, in the first innings. And Stokes was largely bowling short stuff when the Broad and Anderson dismissed most of the top order. Robinson to Van der Dussen on 29. Worked it entirely comfortably into the onside. Broad moves forward into his right to pick up. And the single is taken. There's another warm-up air bowl from Ben Stokes, who's hopping around on his toes. I think he will feel right. This partnership has gone on for a while. We need to move the game forward. We need a wicket to...
So I'll have to put myself on.
It'll be me. It's a very Stokes thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah.
Take the game by the scruff of the neck. Broad also rolling his arm over by way of warm-up or signal to the captain that I should be next. Robinson to Peterson. Short ball. Pulled the bottom edge into the ground out to the deep mid-wicket region where Jack Leach is fielding, and Peterson comes through for the single. Sunshine is breaking out from behind the cloud again. Rather watery sort of fashion. The cloud is still quite dark and grey behind the pavilion. 124 for 3.
There seems to be no breeze. Certainly those flags are limp above the pavilion, so we can't really tell where it's going to go. Well, at least I can't.
No, I'm not guessing either. I'm keeping an eye. There's a crane actually on top of that building, and it just every now and again feels like it's getting a little bit sort of fuzzy, as if there's some mist in front of it. Robinson in short ball again, left alone this time by Van der Dussen. Whether he would go for a sort of one-handed, right-handed pull for any of these deliveries, if it's in his eye line to do so. But it's another no ball.
It's another no ball.
So another one.
I think sometimes it's with Robinson when he tries to bowl an effort ball, it ends up as a no ball. That was a bouncer, but not a particularly good bouncer.
Oh, not threatening, was it? It was comfortably able to let it go. But he'll bowl it again. Got a man back at Jack Leach is at deep backward square, 2/3 of the way to the boundary. Short ball again, another bouncer left alone by Van der Dussen. Comfortably ducking underneath it, allowing it to go through to Stokes. Fine leg back there as well, so if does attempt a pull or a hook with that injured hand, and there are a couple of catches out there on the leg side. Crowd being quite sort of calm at the moment, aren't they?
Well, they haven't had much to cheer.
Well, I mean, yeah.
It's an absorbing session, but great defence from the South Africans. Not too many threats, particularly since Anderson was rested.
They were getting well behind Anderson, weren't they, earlier? As Robinson's in outside the off stump, and then it pitches and moves back in, but it's after it had passed the batsman. So, end of the over from Robinson. South Africa still 139 behind at 125 for 3.
I'm going to go.
You're going, Vic. Okay. I was just looking around thinking, am I going as well? I think I am, but Angus isn't quite here yet, so I'll continue. Drinks are being brought out onto the field here at Old Trafford. Ground staff as well. Out comes the broom, out comes the pot of paint, and the long old plank of wood, which ensures that the lines are painted straight. Always important. And there is a bit of cloud overhead. It's a little bit misty and hazy in the distance, but so far nothing untoward over here at Old Trafford. England striving for wickets though, and they haven't found any since lunch. 3 wickets within the first hour of play today, and it seemed as if England were well on course for an innings victory. South Africa do still have a long way to go, 139 behind here. Steve Finn is here though. Afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
I'll let you give your take on proceedings and perhaps where England might change things up and find a wicket from, and then Aggers is going to join you.
It's been a somewhat sedate hour since the lunch break. The clouds have rolled in. It does look mildly stormy in the distance beyond the pavilion at the James Anderson end, but England in their quest to get wickets have been negated by some obdurate batting from the South Africans. Gutsy from Van der Dussen with his broken finger in a metal splint and reinforced gloves. And Peterson too. The softball, I think, is probably having a part to play. I think Stuart Broad might have something else to say to the ball manufacturers come the close of play today.
Just look at it, there's a storm around, 'cause it does look quite dark, doesn't it, behind the pavilion, but there's nothing showing on the Magic app at the moment, but it does feel threatening actually, so we might well get a bit of a downpour. But anyway, the players are having a drink at the moment. Got to admire Rassie van der Dussen has got obviously quite badly injured finger. Every now and then, just when he mistimes the ball or it climbs and hits on the splice, that sort of area, you see he's in real pain, it jars. But they just need to be patient. They've got so much time. Low balls are a bit annoying, frankly. I think Robinson's bowled 5, hasn't he now? Just got to keep just toiling away, being patient, waiting for that opportunity, that breakthrough, and then there isn't that much batting to come for South Africa, so England are still comfortably in control of the game, but these two have played very well. I must admire Peterson too. He came at a difficult time, early wicket, the captain going down, Old Trafford was jumping, and he's played very well here. Flag's absolutely still, perhaps another sign of a storm brewing. So absolutely no movement at all on those 3 flags we can see at the far end. It's a very leisurely drinks break, this. Might hand over to the next commentator before we bowl a ball at this rate. 125 for 3. Slowly the umpires wander into place. Van der Dussen's going to put his helmet back on again. And maybe 1 or 2 thoughts. I wouldn't mind seeing Stokes have a bowl, actually. Come and just rough it up. And actually, I know it sounds rather unkind, but bowl some rather nasty short stuff if he can with a softish ball to Van der Dussen. Get a short leg in there and just make life rather nasty for him for a bit. You really want to be out here with that? Well,
Yeah, you have to ask those questions.
A bit of this.
I know a few bowlers and batters, or bowlers and captains that may have been slightly meaner to Van der Dussen with some more aggressive round the wicket bowling.
What's going on down there? There's all sorts of noise going on. You're jumping around. There's an object, that's what it is. It's not a beach ball, it's something else that I can't quite make out what it is at the moment, that's being tossed around there, up and down the gangways and the aisles and so on. I'm not sure.
Stewart just received a hug from a member of the crowd. I don't know what provoked that.
I think I'll just see what the object is, and I think I'll probably leave it at an inflatable item, we'll say. I think that was the excitement. Anyway, let's keep looking at the cricket, and Broad's going to continue. 125 for 3. Dark behind him. Dear me, look at this Stephen coming down the aisles there in pink flowery dresses, hats, beards.
Actually, I walk under that stand. I go around and get a coffee every session just to keep me awake, and you walk underneath that stand through the gangway, and some interesting sights, and becomes more interesting as the day goes on as well.
Yeah. No, it's difficult not to have your attention drawn over there because there's so much to see. But sometimes it gets a bit of a shudder when you do actually focus on something. 125 for 3, and finally, after that drinks break that's lasted forever, here's the first ball. Broad from the far end, moves in, bowls outside the off stump. Peterson lets it go through, and Folkes again wrings his hand. You know, we talk about Van der Dussen's fingers. Folkes has had a horrible time trying to keep wicket on this pitch. Time and again, he's wringing his hands as the ball has gone through on that second half volley, and it's horrible ball to have to try and take as wicketkeeper, the ends of his fingers and everything else. And they've got protection on, but getting on the end of the fingers, it really sore. Broad hitches up the sleeve of his shirt, grips the ball, arms pumping, he's on his way again, moves in, and he bowls outside the off stump, and then Folkes rolls over as he gathers that. Came back a long way off the seam that, or off a crack anyway. And umpire Gaffney's down the pitch now, he's seen something. It's flicked off. Oh, I think we might get our wish, you know. Look who's loosening up at cover. I think Ben Stokes is going through the motions there. This feels like something needs to happen if England are to wrap it up today.
It's almost that stage where England need to try and force something. They've been very patient, diligent with the way that they've bowled so far today, but these two batters now are in on this pitch. It's not impossible to bat on. The ball's gone soft.
There's Broad bowls, and that's played off the back foot. Peterson getting behind it, finds Stokes, hurls the ball at Folkes, and then carries on with his loosening up routine. Said to him today, I asked him about his knee, and he really didn't say too much about it, except he's just got to keep plugging away with it. Every now and then he does something, and he described it as every now and then my body tells me I can't do that. So it sort of seizes up, but then releases again. So I don't know if a knee specialist will have much more a clue than me whether he needs an operation again on it or something happening. Here's Broad then, bowls, and Peterson plays a poor shot. Look at the pull a ball that really wasn't short enough for that. Very nearly was bowled, or bottom edge into the stumps, that sort of a thing. Whether it was the crowd that got into his head there. So very noisy. It's a rare loose shot actually from Keegan Peterson, who's played very well. You wouldn't like to see that one again though. Been very obdurate, he's just got his head down, hasn't tried anything too flashy. Crowd getting behind Broad again. He's on his way, pounding in, bowls short, and Peterson pulls it. Finds Leach down here, still with his shirt hanging out at long leg. And they take 126 for 3.
It's very un-test match cricket, isn't it, from Jack Leach? Shirt out.
Yeah. Would have been told off for that back in the day.
But then it was okay for Dennis Lee to have his shirt unbuttoned all the way down to his belly button and showing his chest rug.
He was Australian. they got away with it. But county cricket, you can had to shave every day in county cricket. Remember Graham Gooch getting a telling off, having a bit of stubble.
Actually, it was in my first ever contract that you would be clean shaven.
There you are.
When representing Middlesex County Cricket Club.
Yeah. And goes Broad bowls, and Van der Dusen leans on the front foot. Oh, he's stolen a single there to Anderson. Well, it trickles along the ground. Broad's not very happy about that. 126 for 3, so they're 138 behind. You can't possibly walk unshaven through the long room, can you?
No, well, I was also 15, so I'm 33 now, and I barely have a cat could lick what's on my face off right now.
Yeah.
And when I was 15, there was certainly nothing, so I was not in danger.
So you've been quite pleased with that then? Yeah. I'm trying to think of bearded cricketers. Oh, Bernard Reedy up here. He had a good beard.
But both of them had a beard for a while, didn't they?
Both of them did have a beard for a while, sort of in his rebellious phase. But not really, I mean, nothing like they are today.
Tash was a feature for a while.
Yeah, the sort of the Mexican tash.
Yeah.
That was again with Australians mainly. They all had one, really.
Graham Gooch.
Gucci had on.
David Houghton, fantastic moustache.
He did. I mean, Merv, obviously.
Yes.
That was the best of all. It was like a privet hedge, his was. And it was quite... He used it cunningly because he sort of sledged through it. So he projected his sledges through the moustache. And so the umpires couldn't quite get to hear it, but the recipient got it, usually Graham Hick.
He could probably hide some sustenance in there for mid-spell as well, if he wanted as well.
Yeah, there's everything in there. But no, Beards were really not... Who's that one?
Well, it's former captain of Middlesex who'd have fallen foul of the clean-shaven rule. Andrew Stoddart, one of the legends of the early years of English Test.
A.E. Stoddart.
Yeah.
A.E. Stoddart?
Yeah, I think he played on the first Lions rugby tour as well.
He's got the sort of moustache you'd need to twiddle at the ends, isn't it?
Captain England to the Ashes in 1894-95.
Strange tie as well that he's got there. So he comes halfway down his front. Stokes is on then. In he goes, bowls to Van der Dusen, and as expected, he's going to try and bowl some short stuff here and see if he can make life unpleasant for the batsman with the injured finger. I think it's inevitable that this is going to come.
My headmaster, Mr. Coolshed, wouldn't have been happy with that tie. He was in breakfast again this morning. I thought he was going home 2 days ago.
I was keeping an eye on you.
He was, yeah. He'd have told me off for that tie that A.E. Stoddart's got there.
Halfway down his tummy. Stokes runs in over the wicket. Is there? He bowls. Oh, there's that short one, and Van der Dusen rather jumps there as he plays it. It's not a very quick ball. It's just the length, and Stokes, well, obviously trying to rap him on the hand or up on the splice of the bat and make it hurt. Don't want life to be comfortable out there for him, and he's holding England up here. There's a wide slip standing at about third. There's a fine third man, a point, but then predominantly the fielders are on the leg side. And goes Stokes, bowls, it's short and flicked away down towards backwards square leg. And take a run, 128 for 3.
Every time Van der Dusen hits the ball and then runs, he holds the bat in his bottom hand, which is very unusual to see for a top order batter. I always used to get told to hold the bat in your top hand if you wanted to look like you were a serious batter by my coaches.
Well, yeah, I suppose so, thinking about it.
Walk out there and in your bottom hand, you look like a bit of a slogger.
Yeah, no, I get that. 128 for 3, so 136 behind. Stokes on his way, bowls a short ball, and almost before he let it go, Peterson was ducking. He knows what's coming. He's not a tall man anyway. So I got easily underneath that one. And they're doing all they can over there to try and rev England up, try and get a breakthrough. There's a sombrero now that's being tossed around. A couple of sombreros actually. In fact, 3 sombreros, different coloured, all up and down. Actually, they're quite frisbee-like, aren't they? When you fling them like that, you flick them out. In goes Stokes, bowls. Back goes Peterson. Stokes fields, and they're going up and down. There's a bright red one there, now a yellow one, and they do carry quite nicely. Not sure where the inflatable's gone. And there's a knight, look at that, coming down, striding down. Full St George's knight, that is. I think he's even got his helmet on. It goes Stokes, moves in, bowls again, it's short, and Peterson ducks underneath it. Through it goes to the keeper. A crusader, I think we'd call him. And he's settling down there. Thousands of people gathered, and well, they're enjoying the cricket, but it's just got a bit slow, I think. I think they really thought they were going to be celebrating South African wickets here.
Well, some man asked me about no balls and the numbers delivered by England's bowlers. Ollie Robinson's bowled 8 in this match, 38 in his 10-test career so far, only 8 behind Jimmy Anderson's career tally of 46.
Wow.
In 174 tests, Stuart Broad's bowled 96 and 158. Interesting name on the leaderboard for most no, well, not quite the leaderboard for most no balls by England Test bowlers, Aggers.
Bob Willis.
Someone who played just 3 tests for England in the 1980s, but managed to squeeze in 32 no balls.
Oh, 32? Get out of it. In comes Broad, bowls. That's pushed away into the offside. 32?
That's what it says here.
Well, he must have been useless. Who was that?
Well, he's sitting very close to me at the moment.
32 no balls in 3 tests. That's a misprint. I'd never ever trust your stats. You make them up. 32. I did have a bad spell against Sri Lanka at Lords. 32.
That's a lot.
Get out of it. It's just writing so small.
Stephen Finn, 24 in 36 tests.
That's not too bad. Cost me a few wickets a couple of days.
I was going to say, how many wickets has Robinson? So the great thing about mine, I bowl 32, but I never took a wicket off any of them. It goes broad over the wicket, bowls, and that's patted back to him. I found I better took a wicket at all. So at least I can't be accused of that. 32, get out of it.
What was your problem?
I'll tell you what the problem was. It's a test match against Sri Lanka, and I'd done just enough for my first test to play the second, but the second was a disaster. Beautiful day, Gower put him in, they scored 1 million. And I got a couple of wickets, but the wise ones had gone off injured. In comes Broad, bowls, and it's played back to him by Van der Dussen. So people like Botham, Allott. I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying that Pat Pocock and I took the 3rd new ball. He was an off spinner. So we batted. Chris Tavare batted for hours, for about 12 or something. It was a horrendous game. And as we walked out to bowl in what was going to be a very short second innings, and sort of a pointless, dead second innings, the television was on. And it was all about, of course, being selected then for the winter tour. Here's Broad bowls, and that's a cuts back to appeal for leg before wicket. Broad wants it. The umpire's not giving it out, though. He was on the back foot. Stokes has got his arms outstretched. They're saying, come on, what are we going to do? We can review this. It was short of a length. It's ticking away. 4, 3, 2, 1. No, he's not going to do it. Broad's devastated. He really thought he was onto a review there. But Stokes not interested. 128 for 3. I think it's going over the top, but it's hard for our view to see. But it's hit below the roll. I think he's nicked it.
I think Ollie Pope came running in from square leg, who tends to have a good view of the inside edge, saying that he thought
You're
he
right.
hit it.
He's nicked it. It actually didn't get up as high as I thought it had, but anyway.
If he misses that, if there's no little tiniest hint of an inside edge on that, that really is stone dead.
So good decision, very good decision by Chris Gaffney. It wasn't a big one. Broad again comes in, bowls, and he's forward now, playing out to mid-on. So the point was, as we left the dressing room to go and bowl this time, I mean knowing, nip and tuck this for India, on the telly, I think it was Richie Beno who said, it's a very crucial session this for Jonathan Egg. He wants to go on the winter tour. He's got to get some wickets. All words to that effect. And those words are ringing in my ears as we left the dressing room and went down to bowl. And I tried far too hard, basically. Was all it was.
I think everyone's been there, haven't they?
Yeah. So that's what happened. I didn't get a wicket. Didn't get picked. Then comes Broad, bowls, and ball rolls away to mid-wicket. But then I got out there because Paul Allott was picked and then came back injured. So the best preparation of all, as you can imagine, on standby for a tour. These days, wouldn't you? You'd be in the nets and in the academy, in the sit-up. I was making windows in a window factory.
Nice.
Got the call, and next thing I was in Calcutta. So there we go. Didn't bowl a ball on the tour, incidentally.
Did you sort their windows out?
Well, if anyone did buy any windows from TL Bennett Limited Ratby back in the 80s, I hope the guarantee is still alive. I doubt it, and they'll have fallen out years ago anyway. But there we go. Steve, more from you, and then Simon's coming here.
That tiny little inside edge from Rassie van der Dussen, just saving him there, but England feels like there might be something just brewing for them in this passage of play.
Here is Stokes then, short, up on his toes, goes Keegan Peterson, plays it away into the offside, and Stokes steps forward to pick up. So England with this short pitch approach with Stokes bowling, with 3 players back. And this is one of those tactics that you can understand at this stage, can't you? And you try and shake it up a bit, do something different. 128 for 3.
It's almost trying to buy a wicket. You just trying to rely on the batters making an error.
Stokes runs away from us to bowl to Peterson. Short leg quite deep as well. Bowls a short ball outside the off stump, and Peterson drops the gloves and allows it to go through. Did you say Robinson's bowled only 8 fewer no balls in his Test career than Anderson, or something like that?
Yes. I mean, Anderson, for a lot of his career, played when umpires basically weren't calling.
Didn't bother looking.
Or they weren't really looking for them. So we have seen a general increase over the last sort of 2-3 years when the no ball's been called by the TV umpire. But even so, it's very few over such a long career. Just to finish on Aggas, 25 of his 32 no balls were in that one Test against Sri Lanka. Heroic.
Stokes bowls to Peterson. Short guided pull, nice looking shot. Pope ducks at short leg. I'm not surprised as well. Not exactly where you want to be when it's being banged in like this. A single to Peterson. 129 for 3. Van der Dusen 32. Peterson with that single moves to 39. Because in Championship cricket, it's 2 for no ball, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a hammer blow.
Yeah.
It really does hurt. If you bowl a couple in an innings, it can ruin your figures.
Incidents of Championship matches where you see 60 extras or something like that. Stokes bowls short, now the guided pull, and a very good piece of fielding by Ollie Pope in the dust of a wicket end at square leg. He's gone back now from short leg to square leg. The umpire's come across to point, so he can just check that England have the requisite number of fielders in front of square, i.e. they don't have 3 behind square. They're on that verge, actually. There's a deep square and a square leg, and they're just in that channel. So umpire Gaffney has to have his wits about him. I'm sure he will. I'm sure England will stay at the right side of the line. Stokes bowls another short ball, another guided pull down towards deep backwards square leg. Bairstow is there. He's got away from the big stand. They're cheering him, and they've got a very particular song that they sing about Johnny Bairstow, which I don't think we should. Well, I don't think we should even go there on the broadcast.
I'd imagine if people listen closely, they could hear it.
Yeah. 130 for 3. Anyway, he's on the far side now, a bit quieter over there in front of the hotel. Stokes moves in to bowl to Peterson, and Peterson right in behind the ball that's on a length, or just short of a length, plays it back to Stokes, who picks up, and there is no run. It's the end of the over, 130 for 3, so South Africa have nearly knocked off half of them.
Yes, halfway there. It's been slow progress. 56 overs now in this second innings, but England trying everything that they can to make a wicket. They won't be too unenthused by the fact that South Africa are pulling the balls from Ben Stokes, even though they are in control. All it takes is one just to jump or leap a little bit, take a top edge, and England have that breakthrough. Stuart Broad at the other end, the James Anderson end, is trying to attack the stumps a lot more, trying to utilise the reverse swing. So you can't criticise England for being unproactive. I think they've tried everything that they've had in the locker so far today. They'll just be praying that they get this breakthrough, and then with the clouds encompassing the ground a little bit more than earlier, they'll be hoping when that second new ball comes around in the evening session, that's when they can really hammer home this middle order.
There's Broad, bowls to Van der Dusen, who tucks that away into the onside, but straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Now I've got the serious stuff out the way. I was hoping we'd be on commentary again today, because me and Simon were chatting about umpires earlier and people's misbehaviours in domestic cricket, and how my clip of me misbehaving to an umpire and over appealing made it onto the ECB's highlight list. But I was thinking what kind of umpire you would be and how I'd try to butter you up as a bowler.
Here's Broad moving in past the umpire to bowl to Van der Dusen. That's full, and Van der Dusen's forward playing towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Well, when I played club cricket, you always make friends with the umpire, don't you? Good afternoon, how are you? Where have you come from today? That sort of thing.
Small talk.
And always, when you take guard, you say whatever guard you want. I used to take two, please, umpire.
But I think you'd be too cynical. I think you'd say, well, he's trying to butter me up.
It'd be as straightforward as this, Finney. If it were out, it were out. It's out. If it's not out, it's not out.
And what if I question your decision? Politely, of course.
Well, if you said to me, here's Broad, going into bowl to Van der Dusen, and Van der Dusen just stretches for a wide delivery there, can't control it, time it, goes up towards mid-off and there's no run. It just completely depends. If you were polite with it, Finney, I don't know. I don't actually quite. I'm not very good on confrontation.
I think I'd throw you a curveball though to get you on side. I'd bring up Christmas and how I don't think it should be every year. I think that would get you on.
You'd have to know me though, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would. I like to do my research on my umpires. So there's a lot of evidence out there for you if you were to all of a sudden be on the ECB panel of umpires.
Yeah. Well, that would be a good way of doing it, wouldn't it? That's how you butter them up, isn't it? I mean, that is really good preparation. If you can do your research on umpires. I'm sure teams do their research on umpires.
Not necessarily on umpires, but as you go around the circuit, you do get to know and understand what they like and what they do and what they're into and things like that. So, I mean, it probably makes no skerrick of a difference whatsoever, but as a player, it makes you think, he might just give me the rub of the green on one decision.
I don't know. I think if you are decent to an umpire, I think it does make a bit of difference. Broad bowls. Van der Dusen just gets the bat across the pad in time there to play that to mid-wicket. Broad looking for an LBW, hunting for an LBW. I think it's human nature, isn't it? If it's a tight decision on the LBW, say, then you think you might go in favour of the bowler if he's friended you, and if he's been nice to you in the field later on when you're umpiring him or her when you're batting, then
offer them a drink from your drinks trolley when it comes out. I do get it. What I always enjoyed doing when I was younger was when I played for the 4th 11 for my club team was
Broad to Van der Dusen. It's very full. It tickles it down towards fine leg. Leach is there. Long barrier. Stops it. Sends in the return. Right-handed. And one more to the total. 131 for 3.
When you're playing for the 4th 11 and you have to go out and umpire your team whilst your team's batting and you could fire your mates off, that'd really ruin their day. If one of them, give it a big extravagant out. Or I did the slow Rudy Kurtzen, actually. The slow out when I was 12 or 13.
What I used to really hate is when you umpire your own team, when someone nicks it and they know they're out and they don't walk off, because that is. I remember playing in a game actually, and you mentioned Hampstead the other day. At Hampstead, I was umpiring someone, and one of our players who never walked, he nicked a big one, really big nick, and I didn't give him out. I waited. Here's Broad, and forward goes Peterson playing into the onside. I knew he was out. I was going to give him, come on, just walk off. You know you're out. And he didn't. He just stood there. So, and then in the end, they were going, "Oh, come on." And then you give him out, and you sort of feel as if you bowed to pressure. There's no honesty in the world, is there?
There isn't. Well, that's why DRS is here now.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing, because there's no point being nice to Mr. Gaffney and Mr. Illingworth, is there?
No, the politeness to those chaps is out the window now. It's truly a professional relationship between the two of you, and that's it.
Yeah, with the review system, you can. If it's out, it's out. If it's not out these days. I mean, pretty much. No, I mean, not every single time as the old one. I mean, just occasionally you see one where you think, I'm just not sure whether that's out or not. You can make an argument either side. Stokes bowls short, guided pull down towards deep backwards square leg. Through for a single. That's almost no man's land of a position, really. There isn't really a position in the cricket lexicon for that. He's sort of 3/4 of the way back behind squares, neither fine leg nor deep backwards squares, sort of lurking in the deep. 132 for 3. Van der Dusen moves to 35.
He's just there for one that loops up, bounces slightly more.
One thing we didn't get to, we didn't finish, was are there examples of good behaviour? What's sort of just on the right side of the line in this video, this ECB video? Stokes bowls up on his toes. Peterson playing that to Broad at cover, and there's no run.
No, I think it and you're meant to pause it, so the guys pause it who are running it, and they say, "Is this acceptable or not?"
Right. Okay.
So I think there might, from memory, I just remember the really bad one because they were quite funny. There's one where a batter from Nottinghamshire, I think, gets bowled. Or no, he's given a bad decision of some sort, but he just wipes all 3 stumps straight out the ground.
And that's perfectly acceptable, obviously.
Yes, and then apologises straight away to the umpire.
Stokes to Peterson, short, ducks underneath it. Through to Ben Foakes.
Chris Broad, he hit his stumps with his bat in frustration after being out in a test in Australia. And he's gone on to be match referee in over 500 tests, I think.
Yeah.
He's had to pull his son in a few times, I think, didn't he, during the COVID test where you could only have home match umpires, match referees.
Quite fiery, the Broads, Chris and Stuart. Well,
Strong-minded.
Often you need to be quite fiery to be a top-level sports player, don't you? You need to have a bit of drive about you, a bit something about you. I mean, you're seem very mild-mannered chap, Finney, but I bet you get fired up, don't you?
You can, but yeah, it tends to be little things that just flick your switch when you're out there on the field. It'd always be a shot. If a batter plays one particular shot.
There's a deep third in now, 2 slips. Stokes fiddling with the field, goes in and bowls outside the off stump, and nicely struck by Peterson, but straight to Stuart Broad, fielding at point. There's no run.
Chris Broad's been refereeing 115 tests, over 300 ODIs and over 100 T20s, over 500 international matches. So I guess he's seen the other side of it, isn't it?
It's important to have the perspective, isn't it? I think.
Well, all High Court judges should be former hardened criminals. I understand.
Yes, it's always important to see the world from different perspectives, isn't it? Stokes, ball in hand. He wants one thing at the moment, and that's a wicket. Stokes bowls, Peterson nudges that into the offside. Broad picks up, and there's no run. I don't suppose you would know what sort of match referee Chris is, would you really? Because he wouldn't have refereed in your matches, not when you were playing anyway.
No, I've only been in trouble with the match referee a couple of times. I got pulled into a meeting in India, actually, in I think it was Mumbai. We had a fiery ODI against India in 2011, and me, Cook, Suresh Raina, Virat Kohli and MS Dhoni all got pulled into
Not
the
too
match
many
referees.
then.
Yeah, all
6
5 of us. Yeah, 5 of us got pulled in.
Stokes to Peterson outside the off stump. There's no stroke. I must have been there for that game. What happened?
Well, it just got fire. I bowled semi-quick and got Suresh Raina out and gave him a bit of a send-off. Right. In the build-up to that, I'd been chirping him a little bit about playing the short ball, and he'd go off to square leg and complain to the umpire, and I didn't take too kindly to him going over and basically grassing me up to the umpire.
Doing what Zoltz did to me earlier. You weren't here for that.
No, I missed it.
No, yeah, absolutely peached on me.
Well, shame on you.
I know. I'm going to speak to him later about it.
and at the end of the game, the match referee called us in, and me and Cook are stood there on one side. Then you've got the umpires in the middle. Then you've got the 3 players from India on the other side, and the match referee sat behind a desk talking to us, giving us a telling off. And I sort of looked up at Kohli and Raina, and he was on the verge of laughing, and then I was on the verge of laughing. You know when you have to bite your tongue like that, and we're all stood there trying so hard not to giggle at the match referee telling us off. It was
Broad bowls, and Van der Dusen pushes that away into the offside, and there's no run. But when you go into the match referee's office, do you sort of both? You just know it's a fair cop, really. You don't try and argue and say, actually, no, I didn't do that. You just accept it, do you?
Oh, I think they'd got me banged to rights that day. I think he'd got it spot on. But I think the match referee's got an interesting job, actually, because when Andy Flower was coach of the England team, you'd see a decision not be right. I think there was one in particular in the 2013 Ashes when Graham Swan should have had Ashton Agar stumped at the Trent Bridge Test.
I remember that game, yeah. Broad to Van der Dusen. Van der Dusen leans forward, takes one hand off the bat in defence, goes to Anderson at mid-off.
And Marais Erasmus, who was the 3rd umpire, who's actually a fantastic umpire and a lovely, lovely man, gave a bad decision. It was a shadow that was behind the line, not Ashton Agar's toe. And in the heat of the moment, he's pressed the not out button, and Agar ended up getting 99 and running that close and cost me my place in the series. But I'm not bitter about it whatsoever, because I got panned for the rest of that innings as well. Brad Haddin took a liking to me. But Andy Flower would go sprinting up to the match referee's office.
Broad bowls to Van der Dusen, who's playing in front of that front pad again, turning into the onside towards square leg, gets a single. 133 for 3.
And I think there are all sorts of different things that the match referee has to deal with that we don't actually see, and a lot of the time it's angry coaches who feel aggrieved at decisions that have been made.
Yeah.
And I've way overstayed my welcome. Sorry, Vernon.
Well, in last time England played in Sri Lanka, we saw Mickey Arthur sort of stomping his way to the match referee's office quite often. Often he was wrong as well. He'd been indignant about something. There was a controversial. Well, it wasn't that controversial, but it was something you don't see very often. Here's Broad bowling to Peterson outside the off stump. There's no stroke, and it's through to Folkes. one where the ball... England batter played forward, ball went into the ground and then came up and hit his glove and then went out to short leg. So it actually hit the ground and then he hit it again off the glove, and no one quite, well, a few didn't quite know the law, and Mickey Arthur didn't, because he was complaining it wasn't out, but the law say once the ball's hit the ground off the bat or glove, it is not out. Anyway, so you can be indignant as a coach, but you don't always get it right. Broad bowls to Peterson, short ball pulled away, nice looking shot for 2 at least. Pope's after it towards deep mid wicket, picks it up after a fashion, sends in the return, and it's collected by Folkes, and 2 more, and South Africa continue to build. This partnership is moving towards 100. It's 81 at the moment, 135 for 3
from 36.1 overs.
Yeah, really dug in, made it hard for England this afternoon, not yet to take a wicket. Vernon Philander is here finally. Stephen Finn vacating. Actually going to have a double change in just a moment after this ball.
Slightly better news for us South Africans.
Definitely, yeah, fighting hard, giving yourself a chance. Broad looking to do something about it, bowls to Peterson, nicely in control there on the front foot, plays it to Stokes. There is no run. It's a day for patience for everybody. Crowd, fielders, bowlers and batters. 135 for 3. The new ball is 21 overs away. Van der Dusen is 36. Peterson is 41. Well, more observations from you, Vernon, and then it will be Daniel Norcross.
The wicket has been real placid this afternoon. Seems like it lost all its pace. 59 over old ball as well. Duke balls have been really getting soft after the sort of 30 over mark, so the pace of play is going to be really slow. England captain, as we've seen himself, he really wants to be that enforcer, bowling a couple of short balls, but because of the lack of pace in the surface and the softness of the ball, so 2 South Africans have been finding it real easy. It's also not easy to score. That's why the runs is taking a bit of a while to come by, but...
Well, that is what will be pleasing England a little, is that as those overs tick down to a second new ball becoming available, South Africa aren't really making much of an inroad into the deficit. Now Stokes has changed his field now. We've got 2 slips in. He's going to go Fuller here and a short mid-on. He's into Van der Dusen, who plays away from his body. He's tempted into one, goes past the outside edge, goes through low to Folkes. There's no run.
And I suppose that spell of short pitch bowling that really just pushed Van der Dusen back. As you can see, he was very hesitant in coming forward. Almost just end up pushing the bat at the ball, feet not moving. And that is ultimately why you want to do the short pitch bowling. I think Stokes every now and again just get carried away with it a little bit.
Stokes in, and that's played out again. A little nibble in the channel outside the off stump.
There has been a little bit of bounce from the media centre end.
Stay them end. Brian stay them end.
The Brian Statham end. We have seen a bit of bounce. I tell you what, there's still a bit of reverse swing on offer as well.
That's what I often wonder with Stokes, because he's a man who can make the ball reverse and can get appreciable movement, and he's sort of used himself initially just as a bouncer bowler. He's in now. Van der Dusen gets across his stumps quite deliberately and then defends on the front foot. Back to the bowler, no run. He's trying to get his feet moving here.
Yeah, I suppose having watched these 2 South African batsmen play that short pitch bowling, you could see that wasn't really effective. You can just see him changing his ploy of tactic.
Just wasn't getting up high enough, was it? I mean, if you're going to challenge Van der Dusen's hands, but the ball was getting up, what about sort of waist height?
The waist height, yeah. And it was just so easy. And so much time as well.
Stokes in to Van der Dusen, who plays again slightly away from his body, guides the ball to point. Jack Leach does the fielding. There's no run.
I suppose when you bowl in periods like this, very often we used to refer this as an investment session. So and they keep doing the good things. So when that new harder ball do come along, that the repetition of goodness just keep going. And as you said earlier, South Africa still trails by 129 runs. If you can keep them tight for the next sort of 20 overs, maybe pick up 1 or 2, open up a door.
Here comes Stokes into Van der Dusen. He pushes it a slightly wider swinging delivery. Pushes it into the covers.
And that's a real dangerous shot, that, with a slightly harder ball. But because the ball is so soft, you get away with it.
It doesn't zip off the surface.
It doesn't zip, it doesn't bounce. It seems a little bit soft there as well.
Let's just look at the timings here. It's 20 overs until a new ball becomes available. There'll be some overs from Leach, you'd imagine, maybe some from Root as well as they get closer to that new ball. So that would be about an hour and a half of playing time. Stokes into Van der Dusen. He goes across his stumps and works the ball into the onside. Stokes is on the floor, but he's up now. Fell over in his delivery stride. End of the over, maiden over. 1-3-5 for 3. Another over ticks by. We've got about 15 minutes to go until tea. So England would look to have a new ball available around about 5:15 with about an hour and a quarter to bowl with it.
And we've seen how lethal England has been when they bat against this older ball. They've really made sure that they really took the attack to the South African seamers.
Is there a case here that maybe now that it's harder for Van der Dusen because he's carrying that injury, but with Peterson having faced 137 balls, that he might actually go for a little counter-attack, or being so far behind, is that tricky?
I suppose with the amount of time left in the game, I can't see him go for a counter-attack or counter-punts. I think for them it's just to really be out there bedtime. If you can get yourself 100, 120 ahead, give yourself a chance. But at the moment, England is still a very long way ahead in this game.
Leach is back in the attack. How long was that broad spell? 4 overs. So Leach is back in. He's got a slipper forward, short leg, backward point, square cover, extra cover mid-off. Forward comes. Peterson pushes it to short cover, short extra cover. There's no run.
I suppose this is where your captaincy needs to be smart as well, because you'll have to reserve your seam bowlers to get those energy levels up for a bit later on when the new ball do become available. You see the seamers will probably operate in shorter spells this afternoon.
This is now South Africa's longest partnership in England since the Oval Test of 2012.
Wow. Leach turns the ball in his hands and comes in and keeps low and is kept out. Well, Peterson came on with the arm, pushes it to short mid-wicket. There's no run.
When Amla and Graham Smith put on 259 in 85 overs.
Here comes Leach back into his crease. Goes Peterson, late cuts down towards backward point, deep third. Lees does the fielding. 136 for 3.
I was there in 2012 when Amla and Graham Smith put on that mammoth partnership. Us bowlers, we
enjoyed it.
Thoroughly enjoy that. A day and a half of sleep, feet up.
Amla then batted over 100 overs with Jacques Kallis, put on 377 unbroken for the 3rd wicket.
I recall that very well. It was any hot week of the year up to that point, wasn't it? Leach in forward. Comes Van der Dusen, defends. Pope picks up from short leg.
There was a couple of English bowlers that actually don't want to remember their test match. And they got 300 plus. A couple of hundreds from Smith and Kallis.
Leach in, turns ever so slightly, dabbed to short leg again by Van der Dusen. The crowd is getting restive, it's making its own entertainment. Away to my left. As I think they did at the Oval on those 2 days. Leach in, back into his crease goes Van der Dusen. The manages to find a gap to the left of Crawley at extra cover. And as a result, they pick up a run. It's one of the more noble things about an English crowd. 137 for 3 after 61 overs.
It just seems like they're collecting all the cups.
John Pym has emailed us. Says, on the discussion of captains and wicket-keepers getting hundreds, you missed one. What about Alex Stewart, 3rd Test against South Africa in 1998? He was both. You didn't think that through, Andy?
Well, I did think it through, and I filtered that out, actually. I did think it through, but...
Oh, I see. But he was the captain and the wicketkeeper.
Yes.
Yes.
It's really when...
Are you regretting that?
The hidden subtext was, and those people were different players.
Well, it was a hidden subtext.
Yeah.
Mr. Pym is having none of that. He's a bit of a literalist, I think, Mr. Pym. A little bit like a lovely young man we met today in the box, Rufus Wright, who brought us some marvellous cakes. He's going to be one of the world's finest all-rounder. Keeper, bowler, batter, does the lot. Stokes is in, outside the off stump, swinging away slightly at the gloves of the keeper. There's marvellous mini cupcakes we've got. Thank you very much, Rufus. I met him and his father. He told us all about his exploits. Well quick, well spin.
Yeah.
Stumped somebody the other day as well.
Heard all about it.
Sitting sixes.
Heard all about it. He came to take a little photo with myself and Allison in the TMS box.
He's playing a lot of all-stars cricket at the moment. Look out for the name. Remember the name, as Ian Bishop would say. And it's a good name, let's face it. Rufus Wright.
Absolutely.
It's a great name. Stokes into Van der Dusen. Wide, driven through the offside. Won't make it to the boundary. It's rather toe end. Ollie Robinson's in pursuit and will retrieve. They get through for a couple of runs. Boundaries have been in short supply today.
On the topic of cakes,
yes,
still awaiting the baked cake.
Are you?
That have been promised from since day one at Lord's.
We had no baked cakes. We've got one. Actually, we've got one here.
We do. Oh, there we go.
Yes.
Name card on it.
It's shaped like a brick.
Did Phil Tufnell bake that last night? He was the one that promised me about him.
He's a dab hand. He must have been on Celebrity MasterChef. He's been on pretty much everything else. Stokes into Van der Dusen, who again plays away from his body, but just pushes it to Ollie Pope at short extra. Quickly give you the field. 2 slips a backward point. Cover in front of square. Broad, unfamiliar place to see him. Short extra cover. Pope, Robinson and Anderson at mid-on, mid-off. Johnny Bairstow bustling around at quite a square mid-wicket. And then there's a definitely long leg, about 10 yards inside the boundary. Stokes is continuing as the party stand is in full voice away to my left. Stokes in, and the Dusen again to a ball that's swinging, pushes slightly away from his body. He's not leaving the ball, which will encourage Stokes. Now, Keith Points emails. That's a couple of present tenses I wasn't expecting. I have been dragged out of cricketing retirement, repeated injury, lack of talent, etc., to play in my dad's 60th anniversary cricket match tomorrow. He has played for Morden Cricket Club, I know Morden very well, in South London, uninterrupted since he was 16 years old. I'll pick up after this ball. Stokes into Van der Dusen, who chops at a ball, really guides it through backward point. Again it was wide, again it was swinging away. Leach is after it, he retrieves, and there's 2 more. A veritable glut of runs. 141 for 3. He continues, this Keith. There can't be many people that have played for this long and at the same club, and wondered if you could wish Jeff and his team of ex-members, friends and family good luck as we take on the Morden Cricket Club Sunday 11. Hopefully he has his headphones in, listening while he picks away at the list of chores Mum has given him. Well, we wish you a lot of good luck there, Jeff. You've got to beat Morden. It's a terminus. It's the bottom of the Northern Line. Stokes in. That pops a little bit actually on Van der Dusen, and it's hurt him a bit. He's taken the top hand off the bat, pushes it to point, and there's no run.
First things first, don't forget those chores today.
Don't forget the chores.
Else you won't be let out tomorrow.
No. The Morden Cricket Club Sunday 11. I must have played against him at some point.
Any good? What division do they play in?
Our team was so bad, it was very hard to tell how good other sides were. I mean, we would just about survive each season. The goal at the start of every season for my team used to be finishing 3rd bottom. And we managed it about 8 seasons running.
Just wanted to avoid relegation. Was that the goal?
Yeah, I don't know why we wanted to avoid relegation. We might have won a game if we'd gone down. The competitive juices still flow. Right. Oh yes, now the crowd's really going for it.
It's this business of, it's the beer snake. And Dan, there are some balls being tossed about. There are a variety of people in this. There are a lot of people in ponchos, I've noticed today. It's a very colourful scene away to my left as Leach is in forward. Comes Peterson, pushes back to the bowler. The beer snake is... I'm not 100% pro beer snake on the basis that it has sort of dregs in it. So you can't really make it without showering people with flat, warm beer. Forward comes Peterson, pushes it straight to Anderson. Short mid-off, there's no run, but people seem to enjoy it.
Yeah, there seems to be 3 rows of them. Looks like a little competition's going there amongst the crowd.
Pretty huge, isn't it? Here comes Leach. That's down the leg side, and all sorts of things happening. So folks saw it was being pinged down the leg side, dived to his left, it rebounded off a bit of his body, popped up to Root, who then threw the ball at the stumps in the hope that Peterson was out of his ground, but he wasn't. Wow, that was close.
A superb effort, Dan. Avoid sneezing on it.
Oh, Christ. Leach into Peterson. Peterson defends back up the wicket. There's no run.
It's reminiscent of Robin Smith ducking a Curtly Ambrose bouncer the way you move there.
He's getting the last word out just before the sneeze. I'm quite pleased with that.
It's very well timed there, Dan.
Thank you. Oof.
I'm not too sure about dropping a deep point. Peterson hasn't played a reverse sweep. I'm not quite sure why you want to put him back.
Leach in forward comes Peterson in very watchful defence. He's just patting the ball back at the moment, as easy as you like. Very little happening. The ball barely turning, barely bouncing as well. Leach in, back into his crease. Goes Peterson, jabs it into the ground on the bounce, stopped by Pope. Short leg. So with 5 minutes to go, there should be 2 more overs, I think, available today. 141 for 3. Van der Dusen has 41. Peterson has 42. Andy.
Well, Peterson been extremely cautious against Jack Leach. That's now 70 balls he's faced from Leach. He scored 7 runs against England's seamers. He scored 35 from 76.
But he's just got the 1 boundary, hasn't he, in 146 balls, is that right?
So I was including Joe Root. So basically against all other England bowlers, 35 or 76.
Yeah.
7 from 70 against Leach.
And he's got the 1 boundary, and it was off a full toss from Root, which he just pushed through straight mid-off.
I can certainly tell you the talking point in that South African dressing would be to bet time.
Yeah.
We still have just over, 2.25 days left. It's a lot of cricket still left, and if you can bet for another 60-70 overs.
Stoke starts a new over. Van der Dusen gets up on his toes and defends a shorter ball, takes his hand off the glove. No run.
I'll say it, if you can get 150 ahead, 100 ahead, been part of the test match at the Wanderers where India was way ahead, and we ended up playing for a draw. I think we were chasing 450 plus, and Faf and De Villiers, they were betting it. Yeah, they were blocking it out on the last day, and you'll never know how close you get. And we almost ended up winning that one. Ended up in a draw.
Stokes in. The thick inside edge rolls back to the square on the onside. It's picked up by Bairstow. There's no run.
And then, of course, the marathon batting effort in Adelaide against Australia.
They're great fun, aren't they?
Also similar position where we were down and out, and just had to bat time. And I suppose it will be a similar conversation that's happening in that changing room right now. Although I don't think one of this team would have been there, but it's definitely South African DNA to fight and really guts it out.
Stokes in. Van der Dusen pushing.
And just had to bat time. And I suppose it will be a similar conversation that's happening in that changing room right now. Although I don't think one of this team would have been there, but it's definitely South African DNA to fight and really guts it out.
Stokes in. Van der Dusen pushes forward in defence to another gently swinging ball, swinging away.
And of course, the longer you bat, the more that belief starts kicking in that you can do it.
What were A.B. de Villiers' stats that day? He batted an extraordinary amount of time for very few runs. It was a marvellous example of self-denial from a player that has got all the shots in the book.
Yeah, absolutely. And just come back to your point about Peterson facing up such a lot of dots of leads. There is no real need to be going at whatever run rate. Just about batting time.
Stokes in, and the Doosan, that's one in this time. And he just pushes it up to Robinson at mid-off along the ground. He's looked very solid, Van der Doosan. He's been in pain throughout, but actually Stokes is looking in a bit of pain as well. He's managing a knee issue.
He has been struggling with that knee. He's very cautious when he lands on that front knee.
Yes, he's had a bit of a limp really all summer. Just, well, I say limp. It favours one leg over the other. As in comes Stokes. Right arm over. And der Duijs is beaten on the outside edge. That was really close. That was really close to Van der Doosan's bat. It would have been a very annoying way for him to get out, because there was just very tentative. Great seam position. Didn't need to play at it. Massive gap between bat and pad as well. Had it come back in, and he's just reached for it.
Yeah, it's a beautiful piece of bowling. I think we've seen the first 3 balls. He's gone back at Van der Dussen. The ball is reversing a little bit. This one has gone away. Van der Dussen still felt like he had to play at it. Really missing the outside edge.
Last ball of the over. Stokes in, and he goes across his stumps, and ball keeps low, and he just manages to dig this out to Bairstow at mid-wicket. End of the over, a very fine one. 141 for 3. And der Duijs 41, Peterson 42, and there will be one more over before tea. Andy.
Test in Johannesburg, December 2013. India 280 all out. Virat Kohli, much in his peak years, 119. South Africa responded with 244, then India with 153 from Pujara, 96 from Kohli, made 421. South Africa chasing 458. Faf du Plessis run out for 134 from 309. De Villiers made 103 from 168 and did 450 for 7, chasing that 458.
Oh, if only he got a bit quicker. The chin, and that's popped up from Peterson, back with a Scrowdy onside, but evades short leg. Bairstow tied his up, no run.
Yeah, I was out in the middle, and a couple of messages came down. We lost Morne Morkel in that second innings. He went over his ankle, twisted ankle, so he couldn't bat. And message came out to us because I certainly felt that we could have gone for it. I just said, listen guys, best give ourselves a chance in the next test match, so try and get through this evening and get a draw out the way. But of course I was looking at it from a different point of view, where it would have been the highest run chase at the time, and really disappointing to be walking off 7 down.
Yes.
I think it was 8 runs high for a win.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we've just seen on Ultra Edge that during that Stokes over, when Van der Dussen went to play at a ball outside the off stump and we thought he'd missed it, he actually got a thin edge on it. We've just seen the Ultra Edge. Nobody went up. Leach in, defended, back at the wicket, no run. The ball, you may recall, and I said Van der Dussen would be furious if he got out to that. Well, he should have got out.
Technically, he was out.
Well, he got the edge. It's a thin edge. No one's appealed. Oakes has just tossed the ball in the air to say, oh, how close can you get? Root's gone, oh.
I suppose I tell you, it is really difficult when a crowd is this noisy to hear those faint edges.
Leach in. Down the wicket comes Peterson for the first time and turns the ball to Broad at wide mid-on or mid-wicket. But that, well, you don't see that too often. I mean, we've had a couple where everyone's gone up and it's been nowhere near the bat. Here, the ball has been right next. Well, he's touched it. Back into his crease goes Peterson, dabs into the offside, no run. And that will frustrate England when they see that. I don't think that does wonders for your morale. I mean, it may be better if they're not told for their own sake.
Yeah, especially when you work this hard. The game has gone absolutely nowhere.
Well, they've not taken a wicket this session as Leach is in. Peterson back into his crease.
He's very watchful, isn't he, Peterson?
Yep. How many overs have been bowled in this session, Andy?
29.
Including this?
Yep.
So this is the last ball before tea. 29th over. 53 runs have been scored, no wickets. Forward short leg, 2 slips and a leg slip. Here's Leach. Finish the session. Forward comes Peterson. Defends back up the wicket. And there is no run. So Fine rear guard here from Van der Dusen and Keegan Peterson. Van der Dusen has had a life. He's escaped with a thin edge through to the keeper that no one has noticed, apart from the truck, the people in the truck who've heard a tiny little edge and shown us on Ultra Edge that he should have been given out. Van der Dusen's brave resistance continues. He's carrying an injured finger. Peterson has been playing very much within himself. He's at just the 1-4 and 29 overs, 53 runs. It's not explosive, exciting cricket, but it's absorbing as South Africa refuse to lie down. 15 more overs before England can get their hands on a second new ball, so their over rate's just gone up a little bit. They'll be able to claim that within around about an hour after tea as the players make their way off. Vernon, your assessment of where the match is?
Has been a good fight back from South Africa, although one have to say England is still way ahead in this game, but South Africa will take a lot of belief in their quest to fight and have some sort of say in the second innings, but one have to feel that England probably perhaps put 1 or 2 more wickets onto that scoreboard and they're right back into this contest. But South Africa will go back a little bit more relieved after that session and hopefully form a bigger partnership between Peterson and Van der Dusen.
What do you reckon would have happened in that dressing room at tea, Tuvers? Do you think that they'd have been, the fact of the edge that they didn't appeal for would have been communicated?
Sure it would have been. I'm sure it would have done, but listen, yes, a mild frustration, that's for sure. They've got to somehow break this partnership, but I think it's, come on lads, we're still in a fantastic position, 23 ahead still. Keep going. It only takes one ball, as we always used to say. So, but they've played well, haven't they? I mean,
really well. They've dug in, yeah,
absolutely. But you just get the feeling that perhaps something might just happen here after tea, and if they do break this partnership, who knows what happens.
Yes, they have not surrendered, South Africa today, not by any means. They've been behind in this game for the most part of it, really. In fact, almost all of it. Little spells when they've got themselves back in the match. Stokes bowls after tea. Van der Dusen nearly plays on there, inside edge. He went behind square on the onside. 141 for 3. I think you do need a bit of good fortune to survive on this surface. It's a bit uneven, the ball's reversed, some spin.
He's played it very well in a funny sort of way. With that damaged hands, he's played very sort of soft, very late, and just looked to block it, and it's almost worked in his favour.
Yeah. Just seeing the replay of the Van der Dusen incident on our TV screens again, and it's a lovely feeling, isn't it, as a
card player? He's a good card player.
Stokes bowled, Van der Dusen up on his toes. That hurt again. The ball went into the offside, off the back foot there.
For some reason, and I don't know why, there always seems to be that little head jerk back, isn't it, when you nick it? But he looked like, this is silly. Didn't look back or didn't even sort of fret at all. Very good poker face.
It's a lovely feeling as well, isn't it?
Done them all.
Nick it, and then no one appeals. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah. All right, on we go then.
Well, I remember the time at here against West Indies. Dominic Cork just nonchalantly strolled back and put the bail back on.
Stokes bowls full. Has he edged that? He has. He hasn't lasted much longer. Stokes is leaping in the air. He's off towards point to celebrate, and his team are mobbing him. It was the away swinger, and he was drawn into playing at it, and he nicked it through to Folkes.
Captain Fantastic does the breakthrough, does the business for his side there with a wonderful away swinging, sort of full delivery, and this time Van der Dusen, it was wide. I mean, he really went after that. There was no need to play in it, but he's played a great hand, literally, for South Africa, but that's the breakthrough they wanted, and Ben Stokes, he's off and running. Absolutely loves that. Look at that. Look at the emotion pouring out of him.
He's roaring his delight. Van der Dusen is thumping the back of his bat. You need to be careful with his hand there, but
ow!
Out for 41 from 132 balls.
Well played. Great effort. It's a lot of pain. I've been racked on the digits and not had them broken, thankfully, but every time, the bat jars in your hand, it's excruciating. So he did really well. But then again, against Stokes, I mean, the man for the moment, isn't he? He really is. He's really living up to this whole Captain Fantastic.
And he got into a play at a ball he should not have played at.
Well, it's, I always say, breaks, drinks, you know, you just go in, you relax, you just sit down, you slightly come off it sort of mentally and wherever you are, and he really did chase that wide one. First time he'd really sort of like gone after one.
What ball after tee was that, Zoltz?
Second, wasn't it?
Third ball.
There we go, you see.
So the unappealed caught behind was off the 5th ball of Stokes' previous over, so Van der Dussen lasted just another 4 balls before doing the honourable thing and nicking it.
Right, Verreynne's out there now, number 97 on the back of his white shirt.
You just get the feeling now England might just rush through an opened door. Drafted so well, and he's just played that's a bad shot. That's a lack of concentration. Perhaps the painkillers are wearing off and everything just starts getting in your head. As you say, didn't take a wicket that session, and you get into the rhythm of the game then, don't you? And then you have that break. You've got to get yourself back on it, but Stokes is up for this.
It wasn't a drive, he just pushed out at it. But you can hear the crowd reaction. Stokes a bit like Courtney Walsh here in a test match. Do you remember that game when Courtney was off celebrating? Very similar back in the day, not that long ago, but a while back now. 141 for 4. Verreynne faces Stokes. Stokes bowls outside the off stump. It was a good first delivery actually to Verreynne. It was in the corridor, bit of bounce as well, but Verreynne judged it nicely and allowed it to go by.
Well, they haven't had a lot of cheer about that session between lunch and tea, but they're up for it now. The party stand is getting right behind Ben Stokes here.
We're also in the 66th over as well, so that the new ball is not too far away. I mean, the point here is that South Africa, they are going to be still a reasonable distance behind when England get to the new ball.
Well, they get that tonight, won't they? Was it?
Oh, yeah. Still 33 overs left, and get them all in. Playing go on until 6:30. Here's Stokes bowling to Verreynne. It's 4. It's angled away down towards the deep third boundary. It's gone quickly. This is going for 4, I think. Yes, it is. Bairstow was after it. It was a guide, really, more than anything, and it was in the air. Along the ground, and 4 more runs to South Africa. I say that South Africa will be behind.
He bowls that lovely line, doesn't he? Because of that sort of his release point is beyond the perpendicular, that it always angles in, and then with that away shape from the reverse swing, you're always
tricky, isn't it?
Yeah, it is tricky.
Yeah. Verreynne off the mark, 145 for 4. Stokes bowls to him outside the off stump. No straight from Verreynne. Stokes actually was frustrated with that delivery. It was a bit too wide, but he's made the breakthrough. 100. Oh, it's a no ball.
Oh,
yeah. 146 for 4 is the score. He's made the breakthrough. He took 2 wickets in the first innings, but a golden arm actually in a vital stage of the game. South Africa threatened to go to lunch 3 down. Ended up being 5. He made the 100. And now he's got rid of Van der Dussen. The crowd are up as well, you can hear it. Just a bit of pressure, South Africa have to absorb a bit of pressure here. England on a high, Stokes bowls, and that's really well played by Verreynne. Helping that into the leg side, a low pull. It's going out towards the boundary, and that is another 4.
Shot.
Yeah, it really was a good shot. Pugnacious wicket-keeper. He's off the mark with 2 4s, so 150 for 4 South Africa, still 114 runs behind. 14 overs to go until the new ball. So who's bowling at the far end, toughest for you?
I'd go Seam. If the boys have got any oomph left in them, I'd definitely, after seeing that ball, I mean, it really has. It's just sort of a strange cloud just come over us, hasn't it? It looks quite dark and threatening. I don't think it's going to rain, but it looks like they're going to be sticking with the spin. I just feel that it hasn't been very effective, has it, the spin, really? Even though the odd one sort of lifted and kicked, it hasn't really brought wickets.
You want to bowl to the new batter, actually, don't you, as a slow left arm?
Well, of course, if any bowler wants to bowl at the new batter who's just come in. But, they might be getting a bit weary, I'm not sure.
Well, the only thing I'm thinking, new ball, 14 overs away. Do you want to save Anderson and Broad a bit, or is it just like straight after tea, Anderson 2 overs, get a wicket, and you're right into them then?
Yeah, perhaps. I wouldn't have minded Robinson. I'm not quite sure if he's just feeling something injury-wise, but I wouldn't have minded a bit of Robinson.
Right, it's going to be Leach to bowl to Peterson. And Leach bowls, and Peterson goes back, as he's done a lot in this innings, right back into his stumps and guided that away. A ball that was on off stump, fractionally outside, pushed it away into the offside, and there's no run. And we talked about Van der Dusen's resistance. Peterson 42 from 153 balls.
He's played nicely.
He's waiting for Leach, who's with him now. Ball on off stump. He leans forward. He hasn't got a big reach because he's a small man. Actually, two small players out there for South Africa now, in Peterson and Verreynne. Two short men. 150 for 4. Broad comes up a bit closer at mid-on. It seems to have been crowded, but he could hit over the top if he wanted to. It's a strange field. I'll give it to you in a moment. Leach bowls, and he comes down the pitch there, just sensing he was going to hit over the top, and he checked the shot. It is, I think Dan described it as an under-11s field, didn't he, earlier in the game? And it's an element of that. Everyone's sort of closing in on the, almost like the boy at the other end, the 12-year-old. No, it can't be an under-11s game, it's 12, actually, can it? Here's Peterson rolling pushing into the offside, the 10-year-old.
I've played in a few under-11s games when I've reckoned there's been a few fellas over 12 years old. I remember one of them, I just played for the school side, some chap turned out, he was about 6'2".
I bet he sorted him out though, Tubbers, didn't he? Here's Leach bowling, forward goes Peterson with your flight and guile, tempted him down the pitch, tried to hit him into the stand, get him stumped.
There you go. There you go. The bigger they heart, the harder they fall, they say. I don't know whether that's necessarily true.
Leach to Peterson, who's down the pitch, almost Yorkie himself there. England changing the field, bringing Pope over to silly point for that delivery. It's the end of the over, so Stokes will have the chance, if he is going to bowl, which I presume he is, he's going to have the chance to bowl at the new man Verreynne, actually playing pretty well in that previous over. 150 for 4 is the score. How many overs in this Stokes spell? I know there's one here, but
he bowled 6 before tea, so 7 in the spell altogether now. In his last 3 tests, including this one, so the India test and the first 2 tests of this series, he's taken 11 wickets for 180 so far, an average of 16.3. He'd had slightly thin returns with the ball. Over his previous 15 tests since the start of 2021, he'd taken just 19 wickets at 44.8.
He's a strange bowler, Ben Stokes. He's almost like...
Here he goes to bowl to Verreynne. As a man out now at deep forward square leg. He bowls to Verreynne. It's a good delivery. Verreynne plays it well. It was just swinging away a fraction, tight to that off stump. Verreynne pushed it away into the offside. No run.
And it's going to be tricky with him because of his knees and all his aches and pains and what have you. But the longer he bowls, the more he sort of gets into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, it's all very well and good maybe in the golden arm and just nipping in for 3 or 4 overs, but once he gets his rhythm and the crowd are behind him and the blood's up, he really does get into a good rhythm, and he's found good rhythm here straight after tea.
He turns beneath us, 3 slips in, Verreynne waits, Stokes bowls to him, it's down the leg side, and he nudges it away towards deep forward square leg for a single. 151 for 4. Well, you remember when he played that remarkable innings at Headingley?
He bowled the bowl.
Earlier in the match, he just bowled and bowled and bowled.
He bowled England back into the game because it was gone. Let alone with the bat, as you say, with the ball. I think he bowled 18 overs or something, didn't he?
Salts will dig it out.
Or am I just being mad? Ridiculous, perhaps, but I think it was a lot.
It might have been 14, 12 or 14, something like that.
Yeah.
Remarkable spell.
I played in a game when Courtney Walsh bowled for a whole session.
That takes some doing, doesn't it?
It takes some doing, especially the way he used to come steaming in.
Stokes bowls on beauty. It's absolute beauty. He's got Keegan Peterson off the glove. It bounced. Took the glove and on the way through to Folkes. And Stokes has blown this game open after tea with 2 quick wickets, as he did in the first innings before lunch, as he did yesterday with 100.
Yeah.
What a match he's having. 151 for 5. Play that. Really difficult to play that.
Beautiful delivery. We were saying what rhythm he looks like. He's in, and that just proves it. The angle in again to Peterson, drawing the shot. All he could do was defend it. He just leapt at him, hit the glove, I think, and through to the keeper. That is a peach. That is a Jaffa, and any other fruit that you can imagine. That is a beauty. He said he looks in good rhythm. He's decided that he's the man to break the partnership, and he's on a roll.
It was a right mango, I think.
It was a belter.
Peterson's on his way. He played really well again, but South Africa subsiding now against the force of Ben Stokes.
Yeah, you just got the feeling once that partnership was broken. And there's just this little bit of cloud cover that's come over. The weather's helped England out here a lot. It's just sort of come over and got quite heavy clouds, really, dark clouds, and it's just skipped it on off the pitch. That's the difference. Van der Dussen was sort of playing the other seam bowlers and it was dying off the pitch. That one kicked again. You can't play that.
No. That would have got quite a few players out. In fact, if it didn't get you out, you'd be quite lucky, actually, to get away with it.
Yeah, the only players that it wouldn't have got out is the poor players, because they wouldn't have sort of been in position. Peterson was then right in the line and sort of like watching it right onto the bat, and it just leapt at him and took a thumb of a glove or something.
So players that back off towards square leg, like Aggers and
yes, it wouldn't have got us out.
Nortje, Nortje plays a bit towards square legs.
Yeah, it wouldn't have got them out. Decent players, that's getting them out every time.
Right, 4 slips in now for Simon Harmer.
I fancy a bit of a boom here.
South Africa 5 down, 113 runs behind. Stokes moves in, bowls to Harmer. It's very full, swinging away, but wide. And Stokes frustrated himself again for not quite getting it right. Harmer let it go through.
Yeah, figures for the 2 recently departed batsmen. Van der Dussen 41 from 132 balls with 5 fours. Peterson 42 from 159 with just 1 boundary. Their partnership 87 and 42.5 overs.
Well, there's always going to be a partnership, isn't there? You can't just keep blowing sides away. Some of them are going to get stuck in, but I don't know what South Africa have got left here.
Stokes bowls to Harmer, similar ball to the one before, full and wide, and again he's frustrated himself for that one as well, shaking his head.
Didn't even bother following through there because he knew it was a terrible delivery.
It'd have been quite a good ball if he'd sort of got it over a foot, wouldn't it? Because it quite full and swung away.
Oh yeah, well it's happening for him. He just got his line wrong there. Sometimes when you see bowlers, you just see that it's happening for them. You know, Stuart Broad. Great, isn't it? You just get that feeling, it's happening for him here. And Ben looks like he's in that rhythm.
Stokes to Harmer. Harmer does have to play at that one. That's just tailing back into him. He nudges it away and gets his first run. It's picked up at mid-wicket. It's the end of Stokes' over. It's another successful one. Or is it a no ball? No, he's going off the field. That's what it was. He was just signalling something to his colleagues for a moment, and he's running off the field. He's getting applauded by this Old Trafford crowd. So who's taking over? Who's the England captain taking over?
Well, Joe Root, you would have thought, wouldn't you?
I don't know. Apparently, they say it's not going to be Root, but I know who's taking over in the commentary box. It's Alison Mitchell.
Well, that's a very good question. Who would take over? Well, I suppose there's quite a bit of experience out there. Johnny Bairstow, Broad, Anderson, all these guys. I think Joe looks like he's taken over. Running about purposefully as he's throwing the ball to Jack. Alison.
Hello, Tuffers. Hello. He went over straight to Stuart Broad, and then Anderson joined, and the 3 of them were having a bit of a conversation, devising a plan. Could be captaincy by joint committee, of course, but you'd imagine probably Root might just take over.
Yes.
Yeah, he's already making the motion, setting the field here for Jack Leach.
Well, he knows where all the field. He knows the fielding positions by name.
He knows the drill.
Knows where they all stand.
So Root at slip. Short leg in place. What a spell from Stokes after tea, though. Leach in, and forward comes Simon Harmer, smothering that one back up the pitch. And they would have gone back into the dressing room at tea. They would have all seen on the replay that they missed the edge behind Rassie van der Dussen. But then first over after tea, Stokes gets him flicked just wide of Stuart Broad at a shortish mid-on. Harmer is coming back for 2, might even get 3 here. Long chase back for Broad, and he is back for a comfortable 3. Broad has dragged in, hasn't he, in front of the point down there. He left his hat trailing long ago, came flying off his head. 155 for 5. South Africa still 109 behind.
Stuart wouldn't have fancied that. Great big long chase back down to the point there. As I say, managed to get 3.
Well, the new ball, 12 overs away after this one. And who knows whether the old ball and a bit more of a punch from Ben Stokes, and they might not even need it. It was a really scintillating delivery, wasn't it? Short, climbed, unplayable to dismiss Keegan Peterson. Around the wicket goes Leach, forward. Here's Verreynne into the hands of the bowler. He's just the man, isn't he? Grabs the moment.
Whoa.
Says, I'm going to be the game changer. He's done it so many times for England, and what a match he's having.
Just a
Leach in, covering up Verena. No run.
seizes an initiative, doesn't he? And knows a moment and knows when to do something that's just going to break the game open. As you say, he's a very good cricketer.
England very lucky to have him. Around the wicket goes Leach. More expansive shot out here through the point region. Well, they think about pushing for 2. Well, in the end, they don't. We haven't really seen much in the way of sort of urgent running. And certainly that partnership between lunch and tea was more about survival, ticking over the runs. I mean, the threat wasn't really exacerbated at any time, was there? Even the short balls from Stokes weren't really getting up and challenging during that afternoon spell. Stokes in now to Harmer. Beaten! Now Stokes has whipped off the bails. They're appealing. Folkes, rather, whipping off the bails.
He's not keeping wicket as well, is he?
That would be something, wouldn't it? Still having a conversation here. Joe Root will have to be the one ultimately. Well, now we'll find out who's the captain on field.
Yeah, it's a
Stokes
good ball.
is still off. He's actually now just walking on down the boundary here. Overton was on in his place.
Well, this is the kind of delivery that everyone was expecting from this pitch. I mean, that really did bite and turn and fizz past the outside edge, but to no avail. Didn't get the outside edge, and he didn't just overbalance and get stumped.
Well, Stokes is back on the field, and there was no review. 108 behind. 156 for 5 then. Harmer and Verena, the 2 men out in the middle after Stokes grabbed that ball after tea. He's got it back in his hand again. Anderson caught behind a wideish delivery that he was reaching for. Could have left. Out for 41, and Peterson out for his tea time score of 42 as well. Climbing ball that took the glove. What will Stokes do here? Verena is on strike. 3 slips in place. Deep square leg and a fine leg. Stokes rushes into him. And he's up on his toes, angles it into the onside. Vacant mid-wicket region. Brings Leach in from that deep mid-wicket boundary. And they've taken a single. It's quite gloomy now, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah.
No floodlights on, but a sort of darkish cloud overhead that it's felt like it could be threatening, but can't quite make its mind up.
Andy, what's his average with the bat, Simon Harmer?
In first class cricket, I think it's 24 from memory from the first innings. I'll just check that. Got a couple of centuries.
Yeah, he's no mug with the bat. He said he played some crucial innings for Essex, hasn't he?
He'll be a powerful striker of the ball as well. And under pressure, albeit the T20 Cup, he helped them win, didn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Hitting winning runs. He's on 4 now, swinging away, keeping low. That one from Stokes outside the off stump and left alone by Harmer. Ben Folkes fell to his right-hand side, but that one really did scoot through. Stokes running his hands through his hair as he walks back to his mark. Someone else who was taking a break from the game for mental health reasons coming back. Virat Kohli's making his return to in the Asia Cup recently. He was also talking about how he realised he was faking intensity out on the field, needed to have a breather. So he's had, I think, about 40 odd days out of the game. He's making a comeback. Ben Stokes roaring in here, outside the off stump, a little bit of width there, left alone once more by Simon Harmer. Good carry through to Folkes that time.
Well, it's always good to have a little rest, isn't it? Recharge the batteries. You can't just keep ploughing on all the time, can you? You know, so much cricket gets played. Sometimes you do just need to get your enthusiasm, if that's the right word.
Kohli is someone else who does things at a million miles an hour, doesn't he? Thinking everything that he does. But he'll be back for India. He took a break at the end of the England tour. Stokes in again to Harmer, fires it in fuller. Harmer gets his bat out to it. It's a wide mid-off. And Anderson, he's flung it in very wide to Folkes and then apologises. Sorry, it's Robinson. 157 for 5, the score remains.
I was asked a few minutes ago about Ben Stokes' bowling spell at Headingley in the 3rd innings, before his 4th innings masterpiece match-winning century. He bowled 24.2 overs in a spell, taking 3 for 56 in Australia's 2nd innings. So it's split over 2 days. But so
it's a good spell, that. Yeah. I thought it was a lot.
Stokes is running in, away from us, past the umpire. Back to Harmer, comes forward, defends, and quite a neat, solid-looking defensive stroke as well from Harmer, who wasn't as effective as I'm sure he would have wanted to have been with the ball.
No.
Huge, big call playing the two spinners, and I think if they were ever going to play two, it was here at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he would have felt under quite a lot of pressure as well. It's almost like your one opportunity, isn't it? You know, you're the number 2 spinner. Maharaj is the first pick, and one bowler is played, and that long spell after lunch, the two of them bowled, and the wickets that they did pick up with the spin were very much the tail. 4 slips in place, Stokes in, that's a lifter as well, and it's gone through to Folkes. Now how that didn't take the glove again, that was well directed. I think Harmer's just puffed out his cheeks a little there. That was a brute of a delivery from Stokes, climbing 84 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's decent. As you say, it's good heat, good pace. If anything, I'd say he's got the ball to just skip more than anyone. As I say, it's quite a dry sort of surface, and sometimes it's looking to squat down, but that one bounced Andy.
Well, Ben Stokes' all-round match, 2 wickets in each innings and a century.
Yeah.
Only one player has done that for England since Ian Botham on this ground in 1981, when he achieved that feat for the 3rd and final time in his career. So 2 innings with at least 2 wickets plus a century, and that was Chris Wokes against India at Lords in 2018. If Stokes can take 1 more wicket, he'll be the first player for England to have a century and 5 wickets in a test across both innings since 2003. Can you tell me who that player was in 2003?
Is it
2003.
Flintoff?
Nope.
No. Vic's saying we're not going to get it, so it's someone who...
2003? It's the year we won the Rugby World Cup.
Well, yeah. It wasn't Johnny Wilkinson.
I was watching the rugby. Won't get it, Vic. Hold on, just hold on.
It was against Zimbabwe at Lords.
2003, century against Zimbabwe and 5 wickets. Can we do sort of charades? Like, can you give us a kind of sounds like? Syllables? Is it somebody who didn't play many test matches after that?
Oh, he played a lot of tests.
Right. Broad in. He's in from the pavilion end outside the off stump, taken quite low down by folks outside.
I've got it. How about this? Jonathan Trott.
No, it was 6 years before his debut.
Oh, was it? Who's an
went on for a long
occasional little bowler then? Who's an occasional?
Getting warm up.
So it's a batsman who bowls a bit.
Yeah, there's just had a bit of luck and tossed a few up.
Are we talking about? Yeah, I was going to say, are we talking about sort of occasional spin, or are we talking about some medium pace? Medium pace, right? Medium batter who bowls a bit of dibbly dobbly. 2003. Broad in. There's a drive, only as far as cover though. Nice looking shot for no reward by Verena. Was Mark Butcher still playing? Mark Butcher. There we go.
Of course, Butch.
Scored 137 and then took 1 wicket in the first innings and 4 in Zimbabwe's second.
Well, he got 4 for Butch. 1 away from the honours board. Oh.
Imagine that. Imagine if he'd gone.
Hey, listen, Butch could bowl.
He was on for the batting, so yeah.
It's Jimmy Anderson's debut test.
That puts a bit of context to proceedings, doesn't it? Still going at 40. Still taking top order wickets, but it's Broad now. You can see if he can clean out Verena. 2 slips in place here. It's outside the off stump, and the South Africa's wicketkeeper bat is happily letting that go through to the black wicket-keeping gloves of Ben Folkes. 157 for 5. South Africa still needing another 107 if they're to make England bat again in a 4th innings, which South Africa were rather banking on being an innings when they would be bowling and making use of a dry pitch with their 2 spinners and hoping to be in a position to attack England to try and win a match. It's not quite panned out that way. Broad at the end of his mark again. Verena taps his bat, holds it aloft. Broad tighter line that time, forces him to play and defends up to mid-on and finds Anderson, and there's no run. Good evening to you, Vic. Well, afternoon. Feels a little bit like evening with the gloomy
It does.
lights.
I'm surprised they're not putting the floodlights on. So, well, it's certainly clouded over and quite dark. Spinners, yeah. They've got 4 in the match, I think, so far, out of quite a few. None in this innings. suddenly Stokes is making the ball talk in a way that, well, none of the others have in the last hour or two.
Felt at tee that it was going to be really a new ball, which England would be almost waiting for. Broad in, and now it's an edge into the ground. Broad has his hands on his head, not quite carrying. Root was there at first slip. Folkes rather went to move across him and in front, but it was a bit of a dabble.
It weren't carried, I don't think, but he took it well, actually, Folkes, to stop it going for runs.
Kept very low, very low.
Yeah.
And the edge came low off the blade of the bat and therefore into the turf, comfortably in front of Folkes. Brown was on 11. 2 wickets since tee. Broad, and again, that time he meets the middle of the bat with a defensive stroke, angling out towards Ollie Pope in the covers, and there's no run to end the over from Stuart Broad, so he's still just got the 1 wicket. That was Aidan Markram in the morning session, and then South Africa went all the way through between lunch and tea without losing another wicket. A really obdurate partnership between Rassie van der Dussen and Keegan Petersen. They put on 82, they stayed together for 42.2 overs in all, but then after tea, then Stokes took the ball.
Yeah.
Games moved on again.
Two contrasting dismissals, really, because if we're honest, the dismissal as Van der Dussen was a bad one in that he was blocking a ball that was about 2 feet wide, which is no point.
Didn't need to reach for it.
However, Petersen got an absolute snorter.
As Harmer did a few moments ago from Stokes, who's in again, bowling on a length, and Harmer is defending, easing out towards wide mid-off where Ollie Robinson fields, no run. The balls that he was bowling short when he had the field set for short-pitched bowling during the afternoon session weren't really getting up to a troublesome height.
No, but he hasn't bowled short.
No.
He's got the ball to swing, you see. I mean, there is a bit of he's looked terrific since tee, and bowling with such zip that, the outside edge is always on. There's 4 slips suddenly.
Stokes in at past the umpire, over the wicket. Thick outside edge out towards point region into the ground. Leach is there to field. And wanders away towards square leg. He has looked the most threatening. It was the point when he has sort of reverted back to conventional field, looking to find some movement. But then it was the brutish ball that just leapt and lifted and took the glove of Keegan Petersen. He just thought, well, good luck.
Yeah, we've hardly seen a ball do that all match, but Stokes found a way.
He rushes in once more. It's a short ball to Harmer. It just ducks, flex of the knees to allow the ball to pass over his head and through to Ben Folkes. It felt as if in that afternoon session it would be batsman error that would draw a wicket, or a ball that is kept brutishly low, or one that brutishly leapt.
Yeah.
Anything in between was rather unthreatening.
Yeah, no, they were comfortable for long periods there. The bowlers were on target more or less, but just, I think, beating the bat much.
England on the hunt for another 5 wickets here. Stokes into Harmer. And he's managed to steer that into the ground and wide of gully to be 4. The ball's racing away towards the point and the stand beneath, and it's a boundary off Stokes. And it's the first 4 for Simon Harmer. Moves on to 8. South Africa trail by 103 now in their second innings.
Yeah, well, it's a pretty good shot, that. I think he's kind of intending that. Got on top of it. It's off the meat of the bat. Sped away down to third man.
Lush green outfield. Stokes, 2 more balls left in this over. Into Harmer. He's letting that go. Good judgment. Stride forward. He's a very competent batsman. Didn't last too long there in the first innings. An LBW to Anderson, that was. And used up a review at that point as well. In the midst of South Africa crumbling.
I think it was in the middle too, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was not good use of a review at all. The change in the field here for Stokes. Deep mid-wicket, James Anderson dropping back onto the boundary. And Leach, who's retreated to deep backward point as Stokes is in. Harmer, drop and run into the region that's just been vacated by Leach. Gets down to the other end to end the over from Stokes. 162 for 5 then, 72 overs gone, so that second new ball is not too far away. An absolute bonus that Stokes has burst through and taken 2 wickets with that old ball.
Well, I guess they'll take the new ball when it's available, but suddenly, with Stokes holding it, the old one, despite all the criticisms of the Duke ball, seems to have been zipping through quite well. But they'll probably take the new ball when it's available. They got Anderson right to bowl. Robinson hasn't bowled for a while. Looks like Broad may not get that new ball because he's bowling now. They could always bring back Leach, who would like a bowl at different batsmen. He seemed to be bowling all afternoon to Peterson with not much happening, on target but not beating the bat very often.
Yeah, Leach bowled, didn't he, after lunch when prior to that. Yeah, spin for the first over of the day, wasn't it, with Joe Root, the ball 9 overs old. Broad is in, full to Harmer, falling away a little bit as he worked into the onside. But I'd imagine they would take that new ball, and the crowd would then rev up as well, wouldn't they? They full of noise when Stokes got his 2 wickets.
Well, he's done it again, really, just turned the match. I mean, England were still in control of the match, but nothing much was happening, and then after tea, he induced a poor shot and then produced a snorter. Well, what do you want?
Yep. He's on the hunt for a century and 5 wickets in the Test match. Broad in with his headband. Harmer is forward, little crab-like defending. That back leg swings around up to mid-off where Anderson is there.
There's only 12 previous instances of an England player scoring a century and taking a match total of 5 or more wickets. I mentioned Mark Butcher was the most recent one. He's the only one since Ian Botham who has 6 of those 12. 2 by Tony Greig and 1 each for Ted Dexter in 1962. Bill Edrich against South Africa on this ground in 1947. Then you've got to go back to A.G. Steele at the SCG in 1883.
Amongst some good names there. He remembers A.G. Steele. Harmer is crouching. Stock still as Broad is in. Fuller delivery. Worked up to mid-on. Broad is hoping to sneak one past or under the bat. Fuller length that time to Simon Harmer, who could well have been playing for England, couldn't he? Or at least have qualified for England if Brexit hadn't happened. But I think there are a lot of obstacles in his pathway anyway. He was...
Up for Nigel Farage.
I think he found it rather tough. I think there was a point where he was looking to try and settle in England to buy property.
Yeah, there was talk about he might be qualifying.
Yeah. Broad in over the wicket to Harmer. Up on his toes to defend that one. Up to Stokes at mid-off. Immediately signals to send deep square leg out. Now with 2 balls left in the over.
They do this, I think, there's, in part because they almost want to give Harmer a single, even though he's batting at 7, so that he is on strike at the beginning of the next over. I think that's why they do it. I can't think of any other reason to increase the chances of Harmer dominating the strike.
Looks like he's batting outside of his crease here as well to Broad. Folks standing well back. 2 slips in place. 2 balls left in the over from Broad to Harmer. Comes forward, defends again. Angles it into the offside. Finds cover, so there's no run here. Will he take a single off the last ball of the over? Still trying to just eat away at this deficit. Still 102 behind on second innings here. 5 wickets down, South Africa. In a gloomy Old Trafford evening session. A couple of beach balls being bounced around, even in front of the hotel across the other way. Used to seeing that in the party stand. There's an inflatable rubber ring in there even. Broad turns. See Simon Harmer awaiting. Up the wicket now, Broad bowls. Forward, solid defence from Harmer. Broad picks up in his follow-through, ends the over. And so Harmer on 9, Verreynne on 11. England, well, the floodlights have now come on in the gloom. South Africa 162 for 5 and still 102 behind. Victor, a few more thoughts from you. And Aggers is coming in to join you.
Well, a quick thought about Jack Leach, actually. He's bowled 20 odd overs now. He hasn't got a wicket, which will be a source of frustration. He's bowled reasonably well, just haven't managed to get... He's beaten the bat not very many times. But actually, being so frugal, it does help in this situation, because England are getting close to that new ball now, just 7 overs away. And South Africa are still over 100 adrift. So, you know, they haven't really gone anywhere. So it's quite handy that England still, after 80 overs, they're still way in the lead.
Where does Stokes get this energy from? It's quite remarkable. He's produced that ball to Peterson from nowhere. Must have hit a cracker, I think. It really flew. He's on his way again, bowls to Farina, and he's up on his toes, playing into the offside. And all picked up there by mid-off fields. And 162 for 5 of low cloud around. It looks rather threatening, if I'm honest, down there at the far end. It's looked like that for a little while, but the floodlights are on. The light isn't great. And England were desperate to try and get this done if they can, but they can come back tomorrow, of course. There's a new ball due in 6 overs' time, but they just want to get the game done to level the series. Shadows at Stokes' feet as he runs away from us with his arms pumping and bowls a ball that swings slightly. Flicked away out to Pope, out at wide mid-on, and they go scuttling through for a single. 163 for 5, so we're in the 74th over. And so Stokes clearly has his mind on Anderson and Robinson taking the second new ball. It's not a bad time to bowl at the moment, though, if they can, that ball isn't too soft. There's still that reverse swing that we've seen all day.
Well, he's swung the ball quite a long way, hasn't he? Stokes. We saw Jimmy Anderson do that. I mean, they're the pair that get the ball to swing in this attack, if we're honest. The other two are not really swing bowlers.
3 slips. Harmer, who's played nicely so far, waits. Stokes bowls to him. Again, that little movement away. Harmer's quite a tall man, stands up, plays that comfortably to the bowler, who flings it away to Anderson. They've worked so hard on this ball today, keeping it dry. Also a lot of polishing going on, so a lot of rubbing, and it's Ollie Robinson is doing just that now on the back of his trousers.
Well, I remember seeing a little moment where the ball just dribbled out on the offside, and Bairstow rushed in, Peterson was batting, and he was going to pick it up and give it to him, as modern players often do that. And
yes.
Bairstow obviously said, no, not because he just didn't want a wet glove to touch the ball.
Stokes bowls full swinging. Oh, he's done a complete somersault. He's let the ball go, and after he released it, I mean, you see bowlers fall over sometimes. I'll tell you what, that's not a bad somersault from Stokes.
I don't think he enjoyed it much, though.
No.
I mean, Mark Wood sometimes falls on the ground, doesn't he? And he got up a little gingerly.
Very strange. It's one of those, again, when I'm sure if you're on Stokes' team, you have your heart in your mouth because you think, oh, is he all right? He seemed to be okay. So, back at the start of his run again. 163 for 5, so South Africa still 101 behind. Stokes now got rather dirty clothes. Runs in, bowls short. Harmer stands up, plays a defensive stroke off the back foot into the onside. I'd like to see a replay of the somersault because they haven't shown one yet, but it was a sort of a slowish somersault.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of dirt and dust over the back of his shirt.
I think he would have got 9 out of 10.
I don't know.
I mean, you watch him walk back, and he's walked back a bit gingerly, doesn't he?
Yep.
Better running in there.
On his way again. 2 wickets after tea for the England captain, and he bowls a ball that's swinging away there, arms outstretched. He liked the look of that again, just that swing away. It's the end of the over, and now Stokes is waving again to the dressing room. What does he
wants to drink, does he?
His hand signals are very, very difficult to decipher. And in fact, there was a lovely shot a moment ago where he was waving all sorts of things around, and Brendan McCullum was literally saying, in his way, what on earth do you want? Which is when he went off. So he got whatever he wanted himself.
Yes. There was much curiosity about it. He went off for just 1 over.
Yes.
Who was in charge?
No doubt.
Any idea? Who was it?
Were you watching?
I was, but I kept looking at all sorts of different players, and
only one player out there was directing the fielders.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I saw Root directing the fielders.
Correct. He was the only one.
So you're confident he was the captain?
Well, he looked like it.
For a minute, I thought it was Bairstow. He ran from somewhere to mid-off. I don't think it was him.
Potts was actually asked Root, where do you want me at one stage, and Root had come up.
I mean, it doesn't really matter, but we were all rather curious as to who it was.
There was definitely Root for that over, but it didn't require very much to be done. 163 for 5. Broad was coming in there, and Verena has said, please go back and try again. And Stuart Broad is a rather grumpy day today. He said, well, what's wrong with that? He's going to go back and start again. Well, fair enough, he was ready, and the law says, and the bowler's ready, the batsman should be ready to receive the ball. And to be fair, Broad got almost all the way in. Verena has turned his back on him. Broad again runs in rather angrily this time, bowls on the middle stump. And Verena defends, it's picked up by Robinson. 163 for 5. Quieter mode again over there to our left. They're roaring, bellowing after tea, so maybe they need a bit of rest after that. It's that sort of stage in the day, really, where one or two are just feeling the effects of a long day in the sun. 163 for 5. Here's Broad. The Barmies are singing though as he bowls wide of the off stump. Again, a horrible ball for Folkes to take. But he does so cleanly and without any fuss. Clambers up to his feet again. He's had an outstanding game because it's been a very awkward pitch to keep wicket on. And of course he's got his 100. So an excellent match for England's wicketkeeper. He's got Joe Root to his right, and also Crawley's at second, slips Broad with his bandana firmly strapped round his forehead. Is on his way again. Passed on by Gaffney. Up he comes, bowls. The ball that cuts back a little at the right-hander. Again, Verena happy to defend it. And Broad fields. I shouldn't have stirred them up, really.
you think you've got the 5,000 over there going?
I don't think I have personally, but it felt that they were quiet. But now there's quite a din again erupting to our left. These pink-vested stewards are moving in. It's something that I've never seen any other cricket ground. Broad bowls, and that's a full on the leg stump, tucked away towards them. Bairstow's after it. He'll get a cheer. There you go. He picks it up, throws to the far end, and Harmer had to rush there to make his ground. But I think if Johnny Bairstow was able to drop his trousers over there, he'd get an ovation. They love him. And, that was not an awkward piece of fielding by any means, but a tremendous cheer. We got some. Well, I was going to say, I mean, if I say cheerleaders, then I think something sort of springs to mind. But you don't want to be looking at those cheerleaders too closely, waving their pom-poms about. Did you see them?
The beer leaders, were they?
Well, they had their pom-poms. In comes Broad, bowls on the off stump and beats the bat. Should have carried to Folkes or not, but good ball in that channel again, beating the bat. 165 for 5.
Yeah, not far from the outside edge.
Well, their eyes on that new ball. It's 5 overs and 1 ball away.
I think Broad might be a bit grumpy for this reason, that the new ball's coming, but the way things are going, as in the first innings, he's got almost into the tail, and he's not going to take it.
No, he's not. Verena waits, in goes Broad, bowls to him again. It's a lovely line and length. Verena is capable of keeping it out, though, finds Stokes at mid-off. And it's the end of the over, and poor old Jack is now doing fine leg to, well, third man, brother. He's set off early there, wisely. But he's got a long distance to go. He's set off from below us.
Is Stokes going to keep going? I wondered whether he might just let Leach had a couple more before the new ball, but he's going to. No, he's got the bit between his teeth. How many overs has he bowled now in this spell? It's probably got 4 or 5.
Well, 5 since tea, 6 before tea, so 11 in all. And assuming he does bowl this ball, it'll be the 3rd longest spell of his career. He had that 24 over and 2 ball marathon at Headingley in 2019 against Australia. Also 14 and a half overs as he ripped through the West Indies Aussie bowling pitched up swing in 2017 at Lord's, took 6 wickets.
Stokes runs in, bowls, and Harmer stands up and turns up with a bit of a flick out to mid-wicket. And it's Pope's turn now to roll over into the dust to do the fielding. They've taken pity on Jack. He's only gone as far as backward point. Little tap on the back there for him from Johnny Bairstow. He's also in the vicinity. And 65 for 5. Stokes has put in a tremendous effort here. The wicket of Van der Dussen in the first over after tea. And then that absolute incredible delivery. He bowled to Peterson. Just took off, turned him round. I don't think anyone could have played that. Stokes bowls. Harmer plays that well off the back foot, punching it into the offside. A sprawling save from Robinson, but they still take 2. 67 for 5. In fact, Leach he's warming up down there. He might be having replacing Broad. Ball slowly finds its way back to Stokes again. Members sitting quietly down at the far end. Had a few old players down there over the last few years that Lancashire stalwarts will recognise. Here's Stokes bowling. Harmer wants a single and he's taking on Broad there, and they make their ground quite easily. On 68 for 5 in the 76th.
The cameras always like a magnet go on to Farouk Engineer, don't they? Because he's instantly recognisable. He looked in a cheery mood as ever.
He did. His glass was empty, I noted.
And we saw him demanding it to be filled up, I think. Just jokingly.
He is a real character, Farouk, I must say. One of my childhood heroes.
Yeah.
That Lancashire team of the mid-70s. They were the team that I supported.
Yeah.
Goes Stokes, bowls, swings away, and he rather fiddles at it and finds Leach at backward point. But Clive Lloyd has been here, and some of the recent and current players too. Keaton Jennings, I think, is here today. Do you have an old players' day at Somerset?
Well, we usually have a dinner, although an old players' dinner where the old, a few old players come along, and so do lots of supporters. Although I'm not sure.
Every year.
This year.
Stokes over the wicket, moves in, bowls, full length, played carefully by Verena. Broad this time makes sure they don't take a run at cover. But do you have it every year?
Well, I thought we did, but having said that, I'm not sure it's happened this year, and obviously there's been COVID as well, so maybe it hasn't got going again.
That's a nice thing.
Yeah, you think, oh, should I bother? But when you do turn up, you actually enjoy it far more than you think you're going to, actually. And a lot of rubbish is talked.
Of course. 168 for 5. Stokes with the shadows of the floodlights at his feet, runs away from us, bowls very full, tempting the drive, but Verena declines. Just allows it to go through, and with a very purposeful stride, Leach is heading towards the umpire up there.
Cap off,
and he's going to have a bowl with the new ball just round the corner. Robinson and Broad are both running off. There's lots of comings and goings actually since tea. There's something in the brew in the England dressing room during the break, but we've had Anderson off, we've had Stokes off, and now Broad and Robinson are both running off. The sun was urgent tread in Robinson's case. I hope he's all right. Broad a little more relaxed as he goes up the stairs. Sorts of comings and goings. So presumably Matthew Potts is back on again.
Yeah, well, he's definitely there at mid-wicket.
Craig Overton,
he can't be at mid-on. I never quite remember what the rules are about going off and coming on, but they're pretty...
You're not really supposed to.
Relax, I think.
Yeah.
In terms of over-8, Agus, I've seen Ollie Pope put pads on under his trousers, which is legal, but the fielders can't have protection over their clothing. So why not? Why can a short leg not just strap pads on over his trousers? And that's, say, the odd minute here and there.
I couldn't answer that. Here's Leach round the wicket, bowls, and it's played defensively by Harmer. Right, just strap a ball and get on with it, you mean? There's Leach, he bowls. Again, defended by Harmer. Well, it's one for our old friend John Holder next time, I suppose. It's probably some sort of laws issue.
Well, it's not for the umpires to decide, I suppose.
Leach again, bowls. It's defended once more. There's probably some sort of obvious laws reason why they shouldn't do it.
Well, I think it's going to be more sort of regular because your sponsor's logo had to be no bigger than X, didn't they?
That's right. There's the next one, short and cut, and beats Lees at point. So there's runs here. He chases it to within 2 or 3 yards of the boundary to our right-hand side. A sliding save and immediate throw that's such a feature of modern fielding. And 71 for 5. Heading towards a new ball. South Africa 93 runs behind.
I think one year we had a new sponsor at Somerset. Rather than give us fresh sweaters, they just gave us a little logo which they asked us to take home and get someone to sew on our sweater.
We had one of those. Quite a well-known delivery chain. Yes. Anything to prevent the expense of a new jumper. This is outside the off stump. And back goes Farina. And there's no run as Lees fields. Yes, that was a bit cheeky, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Here's the last ball of the over. Leach twiddles the ball in his hand, now delivers it. Oh, that was skids through. We talked about the ball skidding earlier. That was almost a case in point there with Farina on the back foot. And it's pushed out into the offside. So it's the end of the over. England still want those 5 wickets to win. And, South Africa needed 93 in fact to make England bat again. Victor, some thoughts from you, and then Simon's here.
Well, Stokes is going to keep going. I mean, there are moments, isn't it, when everything's clicking, he just likes to keep bowling and bowl these marathon spells. And they're usually good ones. It's always a bit trickier when you're captain to know when to stop and to be objective about it. Up until now, though, he's handled that little issue really quite well, I think.
Well, he sets off again, and he moves into bowl to Simon Harmer. And Harmer is back, pushing into the offside towards cover. And that is no run. 171 for 5. England still in, an excellent position in the game. It does feel a question of when, really. 93 runs behind. South Africa have really made them work hard, not least Ben Stokes. I mean, it's astonishing, really, that he's still bowling. We have seen it before. We didn't think we'd see it today. With that, his knee seemed to lock yesterday. He waited a long time to bowl, but there were reasons for that, tactical reasons for that. Stokes down the leg side, and Harmer, a cursory attempt at glancing that, allows it to go through to Folkes. I mean, in theory, these are good bowling conditions. The lights are on. It's overcast. It's quite warm out there still. I think there's a bit of a breeze, isn't it? But Harmer and Verreynne doing what Van der Dussen and Peterson did before them. South Africa 54 for 3 this morning. Thought, well, it could all go down quite quickly, but they're battling away. Stokes moves in, bowls to Harmer, full outside the off stump, swinging away, and Harmer leaves it. Of course, he will stop bowling fairly soon because the new ball is.
Well, he could take that. He likes taking that.
He could do, Victor. Doesn't make a great deal of sense, though, does it? Taking the new ball.
He could get the ball swing more than anyone, really, possibly Madsen. But I suspect he's got Anderson and Robinson in his mind. I'm just trying to check whether actually Robinson's not on the field at the moment.
When was the last time Anderson bowled?
In that spell where he was swinging it.
Yeah, just after lunch, actually, wasn't it? Quite a long time ago. Stokes bowls, pushed away by Harmer towards cover, and there is no run.
Anderson's last over was the 46th. We're now in the 78th. Robinson's last one was the 52nd.
And they're both off the field. They're both being sort of manipulated to get fully. I mean, I'm not sure you're necessarily allowed to do that, but I imagine that they're getting a little bit of a rub down so that they're fit and firing to take the next new ball.
Can you remember when, what was it, Dennis Lillian won the Ashes series, where he would bowl and he'd just go off the field, change his shirt, shower, massage, whatever, back on to bowl the next spell. Here's Stokes bowling, played away by Harmer, square of the wicket on the offside, and then eventually the ICC stepped in, didn't they? And they made these rules about when you could bowl after you've been off the field.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bit like...
And then gradually people forgot about them.
Well, I suppose, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, you can go off for a little bit, can't you, and get away with it, but not the length of spells that Dennis Lilly used to go off. And then there were, batters who liked to bat and then didn't come out and field as well.
Yeah.
Lovely game if you can do that, isn't it? If you don't have to field, well, there's some people love fielding, but not everybody. Stokes and swinger bowls to Harmer, who turns that away towards deep mid-wicket. Picked up by Pope, they're off for a single. 172 for 5. That's the end of Stokes' over. And we are 2 overs away now from the new ball. And let's have a look at Stokes' figures. He has bowled 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 30. So he's scored 100 in this game and taken 4 for 47. Not quite single-handedly pushing England to victory, but he's done a lot in this game.
The last player to score a century and to take 2 wickets in both innings against South Africa was Bobby Simpson in 1966 for Australia.
Right, Leach is going to bowl the 79th over. Victor has departed and Vernon is here, Vernon Philander.
Afternoon, Simon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. 2 overs before that new rock. Well anticipated new ball for England. I have to say, this has been incredible stuff from Stokes. Picked up a 2 for 30. They wanted Peterson and Van der Dussen out. Those were 2 big scalps. And I have to believe that they can probably bowl South Africa out tonight.
There are 21 overs left. New ball 2 overs away. So yeah, they could have the extra half an hour as well. The lights are the lights are on at the moment. It's a bit iffy. There was some blue sky around and some light around away to the, is that the south there or the southwest? Away to our left-hand side as we look on. Leach over the wicket, bowls to Harmer, who pads that away.
I'm not so sure about this ploy. This Leeds bowling over the wicket really takes out the LBW option.
And Harmer's experienced enough to know where that ball is pitching and line it up. Leach bowls and he just pads it away again outside the right-hander's leg stump. I can't believe this is sort of a negative tactic from England. They're just that's an exploratory one, because I mean that's sort of not the way they play the game. Just sometimes you see, if you want to get to the new ball, you bowl it there to stop a team scoring, for example, to get to the new ball, and they can't do anything. Sometimes you want to score before the new ball, but I don't think that's in England's mindset. It's just a tactic. They see whether that works, and they feel it won't, and so Leach is now going to bowl round the wicket with 5 close catches, 2 short extra covers. Leach goes in and bowls. It's played away by Harmer towards square cover. Lees whips in the return.
Yeah, they must have heard us talking about it. And England at the moment 92 runs ahead still, so absolutely no danger as far as the runs are concerned. It's a matter of giving yourself the best option to take wickets.
Leach bowls, Harmer's forward, playing towards mid-on.
I suppose the big question that comes into play for South Africa is we haven't seen a great deal of turn picking those 2 spinners for this fixture. Though it has been a dry surface out here at Old Trafford. Almost didn't validate their selection.
I always feel in England that the pace bowlers can do it quicker than the spinners. Take wickets quicker. Leach bowls, forward goes Harmer, plays it towards one of those 2 extra cover fielders. There's no run.
They probably feel that their plan is backfired on them. But you have to say it's been an incredible performance by England. With the bat number 1 and then with the ball.
Leach again, bowls to Harmer. Harmer turns that away towards short leg, where it's stopped by Pope. And that is the end of the over, and I suspect that's the end of Leach for now. His figures are
23 overs, 13 maidens, 0 for 26.
So steady.
Call it steady.
spinners between them, mentioned only 4 wickets, all tail end batters in the match. Leach had one in 6.2 overs. In England's first innings, Harmer and Maharaj between them bowled 45.4 overs for those 3 tail end wickets.
So could you tot it all up, spinners against pace in this game so far? I don't know whether that's not beyond you, Andy, is it? That's a challenge you'd like, isn't it?
Nothing is beyond me, Simon.
No.
You should know that by now.
Yeah. Okay, can you fly home? Without using an aeroplane, that is. 172 for 5. Well, Stokes is going to continue, and this is the last over before the new ball is available. And I imagine they're going to take it straight away. 172 for 5. Verreynne on 14. Stokes bowls down the leg side. Is it a catch? Stokes appeals for it. Not out, says the umpire, so it's over to England to review it if they want to. Bairstow is close in on the leg side, so I suppose he might have a good view there about that. What are they going to do? Where's the timer? 6, 5, 4. I don't think so. The body language suggests no, but Stokes has turned away. Well, they appealed for that one. They didn't appeal for one that was a nick behind earlier. Van der Dusen, but he was out not long afterwards. It's umpire Illingworth had turned that down. I mean, sometimes you get those strangles down the leg side. Often it's the pad. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think that's off the pocket, isn't it?
Yeah. One have to say, some excellent glove work by folks behind the stumps. It's been really clinical today on a tough surface here.
Stokes tries again. Bowls to Verreynne, and a straight ball homing in on middle stump is met with a firm defensive push back to the bowler, and there's no run. It looks as if that light patch away to our left is just moving a bit closer to the ground. The clouds might be clearing, and that's significant because of the possibility of the extra half an hour.
Pace bowlers in this match collectively 20 wickets for 507, so averaging 25 per wicket. Spinners 4 for 204, averaging 51, taking a wicket every 20 overs of spin compared with 1 every 8 overs of pace.
Yeah. Thank you, Zoltz. Stokes bowls wide of off stump, goes through on the second bounce there to Folkes, just to underline the point that Vernon was making. That Folkes has kept well, but not easy keeping on this surface with the ball. It's been a bit of an even bounce. That one kept low, scuttled through, and he actually stayed down for a while there, like a boxer that's been hitting the solar plexus.
Yeah, one have to say, this wicket has looked a lot misleading on day one when we got here, because it was a dry surface and many would believe that the spinners were going to get into the game, but as the game progresses, we've just seen that absolutely spinners were not even a threat in this game this far.
Stokes bowls, Verreynne defends. That's been the point to underline. We feel as if we're close to the end of the game, and we are. I mean, the game could be over in half an hour or 3/4 of an hour, especially the new ball around the corner. But we're not even at the end of the third day yet.
Yeah, there's still 2 more days left.
You'd think in terms of, I think a spin being more effective for 5th day, definitely 5th day. You bat first and you hope to bowl last on the 5th day, but when you get bowled out for 151, well, you're unlikely to get a 5th day. Stokes prepares to go in. Here he is, bowls to Verreynne, very full outside the off stump, and Verreynne allows it to go by.
Yeah, just on your point of playing on the 5th day, we don't even see test matches under normal circumstances go to 5 days anymore. We normally get to about day 4.
You need a 5th day in England really because of the weather. It's so easy to get a day knocked out or a day and a half knocked out.
Yeah.
But I know what you mean. I mean, South Africa haven't drawn, there's going to be 43 games, well, in which they haven't drawn a match. If it does go one way or the other, as it looks as though it's going to do. Stokes bowls to Verreynne, shorter length. He plays that with a leap in defence, and that is the end of the over, and it might be the end of the old ball as well. Picked up by umpire Illingworth. I see the new ball is in the hands of who's the 4th umpire? Is it
Burns?
Michael Burns. Yeah, he's trotting out onto the field. Here he is with the new ball, and there we go. Right on cue. Jimmy Anderson has taken his pullover off and has handed his cap to umpire Gaffney, and the England supporters on the ground, or not all of them, but quite a few of them, are singing his name.
Yeah, absolutely no surprise. I think conditions at the moment perfectly suited for that new ball. The lights on. It's overcast conditions out here at Old Trafford. And who better to take that new ball than James Anderson, bowling from an end named after him.
Made the first breakthrough today, getting rid of Elgar. So he's had 2 wickets for Stokes today, 1 for Robinson, 1 for Broad and 1 for Anderson. And we have left in the day's place off the scoreboard at the moment. It's 19 overs left. Potential of an extra 8. 172 for 5. Here's the new ball. Anderson bowls to Harmer, and Harmer forces it away. Nice looking shot, straight to cover, and there's no run. The benefit here for Harmer is he's been in for 47 balls, and Rayner's been in for 35 as well. So they're used to the light, used to the pitch, but perhaps not used to the bowler.
Absolutely. I think this new ball will certainly react differently on the surface than the old ball. And England will be thinking to themselves if they can knock one over here with Maharaj, Ngidi, Rabada to come. Really fancy themselves, but it has been a bit of a placid wicket this afternoon.
Anderson bowls. He's bowled him. Harmer pushes forward, and Anderson has knocked back his middle and off stump. Immediate joy for Jimmy Anderson with a new ball. 172 for 6. England 4 wickets away. South Africa still 92 runs behind. Harmer on his way for 16.
Yeah, we've pointed out it being a new ball wicket. And James Anderson, from the James Anderson end, strikes straight away. It's a beautiful delivery. Pitching on about 4th stump, nipping back. Castle into the off stump. And England is edging closer. In a match that they have to win to get themselves back into the Test series. Almost to make way for 16. South Africa 172 for 6.
Yeah, they are breaking South Africa's resistance, and it has been determined resistance. There's almost a statement from South Africa today in a way. Okay, you might be in a strong position, you might go on and win the game, but we are going to show some fight, or show that we're prepared to battle away. And I just imagine England in this situation. I think they'd be playing lots of shots. Smack it around.
And I was about to get to that point. It's one thing batting time, but it's also another thing actually getting runs, because you almost feel that from over number 30 onwards you can really score runs. And I suppose in England you have to take full advantage of that period, because you do know when that second new ball come around you're going to be under the pump again. And I do feel that, you know, with the partnership between Peterson and Van der Dussen, it was really a patient partnership, yes, but you know, once they were in, you almost have to challenge yourself to score and get to that lead, or get to that deficit score of England. So they've left themselves quite a long way behind, still with the second new ball, and you almost feel that England with this second new ball will just, really just run through the tail enders of South Africa.
Yeah, England have got South Africa exactly where they want them here. So Keshav Maharaj is in at number 8, and he is on a king pair. He was out first ball in the first innings. LBW to Anderson, and look who is at that far end. It's Jimmy Anderson, and he's got that new ball. Just what you want, isn't it, on a king pair?
Well, what you want is a bowler, and what you don't want is a batsman. Yeah, first innings trapped him in LBW, one coming back. Let's see if he's going to follow a similar sort of tactic. But these are tough conditions to be batting in, especially as tail-enders as well. New ball, fired up Jimmy Anderson, fired up crowd. It's really exciting out here at Old Trafford.
Drinks break was taken. And while that wicket went down and a new batter came out to take guard, so Maharaj has got even longer to think about his king pair and trying to get off it. Harmer bowled off stump, might have hit a little bit in the middle as well. Off stump knocked back, and Anderson taking the applause from that big bank of spectators who are singing his name as he celebrated that wicket. Well, he's ready to go. The umpire's gradually getting into position. Pope having a chat with Folkes. Was it by the way, that caught Folkes bowled Stokes. Is that the first one of those we've had? No.
Yeah, it just seems like there's a little bit of a conference there, bowlers conference. All the bowlers around Jimmy Anderson.
Zoltz shook his head, so I presume it's
I
not.
don't think so. I'm just
Right. Right, we've got 3 slips and a leg slip. What's Anderson want here? He's wanting his fine leg. He's not thinking about his close catch or anything like that. He's thinking about his fine leg. He wants him a bit squarer. Sets off now to bowl to Maharaj. And Maharaj is in behind that delivery. Plays it back down the pitch. And Anderson fields. So he's off his king pair, but he's on his pair.
It was the 11th Court Folks bowled Stokes.
Is it?
Has been in Test.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not much Simon Harmer could have done with that ball. Nip back, hit the top of off stump. It's almost a classical Jimmy Anderson in-swinger.
How many pairs did you get in your first class career, Vernon? Can you remember one or not? Here's Anderson bowling to Maharaj. And Maharaj is off the pair. He's playing it away, square with the wicket on the offside. Lees is after it. They're looking for a 2, and they get it as well. Lees had to slide, get into position to throw that back to Folks. 2 more to the total. 174 for 6 with 18 overs left in the day's play after this. Most cricketers remember their pairs.
I actually can't.
Can't?
But honest with you, no, I can't. Not off the cuff. And certainly, if I had to get a pair, it's probably something I wanted to forget as quickly as possible.
Yeah. You've probably got to be philosophical, phlegmatic about it. It's going to happen, isn't it?
Want me to check for you, Vernon?
Please do.
This is the thing, you see, with Zoltz here. Anderson bowls, no, goes past the outside edge of Maharaj's bat. He did the curtain rail stroke after it had gone past, through to Folks. We've had people who sit in this seat, Vernon. You actually do probably the right thing. I can't remember one. Some people say, no, I don't think I ever got one. Because, there's no place to hide.
I just can't remember, but pretty sure the internet won't lie to you.
No.
Although I'm pretty sure Andy will expose me in a minute. Might have to get rid of him, Simon.
Well, yeah, he sold me down the river earlier this afternoon. Ruthless man that he is.
Give me the big figure of 0. 1.
1, was it?
Go on then.
Here's Anderson after this ball from Anderson. Anyway, Maharaj is off his pair. He's on 2. Anderson bowls to him, and he's playing back there. Thickish inside edge in defence, goes away into the onside, picked up by Broad, forward a square. It's the end of Anderson's over. First over the new ball, a successful one. It's 174 for 6. South Africa are 90 runs behind. Time for Daniel Norcross after Zoltz's details of Vernon's 1 pair. It was
just the one in your career. It was a test in Visakhapatnam against India. Bowled Ashwin in the first inning, LBW to Jadeja in the second.
Oh, I remember that one. And I remember that one. It was quite a turning track. And, well, you know what? I wouldn't feel too bad about that one. Especially getting a pair in India where it's turning. And probably played for turn in the second innings from Jadeja and just kept on going straight. So, I'd have taken 1 pair in my career. What is it, 160-odd first-class games?
It's going to be Ollie Robinson who's going to take the new ball as he did in the first innings. What's that nod of approval?
168 first-class games Vernon played them, so 1 pair. That's down middle lower order.
Fair play. Had to get 1 at least.
3 slips in place. Robinson in, stabbed away down to the deep backward point. A single by Verreynne, moves to 15, 175 for 6.
It's a brilliant atmosphere here this afternoon. Crowd start getting into it. England's team has certainly set the tone. Crowd singing, it's always beautiful.
Is it going to a 4th day, Vernon?
I don't think so, to be quite honest with you. Not with an extra half an hour that's available. England, of course, they've got a brand new ball at their disposal. They've been brilliant with this new ball.
Strengthened the slip cordon now. There's 4 slips in place for Anderson. He's in to Maharaj. Maharaj edges just in front of 3rd slip. I think that didn't quite carry to Johnny Bairstow. Dabbing the ball away from his body. The extra hardness, the extra bounce, it's so noticeable. It's even more pronounced with these particular batch of balls.
Yeah, there has been a bit of extra bounce from this end, and Robinson known to get extra bounce as well. Dangerous shot for Maharaj to be playing away from his body.
It was an authentic thick edge though, wasn't it? And it still landed about a metre in front of Bairstow. Robinson is in, played a miss. Something's happening every ball. It's such a bizarre game, cricket. The contrast between the afternoon session when there was a certain... I think that we were able to breathe, weren't we? We were able to relax, Vernon, together. And now we're on edge with every ball.
I told you, every now and again you'll have to invest for a session. I think England has done well. The game has gone nowhere in that period, and Stokes came in, knocked over Peterson and Van der Dussen.
Robinson's into Maharaj, and the edges and gone! Taken at fourth slip. A really good sharp catch by Ollie Pope. They will check the front foot because Robinson has overstepped a few times today, but at the moment Maharaj is walking off. He played it a couple outside the off stump, and he played it hard, and it went really fast to Surrey's Ollie Pope. Robinson picks up his second wicket.
Yeah, we've seen 2 balls prior to that, thick outside edge that didn't carry to the slip. This time he went hard at it, and it's flown to Ollie Pope. And Robinson is into the action. And umpires, if they're happy with the front foot, it's a fair delivery.
Well, he's walked this far off now. I'm pretty sure that confirmation will have come through. Maharaj goes for 2. South Africa 175 for 7. Couple of breakthroughs with the new ball. Only had 10 balls with it. Both Anderson and Robinson have both snared a wicket.
Yeah, we keep on alluding to this being a new ball wicket. And you really want to make sure that you do strike with that new ball. And England has done so in the first 2 overs with this brand new cherry.
Well, it's going to be Keita Rabada who comes in at number 9. And at the sight of the tail in the past, Stokes has gone straight for the short pitch stuff. I fancy with Anderson and Robinson in, that might not be the case this time.
I reckon he's learned his lesson though.
Well, I'm not sure about that.
I'd like to think so.
Well, time will tell. Time will tell.
Yeah, I hear you.
But you would think they would stick with, well, we've got 4 slips in place for Rabada, and Stokes looks like he's putting himself in a roundabout gully. 4 slips and a gully. There's a kind of catching cover point almost. Very square of the wicket. Mid off, mid on, and a long leg.
They're really close, all those slip fielders. Of course, we've seen a couple take their heads and not quite carry to that slip cordon.
Here comes Robinson, Rabada's first ball. He's in over the wicket. Rabada gets a thick inside edge. Straight ball. Robinson falls over in his delivery stride. He's lying on the ground. They come back for a second. Throw comes in from Leach, safely home. It's off the mark with 2. That rolled out back with a square on the onside. 177 for 7.
KJ Rabada, he must be thinking test match runs for me. Sets off. Come back for the second.
There was no hint of letting Verreynne on strike, was there?
Absolutely, there was no hesitation of giving the strike to Verreynne anyway. And with those 2 runs, we see a change of tactics from Ollie Robinson. He's coming around the wicket to the left-handed KJ Rabada.
It's a really packed slip cordon, 5 of them in there. Robinson around the wicket to Rabada. Rabada defends really firmly, really well on the front foot. It's right in behind it. End of the over, a successful one for Robinson. 177 for 7. Rabada has 2, Verreynne 15. England need 3 wickets to wrap this match up. South Africa still 87 runs behind. We are in Headingley 81 territory now for South Africa.
Yeah, it certainly sets up for a good finale at Oval a couple of days' time. I suppose a big concern for both these teams is the margin of loss. In both these, the first game, England, of course, losing that by an innings and 12 runs. South Africa at the moment, they're in innings and 87 behind. So,
yep,
lots to talk about, lots to get out of the cupboard before heading to the Oval. And I suppose a big talking point would be the weather conditions.
Yes, well, it's into September. That game starts on the 8th 8th of September, 8th till the 12th. The last men's international match of the summer. Anderson in, right arm over the wicket. It's cut away, flayed away down to deep third, single. And they've run that single, so Rabada very happy to take the strike. 178 for 7.
Well, there's absolutely no muck with the bed. I think he's sown it in the first innings. He was a top scorer, wasn't he?
I think he was, wasn't he? 36, did he get from memory?
Yep, next top scorer, Verreynne and Peterson, 21 each.
Well, there you go. The two top scorers in the first innings are together. Is the fight back on?
Yeah, I think we're going to see a few shots from Rabada, yeah.
Slip Gordon is being strengthened.
There's so much time left in this game. 2 days. It's almost a repeat of the first test.
Well, I mean, does this mean that both sides have their confidence crushed, or are they both very confident because they both know that they can beat each other?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they go about the next week.
Anderson into Rabada, who drives so crisply straight to mid-on, where Robinson does the fielding. He's timing the ball really well since he's come out, isn't he?
He's a cracker for shot, that.
178 for 7. It's love a close fought game at the Oval. These two sides. What was your stat about winning away? Don't each side managed to win away more than is normal against each other?
Well, since the 2003 series.
We'll come back to that off this ball. Anderson turns and runs into Rabada. Rabada's wrapped on the pads, a muted appeal. Not from the crowd, they love it, but the Slip Gordon less so.
Yes, all the series since the start of the millennium, so not counting the 99-2000 series won by South Africa at home. Since then, there have been 8 series between these two teams, and the home team has won only one of them. That was England's 3-1 win here 5 years ago. England have won the last 2 in South Africa. South Africa won the previous 2 in England, 2012 and 2008.
Anderson into Rabada, that's dabbed to mid-on. There's no run. In 1998 it was a draw as well, wasn't it? Drawn series.
2004-5 in South Africa, England had a superb 2-1 victory, and the 2003 series was an undulating 2-all draw.
Yes. So they're very tightly matched.
Strange to think of it that way. You'd like to think that, home advantage win more at home than away, but...
Is it because actually the home conditions are not as dissimilar? I don't know. Anderson in, and played and missed. Outside the off stump. A little flat-footed there, Rabada, driving at a ball, wasn't quite there for it.
Must be enjoying playing South Africa away from home.
Yeah, but South Africans enjoy playing here too.
So yeah.
It's a wonderful ding-dong battle the two sides have had over the years.
Yeah, it's not going to be much of it in the next few years, according to the future tours.
That is a deep disappointment, isn't it?
It is sad, and especially 2 top-playing nations. You really want them to go. And as South Africans, I don't think we've had any series that's longer than 3 test matches anyway. So now being curbed to 2 test match series.
Anderson in, edged, taken. Rabada's got to go. Anderson's got a third. Root with the catch at first slip. The ball just moving away a touch from Rabada, playing at it in the channel, and has went at a comfortable height to Root. Anderson has 3. South Africa 178 for 8.
Yeah, it was only going to be a matter of time. He's beaten him a couple of times on the outside edge. On this occasion, played a big booming drive as Rabada found the outside edge, and it's a comfortable catch to Joe Root at first slip. And England is moving 2 wickets.
Well, it was actually about 4 or 5 inches off the ground, but it was comfortable enough. It went through at a nice pace. He had a lot of time to see it, did Root.
We're 2 wickets away from an emphatic win here at Old Trafford.
Do you know what Andy said to us as we were walking around the ground today? We were doing our predictions. I said that South Africa would be, I think I said something like 284 for 6 at the close. Andy said all out 181. You did. So Henrik Nortje comes out in what feels like a hopeless cause. With South Africa still 86 runs behind, only 2 wickets in hand. England with a new ball, Anderson with his tail up.
Anderson will just have half an eye on his first 5-wicket haul at Old Trafford. There are 2 wickets still to fall. Anderson's taken 3 for 30. Problem is, Robinson's bowling pretty well at the other end as well.
The two bowlers are actually just coming together. What do you think Anderson will be hinting at him? Spotted wide out at off stump.
Why?
Just get through the 6.
He loves playing out there. And maybe flick one down the leg side. See if you can strangle him. I don't know. Broad and Anderson are flanking Robinson, England's 3 main seamers. Although Stokes today, was it a 14-over spell in the end? 14 overs, a mammoth effort from the captain.
I've got a stat on that, Dan.
Have you?
Yes.
All right, Dan. I'll see you a bit later.
You often.
I'll let Stephen come finish up with you.
Thank you. Well, whether it finishes up, we shall see. I'm ready for this stat after this ball. Robinson with 3 slips in place for Verreynne. Verreynne lets it go by outside the off stump in the channel, through to the keeper. There's no run, far away.
So since June 2012, there have been 3 spells by seamers in tests in England.
Yes.
Lasting 14 overs, excluding spells that spanned more than 1 day.
Okay.
So 14 overs in a spell in a day.
By quick bowlers.
And all 3 have been by Ben Stokes.
Wow. Well, they a lot of people compare him with Botham. Botham bowled in the Jubilee Test of 1980. Can you check for me? 26 and a half overs on the spin, I think. Robinson in and played and missed that. And that went through high to the keeper. Little dab. But Verreynne survives. Yes, that Test match in 1980. Botham bowled unchanged from the beginning of the innings to the end of the innings in Mumbai.
Isn't it the first 3 overs with the new ball, 3 wickets for 6 runs.
3 for 6 in the 3 overs since the new ball. Welcome back, Stephen.
Hello. The game's picked up in pace since I was last on here.
That's rather moved along, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Were you next door? Did you get a little bit of the new ball action on the telly?
Yes, both me and Aggers did together.
Here comes Robinson, shoulders rocking, cut away, slashed away, down to deep third for a single. 1 more to the total, 179 for 8, which will bring Nortje on strike for 3 balls. They're just taking the runs here, Stephen. Is that the right thing to do? They're not going to... I mean, how else are they going to manage the tail, I suppose?
Well, Verreynne would have to face 5 balls and over for 2 and a little bit days to be able to survive the Test match. So I'd say it'd be relatively pointless to try and farm the strike right now.
James Anderson, by the way, with that wicket, has taken 100 for England against South Africa. An average of 30.45, a bit higher than his career average. The man below him on that list, as Robinson is in, Nortje defends to backward point. Sydney Barnes, 86 wickets against South Africa in 7 matches. It's an average of 9.86. Which is...
It's fair to say he enjoyed bowling at the South Africans.
I think he did. Yes. Well, he was quite the bowler, wasn't he?
Well, I wouldn't know.
Averaged 16.4 in his Test career, I think.
Really? Well bowled.
It was good, yeah. There was a lot of folklore about it, that he could swing the ball away and then pitch it, and then it would cut back and hit off stump. Of course, you don't believe any of that, do you?
Of course I don't, no.
Robinson, 4 slips, wait. Verreynne edged, gone through to the keeper. Robinson has another. South Africa on the brink. They're 179 for 9. The new ball is done for them. Nortje with a tentative push. A decent-sized edge, well taken by Folkes. And South Africa now, with 1 wicket to fall, will inevitably lose this match today inside 3 days, just as they inflicted that defeat on England at Lord's. A lovely ball from Robinson. The hard new ball picking up off the pitch, bouncing through nicely around just above waist height to Folkes, and a delighted Robinson now has 3 wickets. So no honours board for Anderson, but a 9th wicket for England.
Yes, more importantly, I'm sure even Jimmy Anderson would say more important thing is the 9th wicket for England, but it's lovely bowling from Robinson. It's that nagging full length that he manages to get horrible steepling bounce from because of his release height. Just kicking and finding the edge, and all he can do is the tentative prod. It takes a thin edge through to a grateful Ben Folkes, who's had a good game behind the stumps with the gloves, even though it hasn't been pleasant for him all the time with the varying bounce that we've seen from this wicket. But England now are on the brink of victory with only Lungi and Ngidi to get through before they get there.
When you say only Lungi Ngidi, I think he played the shot of the match for me.
He did, but he averaged 4 in Test match.
He does
therefore,
4, yes.
Therefore, he is only Lungi and Ngidi with the bat, I'm afraid. With the ball, very different story, but...
Yes. But he's got 1 ball to survive from Robinson. Andy?
Anderson is the 3rd bowler to take 100 wickets against South Africa.
Well, can we try the others?
Well, yes, the 2 that are usually ahead of him in lists.
Murali
yes.
and Warne?
Yes, Murali 104 in 15 games, Warne 130 in 24.
130. Right. So 4 slips in place. And the gully. I'll be interested to see if Verreynne tries to farm and strike the next over.
No.
That average has gone up a bit, because that 4 not out. Up to 4.3. It's creeping in the right direction. I think Ebadot Hossain is probably statistically the worst batter in the world at the moment. Here comes Robinson. Into Ngidi, beaten on the outside edge. His first ball. End of the over, a successful one for Robinson. South Africa 179 for 9. They are still 82 runs behind. And Andy Zaltzman predicted 181 all out earlier today. It's pretty close.
Doesn't get much wrong.
Doesn't get much wrong. Well, more thoughts from you, Stephen, on England's performance. And then to take you through for who knows, it might be the next 2 minutes, might be the next 20 minutes. It'll be Jonathan Oaken.
Thanks, Dan. Yes, England with the second new ball have been beautiful, really, bowling nagging full lengths. It started with James Anderson beating Simon Harmer's inside edge, and since then it's been a procession. The ball has moved, the ball has talked, and these England bowlers have made the most of it, and now they're on the brink.
Yeah, some really skillful bowling, good catching in the slips. 179 for 9. England need 1 wicket to win this match. This one's fired down the leg side by Anderson. And Verreynne, the wicketkeeper, who's kept rather low profile, really, just watching the wickets tumble at the other end, allows it to go through to wicketkeeper Folkes, who's had such a good game. It's been a difficult pitch for him to keep on. Ball barely carrying, bouncing at ugly places just in front of him, but he's kept so tidily. It's an excellent match. 3 slips are lined up, but the rest are fairly deep. So Verreynne can take a single, really. Here's Anderson, moves in bowls to him as forward. He could take a run there, but decides not to. I'm not sure Ngidi was rushing to get down to this end either, Frank, to sort of wade anchor at the non-striker's end sensibly. That's all good number 11s would do in this situation, I think. 179 for 9. Robinson's taken 3 for 43. And Anderson 3 for 30, but since the new ball, it's been 4 for 7. Anderson again to the right-handed Verreynne, who again leans forward and taps the ball carefully into the offside. Again there was a run, but he decides not to. The crowd's ready, flags are flying. There was a South African flag draped over the railings earlier on, but I think that's been quietly rolled up and put away. Stewards moving around, beach balls bouncing about, and now the field comes in. 3 balls left in the over. Stuart Broad's whipping up the crowd. Anderson moves in, bowls to Verreynne, forward he comes, and Broad will field actually there at mid-wicket. 2 balls remain.
He's a good hype man, Stuart Broad, these days, isn't he?
Yeah.
Likes to turn around and whip the crowd up into a frenzy.
Yeah, he's sort of conducting there. Not quite the Proms style, but... well, they've all responded. Deafening noise. Anderson wheels round again, and Verreynne really needs to try and find a single here if he can. Here's Anderson, bowls to him, is forward on the off stump. And Anderson fields off his own bowling. So there's 1 ball to go. And Anderson keep Verreynne at this end and expose Ngidi to Robinson. As if Leach is coming up. from long leg. He's coming into leg slip. I don't think I've ever seen Jack Field there before. In fact, I think someone alert the situation. Ollie Pope said, no, I'll do it. And Leach is heading off into the covers.
Always makes me slightly grumpy when a batter goes to me. Just swap position.
Why are they better than us? Why are they better than us? They just think they are, don't they?
Exactly.
179 for 9. Here's the last ball of the over. Anderson wants to keep things as they are, and Frona comes forward. Actually showed no interest there in even trying to find a single. And Ngidi will wait now for Robinson to try and finish things off from this end. He looks like a number 11, really, Ngidi. You know, some bats, some of them are out there, they exude confidence. This is my patch. But Ngidi's not really one of those. It's a very low profile sort of stroll that he has out there. His body language isn't bring it on.
No, he's a very languid walking style towards the popping crease.
They're all lined up. 5 slips, leg slip. Can Robertson finish it off? He's bowling at the number 11 Ngidi. In he goes, bowls to him. It's cleaned him up. There was something inevitable about that. Ngidi's stumps are shattered. England win the match. They win by an innings and 85 runs, making up indeed for that defeat at Lord's, also within 3 days. And the series is level with 1 to play. A week on Thursday at the Oval. Couldn't be set up better. And England are all wrapping their arms around each other. Lots of hugs going on there. I must say, Ollie Robertson has made a big difference. His return to this side, he's bowled beautifully in this game. It's been a triumph for Ben Foakes and Ben Stokes with their batting. And off they come, shaking hands with the umpires. Crowd will enjoy themselves, celebrating. They're pleased they've seen it. I'm sorry for those who've got tickets for tomorrow who won't. But such seems to be the nature of Test cricket at the moment. Very quick games indeed. They're celebrating on the England balcony as Dean Elgar now leads his disappointing players down the steps to come and shake hands and do the right things. Ben Stokes applauds the crowd. Hands above his head. Terrific effort by him today to bowl those 14 overs unchanged. Either side of tee. And a disappointed Ngidi, the bat under his arm, heads off for the dressing room. Well, that all happened very quickly. At the end there, that was from the new ball then. In terms of, it was 5 for 9.
5 for 7.
5 for 7.
And 5.1 overs.
In 5.1. Thank you. Remarkable. Lots of shaking of hands. Stephen, I think you're coming with me, which you'll enjoy.
Okay.
For once. Out and about there. It'll be noisy, it'll be fun, and we'll see what everyone has to say. But that's where we're going to go now. Bowling figures wise, Jimmy Anderson 3 for 30, Ollie Robertson 4 for 43, Leach, Root wicketless, Broad 1 for 24, Ben Stokes 2 for 30, 2 key wickets those, just after tea, and he dislodged Van der Dussen and Peterson, who played so well together, and England complete that handsome victory.